Good morning. I now call, wait, is it on? Yes. Good morning. I now call this meeting to order. Welcome to everybody. Commissioner Murphy Corwin will lead us in the salute to the flag.
Please stand.
Thank you so much. At this time, I'd like to go over some points on today's agenda. On today's agenda, item 4B1, the full IQC will be reviewing the draft Health Education Framework second 60-day field review results and recommending the final edits to the State Board. Prior to taking action on the item, the IQC will hear public comment. Public comment on this item will take place no earlier than 11:30 a.m. today. We understand that this topic is one that people are very passionate about, and we appreciate this passion. In advance, I just want to express our appreciation for the feedback that will come. We've received over 2,000 written public comments. Some of those written comments have addressed only the California Healthy Youth Act or other issues distinct from what is on the IQC's agenda today. I'd like to clarify the action we're taking today is not on the California Healthy Youth Act, as that's a law that was passed through the legislature in January of 2016. It's not really the scope of our work today. However, we are taking action on any edits and revisions to the California Health Education Framework, which is a guidance document for teachers and administrators on how to help students meet the existing health education content standards. I know there are many people interested in providing us with public comment today, and in order to ensure that there's time for speakers to be heard, and then also to allow time for IQC to discuss the public comment and to take action, we're asking people to cooperate and adhere to these practices. Members of the public may sign up to address the IQC during the time allocated for such public comment, and there are people and there are desks outside the double doors for those of you who would like to do that who haven't already. Members of the public may only sign up to speak for themselves and may not sign up other speakers. Speakers will be allotted a prescribed maximum amount of time at the discretion of the IQC chair, myself, based upon the number of total speakers that we have signed up. Speakers may not allocate their allotted time to another speaker. Speakers shall refrain from using profanity and shall conduct themselves in a respectful manner, and speakers will abide by their time limit. We expect all members of the public to be respectful of all commenters and refrain from clapping, cheering, or making other loud expressions. We want to make sure the IQC and audience are able to hear all the commenters, and we want to be able to receive the feedback that some of you are prepared to make. Next on the agenda is the approval of minutes from our last meeting. So, Commissioners, you have the minutes of the January 24th through 25th meeting of the IQC before you. If you have substantive changes, please present them now. If there are minor changes not affecting the content, please submit them to the staff. So I'm going to give you a moment just to review. May I at this time have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved. I
Thank-
second.
Thank you so much. Moved by Commissioner Natus and seconded by Commissioner Murphy Corwin to approve the meeting minutes. Are there any discussion, or is there any discussion? Is there any public comment on these minutes? Then I call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? Okay, then the motion passes. Okay, So we're going to move on at this time to the report of the chair. I can speak for myself in terms of what's going on at the school sites. We're in the prime of testing season, right? So then there's the CASP, ELA, and math that's going on K through 12, or K through 8 and 11th grade, right? We're in our first year of CAST, our science test administration. There's also the LPAC summative testing. It's just a busy time for us to measure the growth of our students in their learning and to guide them in the next steps. And so, you know, our schools, our districts, they're all abuzz with some of these activities. Also, on our level, there's a lot of work that's happening, a lot of really good work in our subcommittees around the model curriculum for ethnic studies. We had a first and second meeting, and then we have a third meeting on this work coming up. And I just really want to commend all of those who are participating in the crafting of this very important document as a guidance for our teachers and our administrators at both site and district levels. And then we're also doing work around world language and arts. The committees are convening and meeting, and we have some meetings that are coming up as well. And so there's a lot of good work going on. I feel like all we do is in support of teachers. We're all up here as educators ourselves, you know, whether we're a classroom teacher, whether we're an administrator at the site level, or whether we're at the district doing this work. And so I feel so grateful to be part of this. And that's my report. I'm going to now turn it over to Stephanie, Dr. Gregson, our director.
Right. Well, good morning, everyone. To piggyback on what Chair Chow has talked about, not only is it a busy time for our local school districts, but also for our county offices of education. Right now, with the California System of Support, we are working with county offices across the state as they work through being leads, geographic leads, equity leads, Title III leads. All of our leads across the state are coming together to provide a cohesive system of support for all of our local education agencies. And so it's been very exciting to be a part of that work and to lead some of that work here at the Department of Education. We had our first meeting with all of our leads back in February, on February 12th, where all of the county offices across the state who have been identified as leads and are receiving assistance to then grow their capacity to offer support to our local education agencies came together and talked about their work and what they need to do at getting better to provide cohesive support. We have our next meeting on April 9th. Again, it's to calibrate our work to make sure that our county offices know where they can go to for other resources across the state to other county offices. And so we have consistent messages as well to our local education agencies. We're trying to break through those barriers, those levels, and really get back down to the classroom level for supporting our teachers and administrators. So this is a very exciting time and very exciting work. And then also, I know Chair Chow has already talked about the Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum Advisory Committee. They've met twice already. Their last meeting is at the end of April, where they will be finalizing their edits and recommendations for the model curriculum to come here to the IQC. And then our Arts and World Languages committees have been knee-deep in conversations around their revisions of their chapters. Mm-hmm. The conversations are amazing. We have an amazing group of educators working on the ethnic studies, on working on the arts framework and the world language frameworks. It's really wonderful to be a part of those conversations. And then my division, the Curriculum Frameworks and Instructional Resource Division, we've been out on the conference circuit this season. And most recently, we presented at the California Association of Bilingual Education, the CABE conference, specifically around how to connect our resources that we work on as a commission to the EL roadmap, our English learner roadmap, and how our districts and teachers can utilize our first level of resources to move them to the next level within the implementation of their EL roadmap. So my Seaford staff has been doing a great job of marketing all of your work and our work to ensure that it's getting into the hands of our teachers and administrators.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gregson. On our agenda next is a report from the State Board of Education liaison. We're going to move on and then maybe come back to this agenda item. And so at this time, we're going to move to the unconscious bias training. Cindy Caralte is unable to be here today, so Lindsay Weiss from the Curriculum Frameworks and Instructional Resources Division will conduct an introduction training for us on unconscious bias. Welcome.
I see it. Okay. Good morning. Good morning, commissioners. Executive Director Gregson, thank you for having me this morning to talk about unconscious bias. So let me point out a few things that you have. The first is a blue note catcher that you'll be able to use today, just in this 10-minute individual reflection time. We're going to do one small turn and talk activity, but this is really just to kind of get the juices flowing, to really open up the space for some continuous work that you'll be having from Cindy in the future. So the first thing is the blue note catcher. You also have an article from Educational Leadership that we're not going to read it today, some light reading for later. And this article is really where I got a lot of the talking points that I'll present today. Also, the other place that I got a lot of the talking points is from Google's training materials on unbiasing and how they go about talking about unconscious bias in their workplace. So I hope that these are resources that you'll find to be interesting as well. So first, let's start. So why are we engaging with unconscious bias in IQC work? And the answer to that is because the problem with unconscious bias is just that, it's unconscious, right? And so oftentimes we're not aware, or we don't have the time because we're all very busy to really unpack and sit and think about what are the unconscious biases that might have within me. And the reason, too, to even really think about this is that a growing body of research shows that we do all harbor unconscious bias. And it's with very good intentions, and it's based on lived experiences, it's based on society, it's based on all external influences. In fact, a psychologist by the name of Beverly Daniel Tatum compared unconscious bias to absorbing smog. And she says, we absorb biases in the same way we breathe in smog, involuntarily and usually without any awareness of it. And I think that's a very good way to start framing and thinking about this work because it's not intentional. So tests of implicit bias show that people of all backgrounds show unconscious preferences on the basis of gender, race, sexual orientation, or other aspects of identity. However, according to these tests, most people tend to favor a group that they are a member of, despite claims that they have no preference. And the tests also show that people across groups show preferences for the culturally valued group too. So, awareness is one of the first steps in unpacking and unbiasing, as we'll call it. And we hope that this is going to be a safe space where all of you can talk to one another and think about that and be thought partners. So let's take a second and move to the next part. So what is unconscious bias? How would you define it? So why don't we take 2 minutes, turn and talk to a neighbor, or individually jot down some ideas, and then maybe we'll share out some definitions. Okay, maybe commissioners, if you could maybe wrap up your thought. Thank you for the discussion. Would anyone like to share out some of the definitions or thoughts that you were talking about with your partners? Okay. Oh, yes. Thank you. Commissioner Rucker.
So we discussed how it's something that everybody has, like Dr. Tatum mentioned. It's something that you absorb throughout your lived experience, although a lot of people don't think that they have these biases, and a lot of people will deny that they favor any particular identity group.
Thank you. Anyone else?
We also discussed that it sometimes comes out in inappropriate moments, or we will say something and we don't think about the person that we're next to because we're so used to just having this conversation with them that what we say sometime could be, considered as biased or racist to a colleague, and we don't even know it because we come with a different lens at times.
Thank you for that. Yes, Commissioner
We
Wood?
noted that it can actually go both directions because there can be assumptions of negatives, but there can also be assumptions of positives that can cause us to not see difficulties students are having because we assume, oh, they're part of that group, they're always smart.
Absolutely. Thank you. Yes. Yes. What is that saying about assume? I won't say it here because we're in a public meeting, but I think we all know. Yes. So, and the negative stigma that is around having a bias, right? And so there's this fear to really say, based on where I grew up or how I was raised or the people around me or my family, I have these types of biases or perception, maybe we'll say, right? And there's nothing wrong with different beliefs, different biases. We welcome all different points, but it's about unpacking and understanding so you can see what the topic is with clarity without having the bias lens over. And so that's kind of where I think this article and what Google's training tools are coming at, where we're not trying to change people's perceptions or values or beliefs by any means. We value everyone's opinion, but it's about being able to have the objective conversation when the objective conversation is necessary to move forward with work and be productive. So a couple other notes from Google. So according to them, their definition is unconscious biases are the automatic mental shortcuts used to process information and make decisions quickly. If any of you are familiar with Malcolm Gladwell's work, he had a book back a little bit, maybe the early 2000s called Blink, which also addressed this. I think he called them snap judgments or snap decisions maybe, yeah? And so it's kind of that you feel like it's your gut, but it's really not your gut, right? Google continues to explain that at any given moment, individuals are flooded with millions of bits of information, but can only consciously process about 40 at a time. And so cognitive filters and heuristics allow the mind to unconsciously prioritize, generalize, and dismiss large volumes of input. And these shortcuts can be useful when making decisions with limited information, focus, or time, but can sometimes lead individuals astray and have unintended consequences. And so combating these unconscious biases is hard because their influence on our decision in any given moment doesn't feel wrong, and it feels intuitively right. So with that, let's take a few minutes, and this is going to be an individual reflection. We're not going to share out. And maybe if you could jot down some ideas about in what ways can unconscious bias negatively affect the work of the IQC. Okay, commissioners, if you wouldn't mind me wrapping up your thought. Okay, thank you. So we encourage you to hold these anecdotes, these thoughts that you just jotted down as your why of as we move forward with this work, because unbiasing and unpacking can get a little messy, which is why I'm just doing the introduction. Cindy's coming later. And so we, and thinking about, all of the diverse 6.2 million students that we serve in California, and all of the teachers in all of the very different contexts that are unfathomable for some of us because we've not lived in every single experience. So just thinking about that as we move forward. And let's talk about the definition of unbiasing. So Google's definition is making the unconscious conscious will help to make more objective decisions, facilitate inclusive interactions, and create more opportunities. So I'll just say that one more time. Making the unconscious conscious will help people make more objective decisions, facilitate inclusive interactions, and create more opportunities. And Google actually says, now understanding they're not an educational context, they say that begin unbiasing with education, accountability, measurement, and more. So just some notes to leave all of you with, because I'm sure you see the quote at the bottom of your page that this work is ongoing, and it takes consistent work. And as Dr. Gregson mentioned, Cindy Quiralte will be here in the future to lead you through some more of that work in a couple different scenarios. So here are some kind of big picture ways in which that the IQC will unbias or start to unpack unconscious bias. So first of all is just awareness, and also anticipating bias and creating systems to reduce it. To work on building empathy and defining empathy, and to hold ourselves accountable. So thank you all for your thoughts on this and for your open minds, and we look forward to continuing this work.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And at this time, are there any questions on this topic?
So the one thing that I would like to add to Dr. Weiss's presentation piece is if you look at the second page of the article, there's very specific examples around teachers and their decisions in the classroom. So that's something that I think that we want to keep at the forefront when you are looking at your guidance, when you're reviewing your frameworks and looking at to ensure that are we matching the guidance that we want to see around unconscious bias, that we want to unpack it and to make sure that our guidance within the framework matches that theme. So just that gives you just a little bit more kind of tangible, concrete information around how unconscious bias affects our students directly in the classroom.
Thank you so much. I think that this is the start of some very valuable work, and so I really appreciated hearing that. I also appreciated hearing that a key, to beginning the work is to recognize the diversity and the different perspectives. And I mean, I look around this dais and I see the diversity, and so we're beginning that work in terms of collaborating and beginning the process of objective, inclusive decision making. So thank you. All right. Is there anything? Okay. All right. So next we're going to have the mathematics subject matter. Right? That's what I was, okay. So if there are any other matters or public comment on non-agenda items, we'd like to hear them at this time. And if not, then we're going to continue with the Mathematics Subject Matter Committee.
Good morning. I call the meeting to order for the Mathematics Subject Matter Committee. If you are a member of the Mathematics Subject Matter Committee, please place your nameplate face up so that it can be seen by the audience. If you are not a member of the Mathematics SMC, please put your nameplate face down. Item A, 2021 Mathematics Framework for California Public Schools, kindergarten through grade 12, information action item. We have 2 action items related to the new math project we are beginning. The revision of the mathematics framework. Today, we will take action on the schedule of significant events and the application for the curriculum frameworks and evaluation criteria committee. The full commission will then recommend these items to the State Board of Education for action at the board's May meeting. Item 1, schedule of the significant events. The draft schedule of significant events lays out a timeline for the 2021 Mathematics Framework for California Public Schools, kindergarten through grade 12. This timeline includes the major milestones related to the revision process, beginning with the recruitment of the focus groups in May and ending with the board action of May of 2021. These important dates for the Mathematics SMC and the IQC include the following. In September of 2019, the IQC will recommend members of the CFCC and guidelines for the mathematics framework to the State Board of Education. IQC members will participate in the 6 meetings of the CFCC in February through August of 2020. In September 2020, the IQC will approve the draft mathematics framework for public review. In January of 2021, the IQC will analyze field review results and revise the draft mathematics framework. And in January of 2021, the IQC will recommend the mathematics framework to the State Board of Education. As we get closer to the mathematics CFCC meeting dates, we will be asking for commitments from the IQC members to attend those meetings. Can I have a motion to recommend to the full commission the schedule of significant events pending funding?
I so move.
Okay,
Second?
thank you. The motion was moved by Commissioner Lara and seconded by Commissioner, oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Iniguez. I apologize, and seconded by Commissioner Renteria. Is there any discussion of the motion? Is there any public comment on the motion? I believe that we are ready to vote. Remember that only members of the subject matter committee can vote. All in favor? All opposed? Any abstain from voting? And the motion passes. Our second item today is the application for the CFCC. Again, this is the second item, is the draft application for the members of the Mathematical Framework CFCC. The draft application will be reformatted into an online form and posted on the CDE website page during a recruitment period that will extend from mid-May through mid-August of this year. Applications will be brought to the Commission in September for recommendation to the State Board of Education. The State Board of Education will take action to appoint members to the CFCC at the meeting in November 2019. Do any of the subject matter committee members have questions regarding the draft application? She's not on the committee and wants to ask a question. No. Yes, you may at this time.
Thank you. Well, I had a question. I don't know if it's possible or preferable, but I know that in the past, when I've selected CFCC members, I informally try to see how they represent the regions of California, like northern, central, southern, if their school is rural or urban, suburban. I'm wondering, it takes a lot of work on my part to do this, to represent the entire state. I'm wondering, is that a possibility or desirable even to include that on the application?
So we do have their state, their school district, all of those pieces. And one of the pieces that we have with our data point, with the charts that we provide the IQC, is a stats on where each applicant comes from, the regions, so north, south, mid. So we do have that data. It's hard to specifically have a question on that because we utilize their school district of where they're at, and that's what we use to determine if they're coming from North Central. Having an urban or rural checkbox is really difficult because everybody views their school district in a different way. So we do it by the demographics of the regions in California.
All right, thank you. I don't remember seeing the regional statistics prior, but I could have dismissed that.
Right, it's in a PDF with all of the stats on the different statistics of the applicant pool.
All right, thank you.
Are there any other questions regarding the application?
Commissioner Chapman? Hi, I'd like to just point out the closing date for the application is stated as August 12th. We're going to align it with the timeline, and it's going to be August 15th.
Okay,
Okay, so rather than closing on a Friday, we're going to close on a Monday.
okay, August 15th. Any other questions or comments about the application? Excellent. Can I have a motion to recommend to the full commission the draft CFCC application?
So moved.
Okay, it has been moved by Commissioner Munoz. And a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Costa Hernandez. Is there any discussion on the motion? Is there any public comment on the motion? I believe that we are ready to vote. All in favor? Aye. Thank you. All opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, the motion passes. At this time, I'd like it to open it up for other matters or public comment. Okay.
So, I mean, I didn't ask it as a question because I'm not sure how we could address it, but I went to the last World Languages meeting and I noticed that everyone was female. So as we're looking at this application, I know that we can't say, and it goes back to the unconscious bias, like it's not like we want, half and half, but I do think there's a need for diverse perspectives. And being there, it was really interesting to see that everybody in the room was female, and especially when I thought about all the different foreign language teachers that I had growing up, and actually all of mine were male. So it's really interesting to be in the room like that. But as we're looking at the math framework, I just want to know, is there any way for us to be really intentional about recruitment so that we go and like encourage the people that would probably not even see this application? Like, do we have any partnerships in place? Do we, you know what I mean? Just because it feels like we keep having the same kind of people at the table. And it's so important to bring a little bit more diversity. I like the fact that we're semi-diverse, but it's just, and I also think that it's important for us to reach out to some of the newer teachers. I know that we want to have a lot of experts at the table, but we also need the person that can tell us, hey, if you're a new teacher, how are you going to be looking at this? How are you going to understand it? How are you going to be able to really implement it? And when I look at the last group that I worked with, none of them were newer teachers. So I point that out just because I feel like as we become more and more intentional, and especially after the training we just had right now, the mini introduction into it, it's just so important for us to take these opportunities to be intentional about our recruitment and about bringing different voices to the table.
So that's something to keep in mind, commissioners, as you are going through the applicant pool. We do what we can as far as marketing, pushing out the communications that this application is available, this work is happening. We talk about it in every conference we're at every single meeting. Seaford's going to have a Twitter account, so we'll be tweeting this. Okay, so we are doing our due diligence, but that's also part of your role as well as commissioners, is to market that piece as well and recruit. And then when you are selecting your applicants, to utilize that frame and lens when you are choosing your applicant pool. Okay. So thank you, Commissioner Renteria.
I also just kind of want to address that. You're absolutely correct that it is part of our responsibility as leaders in our own associations. School board members are here, administrative associations are here. But I also want to let you know that in our public here, we also have the California Teachers Association, who also brings that up to the front at their meetings as well. So that's just another positive way in which, as teachers to teachers, we're out doing that outreach. And as mentioned, CABE that was spoken at. So we cannot say who, if they want to apply, that's their choice. But I think we've been doing a really good job, and the CFER staff has done an excellent job in putting all that data and information to go out, because we are an inclusive body of representatives here.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, at this time, I'd like to close the Mathematics SMC meeting. Thank you.
All right, I call the Health Subject Matter Committee to order. If you're a member of the Health SMC, please put your nameplate up. And if you are not on this committee, please place your nameplate face down. Our members are myself, Vice Chair Fairchild, and Commissioners Chapman, Costa Hernandez, Iniguez, Lara Tonkovich, and of course, Chair Chow. Our Seaford staff are Jennifer Bentley, our Education Programs Assistant, and Cliff Rudnick, our Administrator, up on the right there. The first item that requires our action is recommendation to the full commission of the content standards maps and the evaluation criteria map for the 2020 health instructional materials adoption. These maps take the content standards and evaluation criteria adopted by the California State Board of Education and organize them into a series of tables for convenient use by publishers, instructional material reviewers, and content review experts during their review. The maps were sent to you digitally, and there are hard copies in binders in the back of the room for public viewing. There are 8 standards maps, one for each grade level, and 1 evaluation criteria map, along with a set of publisher instructions for each. Publishers complete 1 evaluation criteria map for each program, and the standards maps appropriate to the grade levels they are submitting. The reviewers then use these completed maps when performing their independent evaluation of the submitted materials. Our task today is to forward this set of standards and evaluation criteria maps to the full commission for approval. The full commission will recommend the maps to the State Board of Education. Before I call for a motion, do any commissioners have any questions or comments to discuss related to these maps? Okay, seeing none, I need a motion from a member of the Health SMC to recommend the set of evaluation criteria and standards maps to be used in the 2020 health instructional materials adoption to the full commission.
So moved.
Okay, the motion has been made by Commissioner Fairchild.
Seconded.
Okay, and it is seconded by Commissioner Chapman, sorry. Any discussion on the motion? Final comments from the commissioners? Public comment on the motion? Okay, seeing none, we will now vote on the motion before the committee. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Aye. All opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, the motion passes. Is there any public comment on the Health SMC agenda item discussed today? Okay, seeing none, I close the Health Subject Matter Committee meeting.
Chair Chow, will you indulge me for a minute? We have a guest in the room that I would like to introduce. So one thing that I did not report out in my executive director's report is that there was a little bit of a reorganization within the California Department of Education. And so we have a new deputy superintendent for the Teaching and Learning Support Branch, and her name is Catalina Cifuentes. And so she entered the meeting, and don't want to put you on the spot because you are my new boss now, but she is here, and so you may see her face throughout our commission meetings, but we welcome her as our new deputy superintendent of the Teaching and Learning Support Branch. Tom Adams is now the interim kind of deputy superintendent of the Performance and Planning Technology Support Branch, PPTB is what the acronym is, but he will be retiring July 1st. Yes, yes. So welcome, Deputy Superintendent Cifuentes.
Thank you so much, and welcome to our meeting today. So at this time, we're going to convene as a full commission. If everyone can place their nameplates back up. And we're moving to the reports action from subcommittees to the full commission. And we're going to start with the mathematics subject matter committee. So I'm going to hand it back over to Commissioner Chapman for this piece.
As chair of the Mathematics Subject Matter Committee, I move that the full commission recommend the 2021 Mathematics Framework Timeline to the State Board of Education.
Is there a second to the motion?
I second.
Thank you so much. Is there any discussion? Oh, sorry. Commissioner Chapman has moved and Commissioner Iniguez has seconded the motion. Is there any discussion on this matter? Are there any comments? Any public comments on this item? Okay, I call for a vote on the motion. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Then the motion passes.
As the chair of the Math Subject Matter Committee, I move that the full commission recommend the 2021 Mathematics Curriculum Framework and Evaluation Criteria Committee application to the State Board of Education.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner Chapman has moved and Commissioner Munoz has seconded the motion. Is there any discussion? Are there any comments from the public on this particular item? No? Okay. Then I'd like to call for a vote on this motion at this time. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, great. Then the motion passes.
As chair of the Health Subject Matter Committee, I move that the full commission recommend to the State Board of Education the set of evaluation criteria and standards maps to be used in the 2020 Health Instructional Materials adoption.
Is there a second to this motion?
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner Wu has moved and Commissioner Fairchild has seconded the motion. Is there any discussion? Are there any comments from the public on this item? Then I'd like to call for a vote on the motion at this time. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, then the motion passes. Okay. All right. Okay. We're going to need to, at this time, continue in our agenda, and we're going to now move to item 4.B.1, review second 60-day field review results and recommendation of final edits to the State Board of Education. We're glad to see again. Oh, and then as a reminder, we're going to begin the public comment at 11:30, promptly at 11:30 today. And so to that end, at this time, we're going to be reviewing the comments submitted during the second 60-day review period, which was held from November 1st, 2018 through January 11th, 2019. Even though the second 60-day review period ended in January, the CDE continued to receive public input beyond this deadline. And the CDE has included all public comments that were submitted as of March 5th, 2019 into the prepared attachments that we will discuss today. Public comment that were submitted to the CDE after March 5th are in all of your red action folders, or you can also access it on box.com and are available to the public upon request via the CDE box.com account. The CDE staff has flyers with this link if you would like it at this time. The California Department of Education received public comments which were submitted through emails, letters, and phone calls from over 2,100 individuals and organizations. Due to the large volume of public comments, the CDE created summary tables, which are attachments A and B. The CDE also created an index list that includes the names of each of the individuals who submitted comments and the date that their comment was submitted to the CDE. This index list is attachment C on the agenda. At this time, I'll ask for Lindsay Weiss, Education Programs Assistant, and lead staff members for the Health Education Framework to walk us through the individual attachments. Lindsay will also be able to answer any questions you may have regarding the format of the attachments.
Good morning. Let me pull this closer. I want to, before I go through the attachments, I want to also introduce who is here at the table and who has been a key part of the framework writing process. So we have our Administrator of Curriculum Frameworks, Constantino Silva, and we have two of our three writers here with us, Brittany Bray and Jamie Garrick from Weave. And Cliff Rudnick is supporting as well. Our third writer, unfortunately, could not be here today, and that is Sloan Burke. But we have notes from her regarding if you have questions. I'll move the microphone closer. Okay, is that better? A little closer? Okay. You have to really go for it, right? Okay, okay. Okay, so let's go through the public comment attachments. So attachment A is the 303-page document with the carpet staple. And it is a table that includes a summary of each of the actionable specific edits with a column of CDE's recommended actions that all of you will be voting on today. Those recommended actions were developed based on specific criteria. Our writers had a lot to say about those as well. Attachment B is the summary table of non-actionable public comments from the second 60-day review, meaning that this table includes a summary of comments that do not provide specific edits or recommendations for changing the health education framework. These comments do include individuals and organizations' concerns, support, and personal experiences as they relate to the content in the health framework. We do not need to take any action on any of these comments. However, please feel free to reference any of the comments included in this attachment throughout the discussion today. Attachment C is a list of the public comments that were submitted during the second 60-day review period. Each of the public comments that are listed in attachment C have been analyzed and grouped into either attachment A or attachment B, depending on the content. And each of the individual comments submitted to the CDE have been made available for public viewing and downloading by request. So for members of the public that would like to see the comments, we do have pieces of paper with the tiny URL and a QR code to access the box.com link at the front table in the lobby. And we also have our laptop set up in here to view those comments. And commissioners, you also have those that access as well. So can I answer any questions about the three attachments?
Is it my understanding that we are going to address the written comments at the same time we address the public comments today?
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Yes, we just wanted to take the time to orient you to all of the different attachments prior to hearing public comment.
Thank you so much, Lindsay, for walking us through the attachments. I'd also like to thank our framework writers, Sloan, Jamie, and Brittany, for sharing your content expertise with us and for your pre-work in reading each and every one of these comments. So thank you so much. So at this time, we're going to take a brief intermission. Let's all reconvene at 11:25. Does that work with the group? Excellent.
So commissioners, you can take this as your lunch break.
Just saying.
I'm just saying so that you know later on, I did give you a lunch break, okay?
Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. We're so glad to see that there's so much public interest in the health education framework and look forward to discussing the comments received during the second 60-day review period and hearing period comment today. If you're a member of the public and would like to give public comment, please be sure to sign up at the table in the lobby at this time. If you're already signed up, then we have you, and we will definitely be hearing you today. We understand that this is a topic people are very passionate about, and we appreciate this passion. We received over 2,000 written public comments. Some of those written comments have addressed only the California Healthy Youth Act or other issues distinct from what's on the IQC's agenda today. I would like to clarify the action we're taking today is not on the California Healthy Youth Act. Today we're taking action on any edits and revisions to the California Health Education Framework, which is a guidance document for teachers and administrators on how to help students meet the existing health education content standards. I know there are many people interested in providing us with public comment today. In order to ensure that there's time for speakers to be heard and to allow time for the IQC to discuss the public comment and to take action, we're asking people to cooperate and adhere to these practices. Members of the public may sign up to address the IQC during the time allotted for such public comment. Speakers will be allotted a prescribed maximum amount of time at the discretion of myself based on the number of speakers. We want to be sure that we hear everybody who's here and who would like to share with us today. Right now we have 110 speakers who have signed up. You're welcome to continue to sign up if you wish to speak, but at this time we have 110, and therefore we're going to allot 1 minute for each speaker so that we can hear everybody who's here to share. Speakers may not provide comment on behalf of another individual or a group who is not present. Speakers may not allocate their allotted time to another speaker. Speakers shall refrain from using profanity and shall conduct themselves in a respectful manner. Speakers will abide by their their time limit of 1 minute. We expect all members of the public to be respectful of all commenters and refrain from clapping, cheering, or making other loud expressions, as we want to make sure the IQC and audience are able to hear all commenters. So I'd like to, at this time, move to public comment on matters related to the 2019 Health Education Framework. Okay, members of the public who would like to provide public comment should sign up in the lobby, and CDE staff will call each person up to the microphone by number. So again, as a reminder, each person has 1 minute to provide their comment. And we'll be keeping track of the time, and we'll ask you to stop your comments at the end of your 1 minute. We ask that each speaker respect this process and adhere to their allotted time.
Can we have speakers 1 through 10 line up, please?
Please make sure you hand your number as you line up, or right before you go to speak, hand your number. Thank you. Step to the podium, provide us your name, and your 1 minute starts. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Jason Gaylor. I'm from the Palm Springs area. I came up today to address you, and I thank you for the opportunity. The parent-child relationship is sacred, and our children are the responsibility of their parents and not the state. I'm asking for you to listen to the voices of parents. I have seen the compilation of comments from parents, Planned Parenthood, and others on this framework. I've seen the recommendations on whether to accept or reject the comments, and nearly every parent comment has been marked as not recommended. I implore you to reject this framework. I will have no other choice but to pull my 4 children out of public school if this framework is approved and implemented. It is incompatible with science, reason, and my values, and I believe it's child abuse. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning. My name is Jared Wright from Southern California as well, the Palm Springs area. I stand here today to stand with other parents in opposition of the new unhealthy sexual framework. I stand because we as Californians are in an education crisis, but our leaders have failed us by continual mismanagement and misuse of trust. In a time where California education is in a terrible status and we've dumbed down to the level of Common Core and have already caused extreme confusion, you are now deploying and continue to seek confusion by sending out medically inaccurate material that is with topics too vulgar and images too pornographic, placed in the hands of non-medical professional teachers that are already asked to spend absurd amount of time out of the class on topics either political, religious, or otherwise, leaving our poor, defenseless children to suffer lower test scores, leaving them ill-equipped for collegiate competition. I ask you to stop thinking that you're the parent. Stop interrupting educational instruction time with topics that don't belong there. Please stop acting without the vote of the people. Stop thinking that you know better, and please start listening to parents.
Thank you so much for your comment.
Next, please.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you so much for your time today. And my name is Kristen Heiler. I'm a mother of 3 kids. I'm also a Kids Church Director of my church, Horizon Christian Fellowship in San Diego. And real quick, I would love to start these public comments with a word of prayer, if you don't mind. Heavenly Father, Lord, I thank you so much for each of these commissioners. Lord, you love each of them so dearly, God. And I thank you how you love all of us and that you gave your son, Jesus, for us, God. And Lord, I just pray that you would fill each of these commissioners with your words of wisdom, God. Would you show them and guide them as they try and put this framework together for the kids, 6.2 million kids in California, God, that they would put the kids first and know exactly how to lead them in their education, Lord, and that these kids would all grow in knowing how valuable and loved that they are. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hello, I've read through the entire framework. I would like to discuss the books that you have chosen. Please state your name. My name is Ariel. I have 2 children that are this age. You have recommended My Princess Boy, which talks about boys dressing like little girls on page 43. This goes against my Christian values. It should not be taught in school. It should be off the framework. You talk about the Great Big Book of Families on page 61. It discusses same-sex marriage, same-sex families. This should not be discussed in kindergarten. It should be removed from the framework. In grade 3 on page 114, you introduce a book called Changing You, A Guide to Body Changes and Sexuality. And you say that the kids should write reports on this. Changing You is a sexually graphic book that includes an erect penis inside a vagina and explains the act of sex. It also includes naked drawings of grown men and women private parts. This is not appropriate for 3rd graders who are 8 and 9 years old to learn this in school.
Thank you.
My name is Kelly, and I am a mom of 2 children. Can you hear me? I would like to talk to the point here pertaining to my oldest child. On page 53 of your framework, it says, as students approach adulthood, they may become involved with older romantic interest who may already be a legal adult. Referencing earlier discussions about healthy relationships can encourage students to analyze unequal power dynamics in an adult-minor relationship and relationships with large age differences. Why are you introducing the fact that a minor, ages 9 through 12, may be in a sexual relationship with an adult, and there is no language about this being illegal or that a minor should not be encouraged to be in such a relationship? This is somehow implying that it is normal for a minor to have an adult partner. Consequences need to be shown to our kids, not just these topics that are in the framework. Consequences need to be discussed. Kids need to be understanding the level of concern to protect their body.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is America Figueroa. I'm a mother of 5, an early childhood educator, and a concerned California mom. I'm here before you today asking you to reject the health education framework entirely. This framework that is supposed to serve as a guide for teachers is filled with malicious instructions on how to sexualize our children from such a tender age as 5 years old, and that if followed to the T, it will harm and confuse our children and put them at a higher risk for sexual exploitation, although it intends to do the opposite. As an immigrant from Mexico, where we are raised with strong family values, principles, and faith, I urge you to dispose of this document that attempts against our culture, traditions, family values, and faith. As a Spanish speaker, I resent the fact that this framework was only made available in English, so people from other cultures who are non-fluent wouldn't have access to its contents and wouldn't have a chance to review it and submit their public input like we did. My question is, are they less of a person than us? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Luis Ramirez. I represent my family, I represent my church and my city, my neighborhood, and I'm here because I'm a concerned parent. 11 years ago, I was freed of alcohol, and regardless of that, you know, I managed to teach my my 2 daughters that graduate university, and one is a nurse, one is a special ed educator. But my concern is that I have an 11-year-old boy. he's got those questions that it's even hard to answer. I don't know how you would answer those questions. You know, I was looking at this structure, and it shows me pornography. You have no idea what led me to my addiction of being a wife beater, being you know, mistreating my kids and not caring for them, but also, you know, aiding towards alcoholic. You know, my father beat me when I was little, and, you know, I started masturbating when I was only 11 years old. That freaked me out because it led me to pornography. My question is, please, don't ask teach my kids what's not right.
Thank you for your comment.
My name is Enrique Orellana. I'm a pastor, a father, a husband, and work in the Coachella community. I just want to tell you that we are here, all of us, because we love our family, we love our kids. I'm a pastor of an 80-year-old church, very involved in the community. We pray for the authorities, for the educational department. But let me tell you, Dr. Fernando Griffith, a scientist and a biochemistry, who is the president of the Diversity Committee in the United Nations. He's also a key leader in Paraguay. Let me tell you that he affirms that the gender ideology does not follow the scientific and biological reality. He called this ideology absurd. Let me tell you, the assumption that the kids, they are tabla rasa, you know, kind of like we could assign whatever sex we have, it is absurd. We call ourselves intelligent. We go to school. Let me tell you, President Putin, he said, don't mess with our kids.
Thank you for your comment.
Under 18 years old. Thank you.
My name is Tracy Christine Celio. I'm a retired California school teacher, and I respect the fact that you are here with your jobs to provide a background and a framework for us to do our jobs in the classroom. I'm also a mother and a grandmother and a great-grandmother. And as a retired teacher, I worked hard to educate kids, to teach them kindness, to teach them to learn to read, and then in high school to teach them about what is right and what is wrong, and to get to the education of reading and writing and arithmetic with all of the paperwork and the restrictions and the changes that are continually made is difficult in the classroom. And this framework does not back up families. It does not back up the median of society of California. It does for some fringe, but it is not the main.
Thank you so much for your comment.
Stop this.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mr. Miranda. I'm a former LA Unified school counselor, and I worked in the inner city, Los Angeles area in middle school years, my last 11 years. And I can attest to the fact that these kids need more help, and they do not need this type of framework. Some of my kids had difficulty when I asked them what time was it. When I asked them to look at the clock, they could not. They had to resort to their digital watch or their cell phone. They don't need this type of framework. They're not ready for this. They're not mature enough to handle this type of content. Please help them out. They need reading, writing, arithmetic. Just like the teacher said, right now, that's exactly what they need. They need love, and they need all the help they can get. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Mario Chaparro, vengo por el área
Good morning, my name is Mario Chaparro. I come from the area of
Coachella.
Coachella.
El punto mío es que
My point is that
tengo dos niñas, una
I
de
have two girls,
14 y una de 13.
a 14-year-old and a 13-year-old.
Y yo creo que la nueva enseñanza que van a dar a través de la ley AB 329 no es apropiada para
And I
niños,
think that
chicos.
the new teaching that is going to take place under AB 329 is not appropriate for children.
También otra de las cosas que tengo es que el marco de referencia
Another point I have is that the framework
está solo en inglés.
is only in English.
No está en español
It's
y
not in
creo que
Spanish.
es también una discriminación hacia nosotros,
And
los
I
que
think-
hablamos español.
And I think that's also a discrimination against those of us that speak Spanish.
Así que de favor les pido que por favor hagan algo por tratar de parar la enseñanza que les quieren dar a
So,
nuestros hijos.
as a favor, I ask you please to stop the teaching that that you want to give to our children.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi
Hello,
nombre
good
es Ana
afternoon.
Franco.
My name is Anna Franco.
Vengo del área de Indio, California.
I come from the area of Indio, California.
Yo tengo 4 niños,
I have 4 children,
ya 3 adultos
3
y
adults
una
already,
niña.
and 1 girl.
Yo no vengo por el lado religioso, vengo por el lado educacional.
And I
de
don't
doctor.
come from a religious standpoint. I come from an educational standpoint as
Y-
a doctor.
Hablé con diferentes doctores, tanto de área de este lado como de México.
And I spoke with several doctors, both from this area as well as from the area of Mexico,
En lo que les afectaría a los estudiantes, a los niños, a saber sobre este nuevo sistema.
about how the children would be affected by learning about this new system
Más las consecuencias
and the consequences
de enfermedades y actividades sexuales.
of illnesses and sexual activities.
Todos me dijeron que no es apropiado
They all told me that it's not appropriate
hasta que los niños tengan una edad donde ellos puedan entender
until the children are at an age where they can understand
todas las actividades que se pueden y cambios sexuales.
all of the activities that can and changes, sexual changes.
También hablé con mis hijos,
I
tengo
also
uno de
s-
24
I also spoke with my
22
children. I have a
y 18.
24-year-old, a 22-year-old, and an 18-year-old.
A pesar de sus edades,
Despite their ages,
sorprendieron tanto que su hermana esté en la escuela y vaya a aprender este tipo de sistema.
despite their ages, they were so surprised that their sister in school was going to be learning all of this type of educational system.
Entonces pienso que es mejor enfocarse en educación matemática que en sexualidad.
So then I think it's better to focus on education, mathematics, rather than sexuality.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Good morning. My name is George Roska. I'm a parent of 4 children. 2 of them already in the public school system. And I'm also a pastor. I'm very concerned at how you introduced the subject today about don't confuse AB 329 with the framework. We understand as parents, concerned parents and informed parents, how this all works and what CHIA triggers you to update in the framework. I'm very disturbed by the fact that the framework in middle school defines spiritual abuse as using gender, religion to justify rigid gender roles. Since when has the state of California become the Church of California? I don't know if you guys have read that in there. The other thing that I'm very confused about is why is the ACLU, Planned Parenthood, GLES, and Human Rights Campaign all plastered all over these chapters when they are such hateful, bigoted organizations? This is a very biased framework. I urge you to reject it.
Thank you for your comment.
My name is Stephanie Yates. I'm a mom in Orange County, California. Chapter 6 of your framework says for the school to partner with the community, the ACLU, to evaluate laws regarding sex with minors. The ACLU represents NAMBLA. We just sat in a meeting with them a couple of hours ago, and I said, you represent NAMBLA, North American Man-Boy Love Association. And she went, mm-hmm. And you have them written into our curriculum to get involved with our children. Why is that? They are not fit to make any decisions or to have any interaction with our children when they represent a pedophile group. You're teaching our children how to give and receive consent. It's illegal for children to consent under the age of 18. Why are you doing that? Is it so you can lower or remove the consent laws so that pedophiles can have sex with our children? In the law, AB 329, it actually says negotiation skills, that's child sex. I reject the California Health Framework.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Gina Yi. I'm from Orange County, Southern California. My kids are in Anaheim district. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak on behalf of Korean community. I believe the California Department of Education should value all parents, not just parents who are fluent in English. As the Department of Education for the state, you say you value minorities and stand for equity. In fact, you devoted an entire chapter in the health framework to this value. Chapter 7 of the health framework draft says, California students represent diverse ethnic and religious backgrounds. Schools and districts must ensure educational access and equity for students who are English learners. You said this, but you would not provide the framework in other languages during the community input process. All minorities should have their own language framework so they can give input regarding the children and see how harmful the framework is for children. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Mi nombre es Norma Pozuelos.
My name is Norma Pozuelos,
Y yo soy una mamá osa.
and I am a mother bear.
Estoy tan triste
I am so sad
que esta ley
that this law
quiere cambiar
wants to change
nuestros principios morales.
our moral principles.
Soy madre de 4 hijas,
I am the mother of 4 daughters.
3 graduadas
3 have
y
graduated,
estoy preocupada
and I'm worried
por mi niña de 14 años.
for my 14-year-old daughter.
Y soy afortunada de tener un nieto,
And I am fortunate to have a grandson,
4 años.
4 years old.
Yo me pregunto
I ask myself,
y les pregunto a ustedes,
and I ask you,
¿qué es lo correcto
what is correct
que le enseñemos
for us to teach them
esta ley errónea?
this wrong law?
Les repito,
I repeat,
soy una mamá osa
I am a mother bear,
y aquí estoy enfrente,
and I am here in
que
front
ustedes tengan una consideración,
for you to consider
que no robemos,
that,
que no robemos
that we not steal
nuestra inocencia a nuestros niños.
the innocence of our children.
Aquí estoy para defenderlos.
I am here to defend
Y
them,
gracias.
and thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Mo, and I have 2 kids in Los Angeles Unified School District. I have heard about AB 329 last year and have studied about this legislation information. I understand the education changes as our society changes, but the more I studied about the framework of 2019 and 2020, I realized it's overreaching, not appropriate for their age, and not medically accurate either. I really want to ask, have you ever reviewed recommended books by CHYA? And have you ever seen the graphic instruction of vagina, anal, and oral sex? Have you ever thought this might be a political confrontation? As U.S. citizen, a taxpayer, and a parent of 2 kids, I need more time to discuss about this and strongly review current curriculum.
Thank you.
Can we please have the next set of speakers line up in the middle?
Hello. This measure, AB 329, is an outrage to most parents of our education system. This tactic of imposing a small minority group's perverted lifestyle onto the majority of the students and their families is a travesty. Not only it is unconstitutional, but infringes on our moral rights as a citizen of this country. Homosexuality is not a right, but a lifestyle of a perversion. We parents are challenging the lawmakers of this state to reflect on your conscience and moral standard into what you are doing here. We urge that you do not be persuaded and deceived by the small group people who push their interests without ounce of a considering.
Thank you so much.
Hi, Marielle Bowman, Director of Pray California. Father God, we thank you for every legislator that you have allowed to be placed in position. And oh God, each one you created, you breathed life into. Lord, you love the children and you call us as the adults to protect our children, Lord. So we say no, no, please no to the sexual indoctrination, Lord, the perversity, God. And we ask that you would please protect our children and our grandchildren and future generations in Jesus' name.
Thank you.
My name is Courtney. I'm a Placer County resident. I'm asking that the commission value all parents, including those of us who don't want our children sexualized at a very young and formative age. I'm asking that you consider the value of the innocence of our children. I'm asking to reject the framework. I'm asking you to remove recommended texts that teach our children about scientifically inaccurate information about gender that also include graphic photos and descriptions of sexual behavior. I'm asking for you to remove from our children's hands books that I can't show to friends. I can't show on television. Wouldn't be allowed to be seen on television. Words that are disgusting and embarrassing in public as an adult, and these are being pushed on our young children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Catherine O'Neill Duran from the Committee of Safety of Sacramento County. The Common Core is now responsible for test scores at a demonstrable failure rate of between 55 and 100%. We are graduating kids out of California high schools unable to spell, punctuate, read, cursive, or make change, nor do they have the civics or history education sufficient for responsible knowledge-based civic engagement. But we are going to teach them and test them on medically and scientifically inaccurate sexuality instruction and prep them for sexuality consumerism, including abortion on demand, unlimited abortion on demand. Like religious doctrine, medically inaccurate sexuality ideology has no place in public education. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tim Thompson. I'm a pastor at a church in Southern California. And you've heard a lot so far, and I'm sure you're going to hear more from parents who believe in the Word of God. And it says a lot about homosexuality as a sin. And so they're doing this because of their care for the children. And they do it because they believe the Word of God. Now, let me tell you this. We believe all of the Word of God. And because of that, not only do we love the children, but we love you. And I think it's important for us to share that love with you, that you know that we want your best interest as well. And so know this, that not only does it say homosexuality is a sin, but it also says that anyone who would cause one of these little ones to stumble, it would be better for them that a millstone be tied around their neck and they be flung into the sea. That would be better. We don't want anything like that for you. And so what we're asking for is that you would reject this framework in its entirety. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Lisa Disbrow. I am a public school teacher of almost 40 years. I'm a proud Californian. I am dedicated to educating our students. I grieve daily for the many students who are not learning to read and write, to understand our basic history, who cannot communicate well, who have serious problems in math, whether they're in urban or middle class and upper schools. We have so many problems here in education. I am fighting to work with parents. As a kindergarten teacher, I cannot say these things to children who will be disturbed. I do not want to be used as a weapon to further an agenda that I question, that I am convicted is harmful emotionally, psychologically, physically.
Thank you.
I support AB 673.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Hello, my name is Alexis Fernando Gomez. I'm a Sacramento State student who is graduating on May 18th, and I'm also working for the Department of Public Health here in California. I'm also working for the California Association of School Health Educators, also known as CASHE, and I'm also a voiceover reporter. I know hearing from many of the public that they're against with everything, just due to respect, I respect your decision or your views. Please respect my for just a sec. Anyways, I've been here with them looking at the frameworks and seeing the edits and the adjustments, and CASHE's really happy to hear with seeing the everything with final editing. Pretty much what we just want to say is that when it comes to sex education, Emilia is focused with low income and communities of color, and we're just hoping to, and we're just excited to see where this will lead on to. Thank you very much, and please don't at me.
Thank you.
Greetings, I'm from Santa Ana, and my district is 98% Hispanic and highly immigrant district. Our district declared itself a sanctuary district so our immigrant families could feel more safe. We are now asking that our district and many districts like ours throughout the state of California become sanctuary district against AB 329 and the state framework. This law and framework does not make us feel safe. It is taking away our rights as parents, indoctrinating our children, and placing them in harm's way of HIV because of medically inaccurate information. Minorities throughout the state feel betrayed by the California Department of Education. We are losing trust in the leadership. We need new leadership who respects and listens to our values. The CDE has lied to parents. You have told us that only FDA-approved methods would be taught to our children about HIV prevention. Yet you are teaching anal sex to our children as safe and low risk with use of a condom when condoms are not FDA approved for anal sex.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Why does the California Department of Education break their own rules? Why do they pretend to care about minorities and equity when actually they only care about promoting a social agenda? Your language policy states that the CDE is responsible for ensuring all persons, including limited English proficient, are provided equal access to information. Why was the framework an exception? The contents in this framework will exchange culture as we now know it. It says that genders and sexual orientations are unlimited and ever expanding. Due to the CDE purposefully excluding non-English speakers from this framework community input process, the CDE should make right this wrong. Please go back and allow non-English parents to participate in this process. Please value our voice. We are being treated like second-class citizens. We do not want these things taught to our children. It is assault to our culture. It is assault to our rights. It assaults our dignity. Do not use our position and power to marginalize
Thank you for your
minorities.
comment.
Thank you.
Okay, I need speakers 41.
Good afternoon, everyone. I really appreciate that you guys, first and foremost, are here to hear the voice of concerned parents, and I really appreciate your time. So I believe that we all are here, or parents, I believe so, right? Or uncle or aunt. So I feel like the framework is forcing and indoctrinating our children and taking away our parental rights. And as parents, we want that right. to teach, because every family is different. And when we have that choice to teach our children the way that we think is best for our family, I think that's the way it should be. Now, this framework is sexualizing our children, and you guys all know, regarding education, we are in the 49th place. And I mean, we need to teach our children to educate them to compete with the world. I mean, those are our future doctors, dentists, lawyers, president one day. And if we can't teach them, educate them, we'll lose.
Thank you.
Now, I want to say something
Thank you
quick.
for your comment.
I know that
Thank you
it
so
will
much.
rest on your
Thank you for your
shoulder,
comment.
and I hope that you choose the
We're-
right choice,
Time.
not
Thank you.
to
Time.
force an agenda.
Time, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Time. Hello, my name is Mindy, and I'm speaking on behalf of a very big Korean community down in Orange County. And there have been incidents where in junior high, the Planned Parenthood guest speaker comes in and teaches the children, the 7th graders, they're only 12 years old, about dental dams, how to perform oral sex, and show them how to do it. They say, kiss down there, and that's how you feel pleasure. And that really is not cool. I know this framework is for TK to 6th grade, and this is indoctrinating our children. And I know that all the other speakers out here, they're saying the same thing, but this really opened our eyes, and the community and all the communities down there, they are they're gonna keep a very keen eye on every single person that are on our education boards and our districts or schools, and we'll be voting for those who will react to our voices. And right now, because there's a lot of distrust in our Board of Education, in our school district superintendents.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Mi nombre es Araceli Tobar Justiniani.
My name is Araceli Tobar Justiniani.
Estoy aquí hoy
I
para
am-
declarar
I am here today to state
que las minorías fuimos discriminados
that we minorities were discriminated against
por el Departamento de Educación de California,
by the Department of Education of California
porque nos excluyeron
because they excluded us
de la participación del proceso
from participating in the process,
comunitario de opinión
a community opinion
del marco de referencia.
of the framework.
Esto es absolutamente racismo.
This is completely racism.
No es posible
It is not possible
que la muerte
for death,
de Martin Luther King
for the death of Martin Luther King,
por los derechos civiles
for civil rights
de las minorías
of minorities
no sean respetadas
not be respected
hoy en este día
today
por
in
el
this day
Departamento de Educación.
by the Department of Education.
Rechazamos
We reject
rotundamente
completely
este marco de salud.
this health framework.
El Estado no tiene el derecho
The state does not have the right
de confundir
to confuse
a nuestros hijos
our children,
adoctrinándolos,
indoctrinating them,
que pueden tener
that they can have
all genders.
all genders.
A nuestros hijos,
Our children,
Dios les dio una identidad
to our children, God gave them an identity
de género.
of their gender.
El Estado no tiene el derecho
The state does not have the right
de endoctrinarlos
to indoctrinate them
y abusar
and abuse
de esta manera.
in this way.
Estamos en contra.
We are against it.
AB 329.
We are against AB 329.
Ustedes no son los dueños de nuestros hijos.
You are not the owners of our children.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Mi nombre es Emi
Or-
Rincón,
so-
vengo del distrito de
sorry.
Garden Grove.
My name is Emmy Rincon. I come from the district of Garden Grove.
Exijo como padre
I demand as a parent
saber de dónde viene esta corriente de ideología de género.
knowing where this current ideology of gender is coming from
Y que fue aceptada a la escuela de mis hijos
and that was accepted at my children's school
para distorsionarles la mente,
to distort their minds,
Yo como padre soy la responsable de transmitirle estos valores a mis hijos.
I, as a parent, am the one responsible for transmitting these values to my children.
Son valores morales y eternos.
They are moral and eternal values.
Y también como mis hijos hay otros niños que no tienen voz,
And also, like my children, there are other children who do not have a voice,
que son afectados.
who are affected.
Si le muestras a un niño un video
If you show a child a
de los
video
superhéroes,
of superheroes,
ellos se sienten superhéroes.
they feel superheroes.
Entonces, si tú les estás mostrando esta ideología de género,
So-
los arrastrarán.
So then if you are showing them this ideology about gender, they will be dragged into it.
Y recalco, como padre
and
nos
I-
pertenece ese derecho.
And I emphasize again that as a parent, that right belongs to us.
Espero mi voz sea escuchada.
I hope that my voice will be heard.
Dios me pedirá cuentas.
God will ask me to account for it.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. We're asking that all members of the public abide by their time limit of 1 minute and be respectful of all commenters and refrain from clapping, cheering, and making other loud expressions because we want to make sure that the IQC and audience are able to hear all commenters today.
Hello, my name is Patricia Ballesteros. I'm a mom, a grandmother, and a daughter in the community. This framework excludes and depicts negatively students who have different views about gender and sexual orientation, and that alone violates the law, Education Code 51501, which I hope you all know. This framework portrays religious beliefs of binary genders, biological male and female, as inferior. The framework indirectly ridicules this belief by implying it to be exclusive and discriminatory. How can our children remain secure in their religious beliefs when opposing ideologies are being taught as fact and given superior connotation such as inclusive? Content in this framework is going to create a bias and a prejudice against religious beliefs that teach marriage is between a man and a woman. Students who believe this according to teachings of the Quran, Book of Mormon, Bible, and other sacred books should not be labeled as homophobic or hateful names. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Peggy McDaniel. I have nieces and nephews in the public schools, and after reviewing AB 329, I want to be on record in opposition to this sex ed curriculum. I believe it is harmful and perverse to our children. I appeal to you to reverse it and adopt SB 673. Please reject the framework. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon to everyone.
Vengo aquí desde San Juan Capistrano representando al Distrito Escolar Capistrano Unified.
I come here from San Juan Capistrano, representing the San Juan Capistrano Unified School District,
Especialmente a mi comunidad hispana que
Especially-
no habla bien el inglés,
especially my Hispanic community that does not speak English well,
la cual el Departamento de Educación de California
The-
ha discriminado.
against whom the California Department of Education has discriminated.
Nuestros padres hispanos no tuvieron nunca la oportunidad de dar su opinión acerca de la ley que ustedes
Our
escribieron.
Hispanic parents never had the opportunity to give their opinion about the law that you wrote.
Y aprobaron para enseñar a niños y niñas como yo
And
ideas que van en contra de
They
nuestras creencias y
approved
valores.
teaching boys and girls like me beliefs that go against our values.
Yo siento que deberían, en vez de que los maestros enseñen estas tonterías,
I feel that
deberían
instead of
enseñar
teachers teaching these silly things, that they should teach
cosas que nos van a ayudar en el futuro.
things that are going to help us in the future.
Les quiero decir,
I want to say to you,
¿quiénes son ustedes para enseñarnos
who are you
acerca
to
de
teach us about this?
¿Quiénes son ustedes
Who
para
are you
confundirnos?
to confuse us?
Para decirnos que nuestros padres
To tell
nos
us-
están enseñando es incorrecto.
To tell, the interpreter is going to request repetition.
Okay. para decirnos que
To tell
lo que
us.
nuestros padres nos están enseñando
that what our parents are teaching us
es incorrecto.
is incorrect.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Soy Ofelia, una madre de 13 hijos y 8 nietos.
I am Ophelia, the mother of 13 children and 8 grandchildren.
Y orgullosamente
And proudly,
de tenerlos.
I'm proud of having them.
Es mi obligación y ha sido siempre mi responsabilidad
It's my obligation and it's always been my responsibility
enseñar a mis hijos lo que es mejor.
to teach my kids what is better.
Siempre he luchado porque no vean películas pornográficas,
I have always fought for them not to watch pornographic movies,
que respeten a los demás,
to respect others,
que hagan siempre el bien.
to always do good.
Entonces no estoy a favor de esta ley
So then I'm not in favor of this law
porque hace todo lo contrario de lo que yo quiero para mis hijos.
because it does everything contrary to what I want for my children.
Por el gran amor que les tengo a mis hijos,
Because of the great love that I have for my children,
pido a ustedes que vean qué es lo mejor para esta sociedad, no
I
solo para mis hijos.
ask you to consider what is better for this whole society, not just for my children.
Yo no permito que mis hijos sean como títeres
I don't permit my children to be like puppets,
tratados por quienes quieren enseñar esto.
treated by whoever wants to teach this.
Por eso estoy muy en contra de esta ley que en lugar de ayudarlos los afecta
That's why I'm very much against this law that instead of helping them, affects them
espiritualmente,
spiritually,
mentalmente y
mentally,
físicamente.
and physically.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon to everyone.
Vengo de Orange County.
I come from Orange
Mi
County.
nombre es Libby Liopo.
My name is Libby
Estoy
Liopo.
casada por 29 años.
I have been married for 29
Tengo
years.
7 hijos.
I have 7 children.
Estoy aquí
I am here
para dejarles saber
to let you know
que no estoy de acuerdo
that I'm not in agreement
con esta ley.
with this law.
Ustedes nos han discriminado
You have discriminated
por
against
no
us
permitirnos
by not allowing us
dar nuestra opinión
to give our opinion
sobre esta ley.
about this law.
Ustedes están quitando
You are taking away
nuestros derechos
our rights
de padres.
as parents.
Ustedes quieren indoctrinar
You want to indoctrinate
a mis hijos
my children
con ideologías
with ideologies
de género
about gender
que son contra mis principios.
that are against my principles
Y valores.
and values.
Estoy molesta
I am bothered by
y enojada.
and angry.
Si no para esta ley,
If this law does not stop,
voy a sacar mis hijos de las escuelas públicas.
I'm going to take my children out of the public schools.
Voy a defender a mis hijos.
I'm going to defend my children.
Basta.
Enough.
Estamos contra la 329.
We are against 329.
Por favor, considérenos.
Please consider us.
Gracias.
Thank
Tengo
you.
buena tarde.
Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Alma Nieto.
Good afternoon. I am Alma Nieto.
Tengo 8 hijos.
I have 8 children.
Actualmente 6 en la escuela elemental.
Currently-
En el distrito escolar.
Currently 6 in elementary. Currently 6 in the school district.
Soy una mamá preocupada y consternada por mis hijos.
I am a mom who is worried and a mother who is worried and concerned about my children.
La ley AB 329 implica
The AB 329 law implies
para mí una bomba de destrucción psicológica
for me a psychological destruction bomb
para mis hijos
for my
y
children
para toda nuestra sociedad.
and for all of our society.
Hijos destruidos,
Destroyed children,
familias destruidas.
families destroyed.
Familias destruidas,
Families destroyed,
nación que caerá.
a nation who falls.
Ustedes tienen un cargo importantísimo
You have a very important
y
charge,
por eso venimos,
and that's why we're here.
porque sabemos que si ustedes
Because
entienden esta dimensión,
we know that if you understand this dimension,
entonces pueden hacer un cambio.
then you can make a change.
La CDC reporta que
The CDC reports what?
Aquellos que se reportan homosexuales, bisexuales o
Those
transexuales
who report themselves as bisexual, homosexual, and
tienen
transsexual
mayor riesgo a obtener infecciones sexuales,
have a greater risk of getting sexual
ser
infections,
violados
of being violated and raped,
y envolverse en comportamientos más riesgosos para su vida.
and getting involved with riskier behaviors in their lives.
Esto es lo que traerá la AB 329 si se implementa en nuestros distritos.
That's what AB 329 will bring if it is implemented in our districts.
Les ruego, por favor,
I beg you, please,
aprueben
approve
la SB 673.
AB 673.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Mi nombre es Minerva Alvarado.
My name is Minerva Alvarado.
Yo estoy muy molesta y muy triste
I am very bothered and very sad
porque ustedes
because
no nos hacen caso.
you don't pay attention to us.
Okay. No es la primera vez que estamos aquí parados. Hemos ido a todos los
This is
distritos
not the first time that we have been standing here.
y
We've
no nos
gone
están haciendo caso.
to
No
all the
queremos esta
districts,
ley.
and they are not
Ustedes
paying
también
attention
tienen
to us.
hijos,
We
tienen
don't
nietos.
want this law. You also have children. You also
¿saben
have
qué?
grandchildren. And you know what?
Dios me va a pedir cuentas como madre.
God
Tengo
is
una hija
going
de
to ask
15
me to
años.
account for this as a mother. I have a mother
Pero a
of 15
ustedes
years
también les
old.
va a pedir cuentas.
But God is also going to ask you to
Porque si
account
ustedes
for it.
están ahí,
Because if you are
es
there,
gracias a que nosotros nos quitan de nuestros
it's
taxes para
because
pagarles a
they
ustedes.
take away from our taxes to pay for you.
Nosotros confiamos en
We
ustedes.
trust you.
No queremos esta ley.
We depend on you. We don't want this law.
¿Comprenden?
Do you
No
understand?
queremos esta ley.
We don't want this law.
No estamos en contra de los homosexuales.
We are not against
Ellos son
homosexuals.
adultos
They are adults
y pueden decidir vivir como
and can
quieran.
decide to live however
Pero
they
con
want.
mis hijos que no
But
se metan.
Don't get involved with my children.
Estamos orando mucho por ellos también.
We are
Porque
praying
sabemos
a
que están
lot for them
engañados.
as well because we know that they are deceived.
Dios solo hizo dos géneros.
God only made two genders,
Femenino, masculino.
feminine, masculine.
Punto.
That's it.
Si están ellos confundidos,
If they are confused,
sorry.
I'm sorry.
pido por ellos.
I pray for them,
De verdad.
truly.
Pero por favor,
But please,
ayuden a nuestros hijos.
help our children.
Por favor, se los
Please.
pido en nombre de Dios.
I ask you in the
¿Saben
name
por
of
qué?
God. You know why?
Porque de Dios nadie se burla.
Because nobody makes fun
Gracias.
of God. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Vengo de Misión Viejo, California.
I come from Mission Viejo, California.
Estoy aquí para decirles que el contenido de este marco de
I'm
salud,
here.
el contenido de este marco de salud
I am here to talk to you about the framework, this health framework,
va en contra de mis valores culturales
that
y
it is
religiosos.
against my religious and cultural values.
El marco de salud dedicó un capítulo completo
The health framework dedicated an entire chapter
para los inglés no hablantes.
for people that don't speak English.
Sin embargo, el Departamento de Educación de California
However, the California Department of Education
excluyó a los hispanos
excluded Hispanics
para que no participaran en la creación de
for
esta ley.
them not to participate in the creation of this law.
Esto es hipocresía y racismo.
This is hypocrisy and racism.
Los padres que no hablamos inglés
Those parents of us that don't speak
nos
English,
preocupamos también por nuestros
we
hijos.
also worry about our children.
Merecemos ser escuchados y tenemos
We
voz.
deserve to be heard and we have a voice.
¿Qué están tratando de esconder?
What are you trying to hide?
Se supone que la escuela pública
Supposedly public school
ayuda a todos los estratos socioeconómicos.
is supposed to help all socioeconomic levels.
Pero si esto continúa,
But if this continues,
las minorías estamos arrinconadas,
we minorities are put aside in the corner,
oprimidas,
oppressed,
indoctrinadas,
indoctrinated,
porque no contamos con los fondos
because we don't have the funds
para llevar nuestros niños
to take our children
a las escuelas privadas.
to private schools.
Nuestros derechos como padres
Our rights as parents
han sido usurpados.
have been usurped.
Ustedes, el Estado,
You, the state,
no tienen el derecho
don't have the right
de confundir a nuestros
to
hijos
confuse our children
acerca del género
about gender,
que les fue dado por Dios
the gender that God gave them
al nacer.
upon being born.
El Estado no tiene el
The
derecho
state does not have the right
de enseñar a nuestros
to
hijos
teach our children
que tener múltiples parejas
that
sexuales
to have multiple sexual
o
partners
románticas
or
es
romantic
incluyente.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment.
is inclusive.
Thank you
Muchas
so much
gracias.
for
Thank you
your
very much.
comment. We're gonna, I'd like to remind all commenters to refrain from clapping, cheering, or making other loud expressions. And this is because we want to make sure that we give you, the speakers, the time to give comment, and we want to be able to hear all the commenters when they speak.
Good morning. My name is Eva. I'm a freshman in Yorba Linda High School. I'm here to let you know that I'm totally against this framework you are trying to impose on all of us students and children. This teaching make me feel unsafe and threatened too. You are lying to us about sexual transmitted diseases. You are lying to us about safety. You are lying to us that we can choose to have as many genders, but God gave me one gender. I'm a girl, and my dignity and identity is not for sale. Please stop bullying us. Thank you for listening to me. I'm a voice for my generation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Denise Persha, and I have 3 students in Mount Diablo Unified School District. Age appropriate is defined in the Healthy Youth Act as well as other education code, and it is defined by various cognitive, social, and emotional developmental aspects of the age or age group of the students. So your 7th and 8th grade frameworks say the following: that 7th and 8th graders are non-monogamous. Do you know that you also state that less than 3% of students who are age 13 or younger have had sex? Well, guess why they've had sex at age 13 or younger? Because some adult harmed them, molested them, sex trafficked them, or abused them or raped them. That's what happened to them. I want you guys to really think about what you're teaching children and what is the end goal
for your comment.
of your
Thank you.
frameworks. Reject the frameworks. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Beth. The California Penal Code 261.5 states that sexual intercourse between minors is illegal and subject to the charges of misdemeanor, felony, and/or imprisonment. Why is the IQC and SBE developing and improving curriculum and a framework that shows minors how to break the law? The framework does not discuss all of the many facets, of emotional and physical side effects of the sexual behavior it teaches. There are no healthy values or responsible perspectives shared that forthrightly provides age-appropriate and medically accurate coverage, as the law states. Outer course is a precursor to intercourse. Everybody knows that getting to third base vastly increases the chances of scoring a home run. In fact, it could be argued that teaching non-coital sex techniques as a way of reducing the risks of coitus comes close to educational malpractice. Will and Ariel Durant, history authors, said a youth boiling with hormones will wonder why he should not give full freedom to his sexual desires, and if he is unchecked by customs, morals, or laws, he may ruin his life before he matures sufficiently to understand
Thank you
that
so
sex
much
is
for
a
your
river of
comment.
fire that
Thank
must
you.
be banked, cooled by
Time.
100 restraints.
Thank you.
If it is
Thank
not
you
the
for your
consuming
comment.
chaos,
It's
both the
time.
individual and the
Thank
group.
you.
I don't envy your position. Hi, my name is David Alabrand. I have 3 kids in the public school. I have a PhD in clinical psychology, and I've been doing gay affirmative and gay corrective therapy for over 25 years. I've had a lot of success with it. I urge you to reject the California Health Ed framework. It's medically inaccurate and extremely harmful to children. Michelle Cretella, the president of the American College of Pediatricians, is wholeheartedly against the sex ed and social emotional learning paradigm. She states, as one of the top experts in the field, institutions that promote gender transition affirmations are engaging in nothing less than institutional child abuse that can inflict untold psychological damage on children, and I get to deal with that in my office. She goes on to say that all the children should be told the truth, that sex and gender does not ever change and cannot be changed. All children should be affirmed as unique boys and girls that their bodies proclaim them to be. Dr. Paul McHugh, Distinguished Chief of Psychiatry at Johns Hopkins School of Medicine, states, Transgender is a psychosocial problem and not a biological problem. It is
Thank
mental
you.
illness and needs to be
Thank you
treated
for your
as such.
comment. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nancy Sandoval. I am a mother of 7, and included is one adopted foster child. I also have 15 grandchildren, and 6 of those are in public school. I want to continue on from what David was saying. Jamie Sharp, who is the first legal non-binary transgender person in the country, says, I had convinced myself that I was a woman, but it was nothing but a sham. I was suffering from a mental health crisis. Somebody needed to confront me and help me, and not to push me into trans because of their radical political agenda. A leading lesbian activist, Camille Paglia, asserts homosexuality and transgender is not normal. Our sexual bodies were designed for procreation. No one is born gay or transgender.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Linda Pillsbury. I come from Dana Point. I'm a mother, I'm nervous, of 2 children, and I have 7 grandchildren. Following along with Nancy, I just wanted to say briefly, we urge you to reject the Health Ed Framework, California Healthy Youth Act, and replace it with a program that is medically and scientifically accurate and correct, and which is affirmed by parents. If not, we will remove our children from public schools and vote you out of office and replace you with someone who will responsibly represent us and introduce medically and scientifically accurate curriculum, and not those that are politically driven. Sex education that goes beyond biology is value indoctrination and is wrong. It is our job as parents to determine what the values should be, and not the state, Board of Education, or anyone else, but us as parents. We need you to support and pass AB 673.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
My name is Diane Caldera. I'm a mother and a taxpayer. Chapter 6 of the Health Education Framework teaches minors to consent to high risk for AIDS acts for which there is no so-called protection because it's not approved by the Food and Drug Administration. Minors cannot legally consent and won't remember that HIV/AIDS is a debilitating, expensive, isolating, incurable, and lethal STD. This framework promotes an epidemic of AIDS. Please approve SB 673. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre
Good
es
afternoon, my name is
Teresa Vera.
Teresa Vera.
Soy madre de 4
I am a
hijos,
mother of 4
desde
children,
high school hasta kindergarten.
from kindergarten to high
Y
school.
yo no vengo a
And
pedirles
I'm not
ningún
coming
favor
to
este
come to
día.
ask you for
Yo
a
vengo
favor
a
today.
exigir
I'm coming to
que se
demand
respeten
you to respect
mis derechos
my
de
rights
padre.
of a parent.
¿Quién aprobó esta
Who
ley?
approved this law?
A mí
this
nunca
law?
me la pasaron, y yo
Nobody asked
soy
me for it.
ciudadana
I am a
de
citizen
este país.
of this country.
Es un beautiful, es un hermoso país.
This is a beautiful country.
Yo creo en
And
California
I believe
y
in
creo en su
California,
gente.
but I believe in
Yo
these
creo
people.
en la educación
I
de
believe
este
in the
estado.
education of this state.
Pero ¿por qué se están
But
aboliendo
why
todos los
is
derechos que
aboling
yo tengo?
all these laws that
Es
I
cuestión de
have, all these
dinero.
rights
Yo
that I
también
have?
pago
It's
dinero.
a question of money. I still pay
Es
for
cuestión
it.
de poder.
It's a question
Yo
of
también
power.
tengo poder.
I still have power.
Exijo que se
I
respeten mis
demand
derechos de madre,
that my rights are
mis derechos también civiles.
Perdón. Entonces, I'm going to ask for a repetition, por favor.
Mis derechos de madre,
I'm asking you to
Y mis
respect my
derechos civiles,
rights as a mother and my civil rights.
porque todo se ha hecho,
Because
esta ley se han escrito en
This law
inglés
has been written in
y en
English
ningún otro idioma,
and not in
especialmente
any
en
other
español.
language, especially in Spanish.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mi nombre es Esmelda Delgado.
My name is Ismael Delgado.
Vengo de la escuela Garden Grove.
I'm coming from the school Garden Grove.
Soy madre de 11
I'm a
hijos.
mother of 11 children.
Y yo fui con la
And I
directora
went with the principal
de una escuela y
of
yo le
a
pedí
school,
que
and
me
I asked
explicara
her
acerca
to
de esta
explain to
ley.
me about this law.
Y ella me dijo que
And
ella
she
no
told
sabía
me,
nada.
I don't know anything about
Me
it.
puse a informar y después
Perdón, ¿qué dijo usted? ¿Se quiso?
me informé.
I'm informed
informé.
myself.
Regresé con ella y le dije,
I
¿cómo
went
es
back to her
posible
and
que
I said,
yo,
how is this
que soy
possible
una
that I
ignorante
am an
frente al
ignorant
idioma,
in front of the,
tenga más
well,
información que
besides
tú,
the
que tú
language,
eres
I
la
have more
educadora
information, you are the educator
responsable de mis hijos?
responsible of my children.
Entonces, ante esta ley, yo pienso
Before
que yo
this
como
law,
madre
I
tengo
believe
el
as a
derecho
mother,
de
I have the
educar a
right
mis
to
hijos
educate
con
my
mis
children with my
creencias.
beliefs.
Y ante esta
And before the
situación, esta ley
situation of this law
me está afectando
that
como
is
madre,
affecting
entonces no me queda
me as a
otra
mother,
que
I
sacar a
don't
mis
have any
7
other
hijos
option that
que
take
están
my
en la
children
escuela
out of the
desde
school
kinder
from
hasta,
kindergarten to
12
12th
y
grade.
mis 5 hijos
And my
mayores
5
me apoyan
children,
en
the
esto.
older of my 5 children, support me.
Y para hacer escuela en casa.
And just to school, homeschool, to be
Gracias.
homeschooled. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Soy abuela de 2 niñas
I'm a
gemelas
grandmother of 2 twins, 2 little twins that are girls.
y estoy muy preocupada
I am very
que este
worried
nuevo
that
currículo
this
de
new
salud
curriculum of health
para niños de
health
grados
curriculum
kinder a 12
from the grade or from
que
kindergarten
cumple
to
la
12,
ley AB
that the law is
329
talking about, the AB
está al contrario
329,
de las
it is
creencias,
against of all
culturas y de las
beliefs,
familias
the
y
cultures,
estudiantes.
and the students.
El Código de Educación 51501 dice que debe evitarse la instrucción a los estudiantes
Permítame un momento. So the education code, the 5150, it says that
dice que debe evitarse la instrucción a los estudiantes que cualquier
it should
opinión
be avoided, all the
religiosa
instruction,
específica sobre la homosexualidad
any education that
o
has
género
to be religious
es incorrecto o correcto.
and about the homosexuality, about gender is correct or incorrect.
Sin embargo,
However,
enseñar un punto de vista
teach
como un
those
hecho
points of view as a fact
sobre la identidad de
about
género
the identity of gender
como orientación sexual
as
no
sexual
binaria
orientation, no binary,
implica automáticamente que otras opiniones
it
son
is
incorrectas.
that other opinions are incorrect.
Las enseñanzas de estos planes son
The teaching
ofensivas
of these plans are offensive
para los cristianos,
for the Christians,
los católicos y los
Catholics,
musulmanes
and the Muslims,
y cualquier otra fe.
and any other
Rechazo
faith.
rotundamente
I
este
reject
marco de
totally
salud
this,
y la
frame
ley AB
of
329.
the AB
Gracias.
329. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sandy Terosian. I represent United States parents involved in education. I left the education field 3 years ago because I could no longer be a part of a system that is purposely dumbing down our children. As a child, I played with Tonka trucks while my sister was playing with dolls, and I made mud pies and smashed dragonflies, so when they dried, I'd have my own fossils. And when my mom said, "You want to take dance or ballet?" No. But it didn't mean that I was a boy in a girl's body. I wanted to be the first barefoot high school kicker. But it didn't mean something was wrong with me. Being exposed to this framework in school, if I had been a child now, would have been detrimental to me. This framework will sexualize and indoctrinate all children in all grades and in all subjects. And I am begging you to do the right thing, to please reject this framework. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Melanie Torres. I am a single working mother here in the state of California. I have 3 daughters and 2 granddaughters that are going to public school. With that being said, I oppose the sex ed framework for all of the obvious reasons that have been listed. I don't have the time to go into it into detail, but you've heard them all. And I'm in agreement 100% with all of those reasons. I am a Christian. I feel like I am being discriminated against. I am also a licensed chaplain of the National Christian Association. I have many contacts, religious contacts, professional business. All of us are ready and willing, prepared to remove our children from the state of California schools so that the state of California will no longer be getting paid for our children. The state of California will not receive funds for our children if this goes forward.
Thank you so much.
Well, can you hear me? I have 4 children currently enrolled in public schools in the San Juan and Folsom Unified School Districts, and hardly any parents that I have spoken to have been given full access to view the curriculum before it has already been fully adopted. The adoption of the framework takes health instruction in a dangerous direction, more focused on ideology rather than evidence-based scientific education. To instruct a 3rd grader or a kindergartner on gender identity or sexual orientation will create more confusion and identity issues. To instruct a 4th grader in school with graphic images of genitals, of which would not be found in a movie rated appropriate for his age, on sexuality will promote hyperfocus on sex in children and could easily create severe anxieties for them. The framework assumes that these ideologies on gender and sexual orientation are shared by the parents and families of the many diverse cultures and backgrounds of the state, to which many would reject. And this would create more confusion for the children instead of the security and sense of belonging that their family culture is meant to provide.
Thank you for your comment.
Hello, my name is Gracie Vandermark, and I am the mother of 7 children from a blended family. I never imagined that 25 years after becoming a mother, I would be standing before an educational commission of what is supposed to be the greatest and freest country in this world, fighting for our inherent rights to parent and raise our very own children. Today, we stand before government officials who are telling us that they know what is best for our children. We're here to say no, you don't. What you are witnessing here today are parents from all races, genders, generations, nationalities, political affiliations, and educational levels who have put all of our differences aside to prioritize the safety and protection of our children. The fact that we all came together in unity to protect our children today should tell you that this is a universal concern, and it's absolutely nothing that will let get in the way of protecting our children. So let's start by scrapping this framework and starting over with material which is appropriate, accurate, and which not infringe on our rights as parents to raise and educate our children.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon to everybody. My name is Natalia Garcia, and I have 3 children. And we came from Orange County, the south of Orange County. The reason that we are here is because we don't agree with the ideology of gender. And our schools, elementary schools and education, special education, I'm sorry.
Y secundaria y preparatoria.
And high school and
middle school.
Thank you.
No estamos de acuerdo
We don't
a la
agree
educación
with the
de
education of California Health
conocida
Youth
como
Act,
A329,
as known
donde
as
han quedado
AB
nuestros valores de
329,
familia.
or values
¿Por
as
qué la
family.
educación de California nos
Perdón,
está?
permítame. Si quiere un poquito despacio, y dice usted que no estamos de acuerdo con la educación, ¿qué más? Donde, okay. That law it doesn't agree with those or with our values as family.
¿Por qué la educación de
Because the
California
education
nos
of
está
California
quitando
is
nuestros
taking
derechos?
away our rights.
Como familia,
As families,
debemos de educar a nuestros hijos.
we have
Nosotros,
to
los
teach
padres.
our children, us, the parents.
Nosotros no estamos autorizando
We are not authorizing
California Health Youth Act,
California
conocida
Health
como
Youth Act
A329.
as known as AB 329.
Nosotros como padres
We
exigimos
as parents,
nuestros
we
derechos
demand our rights,
y latinos.
and Latins and Hispanics.
Rechazamos
We
California
reject
Health Youth Act,
Health
conocida
Youth
como
Act, known
A329.
as an AB 329.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes a
Good
todos.
afternoon to everybody.
Mi nombre es Patricia Trejo.
My name is Patricia Trejo.
Vengo de la ciudad de
I'm
Santa
come
Ana.
from Santa Ana, the city.
Yo vengo aquí
I came
porque tengo mis
because
nietos,
my grandchildren,
tengo hijos,
I have children,
y es triste ver que
and
mis
it's sad
nietos me
that
dicen
my
qué va a pasar
grandchildren
con
tell
esta
me
ley, qué
what's
va a
going
ser
to happen
materia.
with this law. ¿Qué va a ser materia? That is going to be a subject.
Entonces se confunden los niños.
So the children are confused.
Ahora mi pregunta,
Now my question is,
si hay materias donde los alumnos sobresalen,
if there are some subjects where students can be better than other ones,
¿cuál van a ser las tareas?
so what's going to be the actual
¿Cuáles
homework?
van a ser los trabajos
What
de
are going to be
equipo
the teamwork
como materia
as subject
en este tipo de ley que se
in
aprueba?
this kind of law that has been trying to be approved?
Esa es mi pregunta.
That's my
¿Qué tienen
question.
que hacer para aprobar esa
What do they
materia?
have to do to pass this subject?
Es todo. Gracias.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Richard Wortman. I have 5 grandchildren currently enrolled in San Juan Unified. I am a California veteran of 2 wars, and I am a Christian soldier. I oppose and reject this curriculum not out of bigotry or prejudice, but because this is a struggle for the hearts and the minds of California's children. This curriculum framework derives from an agenda of imposing indoctrination, not education. It is inappropriate for any age level in K through 12. The framework provides inaccurate and incomplete knowledge and skills to protect sexual health. It in fact promotes inaccurate and incomplete knowledge. It promotes the inclusiveness of gender spectrum pseudoscience propaganda aimed at kindergarten through 12th grade students. Gender is in fact determined by DNA at conception. That is a scientific, irrefutable fact. This framework promotes positive attitudes toward dangerous gender spectrum ideology.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you.
I'm the mother of 5 children currently being educated in the California school system. I'm not an extremist, I'm not an activist, I'm just a perfectly moderate parent expressing a moderate opinion about a completely immoderate framework that I only recently learned would be pushed upon me and my children if you decide to approve it. I actually have no desire to be here right now, but I can't in good conscience be silent about what I know to be good and right for my children, and this framework is not it. I was shocked by the recommendations it outlines and the way it outlines them, and the unnecessarily early ages at which sexual language and topics are introduced, the graphic specifics of which have already been elaborated upon here today. This framework is completely inappropriate. It infringes upon my values and my parental rights to teach my kids when I know they're ready to be taught these sensitive topics. I implore you to be reasonable because reasonable parents like me across the state are opposed to this framework.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm a Tongan American. I was raised by a wonderful single mother. I watched my grandmother die in the 90s of HIV/AIDS from a blood transfusion she received in the early 80s. I have 5 children being educated in the California school system, and of all the causes that I could represent on this topic, also being fluent in Spanish, I'm here as a father. I feel like my voice is being heard late, and I think the reason for our voices being heard late is an agenda being pushed upon us. I do not look to the state to tell me when I should feed my child milk or steak or chicken or anything else in a wide gamut of things that I have to decide as a parent. And I do not look to the state of California to push this on me either. I urge you to reject it.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Shawnee. I'm a registered nurse and an aunt to many nieces and nephews
that are in the public school system. I'm a future parent myself, and I'm a Christian. My area of expertise as a nurse is in pediatrics. I have reviewed the curriculum, and as a nurse of 11 years that understands human anatomy, physiology, and mental health in detail, I'm appalled and shocked that this is even a discussion. Children should be allowed to be children. This framework will rob them of their innocence and cause confusion surrounding their bodies and their gender. Science and our chromosomes prove there are only 2 genders. This is what was taught in medical school, nursing schools. The human brain is nowhere close to developed enough to understand beyond this at 5 years old. Teaching children this type of sensitive graphic information is the job of the parents, not the school system. This bill is against my religious and professional beliefs. Kindergartners that are 5 years old should not be taught about gender identity. They just don't comprehend that. I learned that in nursing school, and I work with doctors every day, and we all agree they don't understand that. I'm against this bill.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you. My name is Eric Urine. I'm the senior pastor of Riverside Christian Church. As a Christian and a pastor, I want to represent those who believe in the written word of God, where it states in Psalms that we have a responsibility as Christians to train a child upright in the ways of the Lord. And in reviewing the proposed curriculum here, I'm kind of shocked that by many statistics, as many as 50% people in California claim to be of religion, and almost 40% identify as being strong Christian. And I do not see any of our views that are written in Scripture represented in any way in this teaching. And so I just want to say that we strongly oppose what is being put forth, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, I have 4 young children in the public school system here in Northern California. In the framework on page 71 for first graders, there's a book called Who Are You? Who Are You introduces 7-year-olds to the concept that there are over 11 different genders, including trans, genderqueer, non-binary, gender fluid, agender, and two-spirit. This is not age-appropriate material. This is developmentally inappropriate for black and white thinkers. This abstract concept is confusing and frightening to young children. Please remove these books and reject the framework. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so sorry for my English. I am one of the representative of the Slavic population and mother of 6 children that attend Bright Christian School. Also, I'm a member of Bright Baptist Church in West Sacramento, and also an educational teacher. And I want to say that I'm against this law, which violates the civil rights of people like parents. As a teacher, I can say that AB 329 aims to destroy children as a person at the stage of formation, preventing children from going through the stage naturally, imposing the convictions of people which has sick psyche on children, perverts children spiritually, emotionally, and mentally, for all will have to answer before the Lord of God. God bless you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm happy to be here and speak to you today. Please add me to the record, a mother of 5 children who are from ages from grades TK through high school, all of them, in the local public school, as somebody who not only requests, but hopefully moves you guys to reject, as servicemen and women, to reject the framework and restore parent rights. I have a child who was in a classroom and had a classmate had education brought to him early on in kindergarten of the classmate entering, being called Forrest, entering into the bathroom, coming out Olive. And the stories and role-playing around that all happened without us parents knowing about it. It wasn't until being a volunteer, being in the classroom, seeing Forrest in a dress and asking what was going on, that we became and understood what was going on. And the kids, and including my son, was able to come out and really say how confusing and upsetting this was to him. Please restore parent rights.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm John Schuff. I live locally. I love this country.
I love our Constitution. I want to talk about the Declaration of Independence, wherein our founding fathers established in writing the idea that they wanted what they were going to do in breaking away from England to be right before the supreme judge of the universe. There is a supreme judge of the universe, and we reject him at our peril. God will not make anyone obey his counsel, but he does promise that if we reject him, he will give us a reprobate mind. And this is what saddens me about what I see. There's a reason why I paid for private school, and a lot of people are doing it, and if they can, they will. Very sorry to see what's happening in California.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Denise Jones, and I live in the Fontana School District in Southern California. I wanted to get up here and yell and scream at you guys, but I'm going to just be really, really nice. So I'm a woman, and my husband is a man, and we have two children and 5 grandchildren because of a woman and man. I totally agree with everything everybody has said here already. I'm not going to reiterate that, but what I want to do is appeal to you, your hearts as human beings, as mothers, as daughters, as sisters, as grandparents, as grandfathers, as uncles. I can't imagine you all believe this stuff. When I look at this, it's so scary. I don't imagine that you all agree with it. And I would hope that you would help us fight against this. This is something that's destroying our children. It will destroy our future children. We're in trouble. We are in trouble, and we are willing to fight. I'm also a mama bear. I'm also a Christian soldier, but we need your help. So I totally reject this framework, and I pray to God that you do too.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jenny Johnson, and I'm going to read Ephesians 5, verses 11 and 12 from the Bible, from the Holy Bible from God, who created this universe and each one of you. And it says, "Have nothing to do with the fruitless deeds of the darkness, but rather expose them. It is shameful even to mention what the disobedient do in secret. It is even shameful to mention what the disobedient do in secret." And what you're doing is, this curriculum is what the disobedient do in secret. It's disgusting. It's straight from the pits of hell. And it's being put on our children, and we say no. We say oppose this measure, get this teaching out of our schools altogether. I tried to get this curriculum voiced on a radio station. They told me that they would be fined, and they would have to be fined and pay money if they were to say the things that are being taught out of this curriculum. Please take this out. Almighty God is going to judge all of us.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment.
God bless you guys.
Thank you.
My name is Judy. I'm a native Sacramentan. I have a 2nd grader and one in 8th grade. 2nd graders are not cognitively ready to be exposed and influenced by pornographic material and ideology that is in this framework. This would cause more harm and confusion, as young children often copy what they see. They reenact. This could lead them into a morally bankrupt and destructive path. Please don't take away my right as a parent by doing the parenting for me. Please be transparent with this bill. Do not leave Americans in the dark. This is America, not some third world country. I am a proud American, and this agenda does not represent most Americans, religious or not.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Matt Trudell from Southern California, Saddleback Valley Unified School District, 2 kids in the system, and I'm going to plead to you to reject the framework based on legal basis. I realize you don't want us to link it with Assembly Bill 329, but the fact of the matter is they are intrinsically linked together. The framework is biased, it is medically inaccurate, and it is not age appropriate, and therefore the law is void and voidable. If you need legal counsel on that, please let me know, but you do have plenty of resources at your hand. I do also, as a parent and a friend of all of you, we want to work on your side. Trust me, if they could take parental rights away, the state can take any of our rights away. So this goes beyond our children. If you do not want to pull the framework, you're putting us in a real position to have to pull our kids from a failing school system. So I want you to look at this on a legal basis, on every spectrum of the law, because it is a violation, and I thank you for your time, and please reject it.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Andrew Ramirez. I'm from Saddleback High School. I am from Orange County, and to be honest, I don't know why you guys are doing this. It's just hurting little kids. They're just having a little mindset. They're barely growing, just like me. I'm barely 14, and I barely even know some of these things, and these just hurt little kids. And like, this just keep on going. It's gonna hurt our world. It's gonna bring us down. I don't know what you guys are planning, but just stop this. What can I do? I'm a high schooler, freshman barely, and I want this to end already, because little kids are barely learning how to play. They're barely knowing how to walk. You really want them to learn this? And all I want is just this to go away. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Allie from Rancho Cordova. I'm a mother of 4 as well as a middle school teacher here in Sacramento. I would urge you to reject this framework. I have a packet with all kinds of information on what is being presented in the framework as well as some talking points. I was reading through trying to choose which one, and there are so many. So to sum it up, I would like to say to leave these sensitive, very mature topics for the parents at home, the concerned parents, to raise their children as they see fit, as well as teach their children how to be loving and compassionate towards those who are different. I understand that these topics do exist, and they are a part of our world, and they are a part of our children's growing up, but they are sensitive in nature, and I believe it is the job of the parents to educate the children on such matters. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Valerie, and that's my daughter. I'm really proud of her. I have another daughter who has children in the public school system, and I'm just going to go ahead and read because I'm kind of nervous. There's no reason to give instruction on sexual and reproductive organs in 3rd grade. This is not age appropriate, and to teach students that some students may identify as males and females have male organs, and some students that identify as males have female organs is just going to cause confusion and anger parents. If a parent wants to have the discussion with their child, they will. Why are all the book suggestions defying traditional family values? This is bias and goes against Ed Code 220. No person shall be subjected to discrimination on the basis of disability, gender identity, gender expression, nationality, race, and ethnicity, and religion. We should not be introducing non-binary gender spectrum and sexual.
Thank you.
Thank you for considering me and my feelings. I appreciate that.
Hi, my name is Heather. I have an elementary school student, and I will have a second in the fall. I have read the entire framework word for word, and I am appalled and disgusted, and it makes me emotional as a parent to see that these things will be taught to our innocent children. They are 5, 6, 7, 8. My daughter she does not know what sex is because she's not ready for it. As a parent, I know what my child is ready for. She's 7. She's not ready to learn about sex. But yet in 3rd grade, she would be taught from a book called It's Not the Stork that shows pornographic images of people having sex. It's disgusting. She does not need to learn it, especially from school, where a teacher is going to say what? She's going to have to go into more detail. Children are going to have questions. That is not their job. That is mine as a parent to do. It is not the state's.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marlo Tucker. I'm the California State Director of Concerned Women for America. We are the nation's largest women's organization in the nation with over 500,000 members. I'm also a mom of 3 children, and I flew up all the way here from San Diego to just let you know how strongly we feel against this framework. We ask you to reject this framework. Educators of public schools need to be mindful of each family's varying religious and moral values, and we must be notified and obtain parental consent prior to discussing certain topics that may be offensive to some students. So on behalf of Concerned Women for America of California, with over 20,000 represented here, we adamantly oppose the adoption of this curriculum. We ask you to reject the framework. We ask that you would help us restore the level of excellence in academic achievement without governmental mandates that are detrimental to parental rights. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Brenda Wood, and I pastor Word of Life in Riverside, and I'm also a marriage and family therapist and a mom and a Mimi. And I'm asking you to reject the health education framework. I do find the framework disturbing and inappropriate curriculum for children, especially young children. Parenting should be reserved for parents, not the state educational system. And I hope that you guys listen to the people that are here today and realize that you represent us, and we are definitely not in agreement with this framework. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Becky Schenk. I'm from Cameron Park, California, and I'm the mother of 4 children. And I think it is important to teach our children to be kind and to be respectful and to stop bullying. But I think it is my job to teach my children and parents' job to teach their children about gender identity and sexuality. I do not think it is the job of the schools or the government. Please do not steal my children's innocence, and please reject this framework. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nicole Wright, and I'm a mom. I'm an educator, a former PTA president, a school site council chairperson, and I'm asking you today to please reject this framework and start over with parent input, medically accurate information, age-appropriate content, and unbiased curriculum. My family will no longer be able to be part of the public school system should this framework go through as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Phyllis Manley. I drove over 500 miles yesterday to get here so I could be here today for this meeting because I feel it's important. It's something that we need to all pay attention to. In January, I took the time to go through over 1,000 pages of the framework. Made my comments because that's what you requested that we do. But I was discouraged because when I got your agenda and I looked at the attachment and I seen that it seemed like generally the parents' concerns, because you get your name in there, it says it's from parents, being dismissed, not recommended. And yet Planned Parenthood has made additional requests to be included that are being recommended for approval. I don't understand that. I respectfully request that you listen. Remember who the children belong to. Listen to their parents. They're the ones that know these children. They're the ones that God gave the children to. And then reject this framework, start over, and get parental input with it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Lorenzo McGallan. I'm a custodian at a public school, elementary school with 500 kids who affectionately call me Pizza. Anyway, I just want to let you know that I'm not a mom. And I'm just wondering, why is the state so adamant about taking our kids' childhood? And what gave the state, who died and made the state legal guardians of the kids? And I thought the whole purpose of public education was to teach our kids to be hardworking, educated citizens of this country, to serve our country and to serve each other. God bless you all.
Thank you.
According to the National Center for Health Statistics in 2015, less than 4% of California high school students reported being sexually active before the age of 13. Yet the health framework suggests comprehensive sexual education in grades K through 6. If we expose our children to the explicit sexual content suggested in this framework, there will be many more children experimenting with sex at younger and younger ages. Many of the materials in the suggested books could not be shown on TV, yet you want to show them to our 8-year-olds. Why do 5th grade girls need to learn about the G-spot or 20 different slang words for their private parts? This is not appropriate. This information will be damaging our children. I encourage you to please reject the health framework.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jenica. I'm a parent of 2 boys, 3 and 6, in the San Juan Unified School District. In Chapter 3, page 44 of the framework titled Partnering with Your Community, it discusses challenging gender identity and even bringing in someone transgender into K to 3rd grade classrooms. Small children do not have the ability to understand the idea of transgenderism. We should not be introducing non-binary gender or sexual orientation to students at such an early age. Experts have agreed kids are not cognitively ready and it would cause complete confusion. I will be pulling my children from public school unless this framework is rejected. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Becky. I am a teacher and a mom of 4 children from elementary to junior high school, and I reject this framework and agree with all the opposition stated. If you desire the post-sexual revolution increase adolescent suicide rate to decrease, teach about the consequences I know firsthand and am still paying the price for of promiscuity, date rape, depression, abortion, and STIs. This is the result of a hypersexual sexualized kids who lack maturity, commitment, and are guided by healthy protective restraint like the moral precepts found in the sacred writings of Mormon, Muslim, and Christian faiths, against whom this framework discriminates. Sex ed should be about biology and the reproductive system in junior high. The rest is up to the values and discretion of the family in a safe home environment. Stick to reading, writing, and math, and not waste our children's time, our teachers' time, and our taxpayers' dollars. Additionally, it calls for teachers to challenge gender in lesson activities. Kindergarten, Chapter 3, page 44. 5th grade, page 66, 70. Goes against their constitutional rights, and you cannot ask our kids to engage in expression in which they disagree.
Thank you.
My name is Sheila Ratliff. I have 5 grandchildren. My name is Sheila Ratliff. I'm a grandma. I never thought I'd ever be at a thing like this. Pretty much, we're 49th down low. I think we should spend more time on letting the teachers teach arithmetic, writing. Nobody even knows cursive. I had to show my grandsons how to write their name in cursive because that's not taught anymore. Let's go back to teaching our children to be good human beings who get out and can find jobs. And not college, because you can't afford it. A common worker, a plumber. Let's teach some of that stuff. Let's go back to home ec. People don't know how to sew a button on. They don't know how to make food. I mean, you want to teach something, let's teach practical stuff. And sorry, but I'm not stupid. I know how to teach my grandchildren values. That's not your job.
Thank you.
My name is Mark Alling, and I'm a father and a grandfather. Many of us here today are some from Eureka all the way down to Southern California. Who are we? We are the people that volunteer in the classroom. We support our local schools. We raise money for them. We determine where we're going to live based on the school. We have faith that you will make an environment for our children to get a good education, and we hope that you will support us. We try to support you. So I ask you to put your faith into us, the people that work at the local level every day, not listening to Planned Parenthood and the ACLU. They're not in your classroom. They're not there every day to help kids. We love kids. We want them to succeed. Please help us. Help us. We need to work together. There's millions of us.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dean Foreman. I'm a father, grandfather, and also a founder of several academies. The central question today perhaps is, whose children are they? When we can't agree on principles, it's usually best to default to the highest principle. In this instance, I would suggest that the highest principle is back to the ones who created the children, which would be their parents. I love a poem that says, I have wept in the night for the shortness of sight, that to somebody's need made me blind, but I have never as yet felt a tinge of regret for being a little too kind. I would ask you for your kindness. Remember, let's cast aside these dangers that will destroy our children. Pornography creeps into our homes and our communities.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Before the next speaker, I'm going to remind all of us to be respectful of the commenters and refrain from clapping, cheering, and making other loud expressions, because we want to make sure that we have time as an IQC to be able to hear all commenters.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jennifer Chow, and I'm an attorney with the ACLU of Northern California, one of the sponsors of the California Healthy Youth Act. I'm here today to express support for the current draft of the health framework and to thank you for your commitment to health education that is inclusive of all California students. Our state has strong protections against bias and discrimination and clear laws that affirmatively require schools to ensure that LGBTQ students feel safe in their classrooms and are reflected in the education they receive. Even 4 years after passage of the California Healthy Youth Act, we still receive questions from schools about how they can make the promise of these laws a reality for their students. And as drafted, the framework would provide much needed guidance about how to deliver critical education in a developmentally appropriate way and in an environment that is safe and welcoming for students of all genders and sexual orientations. We commend you for your work on behalf of all California students to ensure they get the health education they need and deserve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Laura Cantor. I am the Director of Policy and Advocacy at the LGBT Center in Orange County. I have also worked as a school counselor in the Santa Ana Unified School District. I had a written statement, but I first want to say to my young peers who came with me today or who are watching this online that I am so deeply sorry that you are hearing this. I am so sorry that some of us who need to use the bathroom are afraid to go outside of this room. I am sorry the pain this is causing, and I want you to remember that this small group of people does not represent the majority of people in California or across the country. It is because of you that we must continue to fight for fact-based, inclusive education that leads to awareness and acceptance throughout all K-12 curriculum. I'm also so sorry that these parents and pastors do not understand how deeply hurtful their lack of awareness and acceptance are to so many people. For Blaze Bernstein, a 19-year-old college student from Orange County, California, who was openly gay and Jewish, this absence of understanding and acceptance became a matter of life and death. On January 18, 2018, Blaze's body was found in a ditch where he had been left to die after being stabbed 20 times in his neck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I want to make sure that the IQC and the audience are able to hear all commenters, and so I would like to request everyone to refrain from clapping, cheering, or making loud expressions.
Good afternoon and thank you. My name is Jessica Hubbard. I'm a lawyer, a former middle school teacher with over 10 years of classroom teaching experience, and the current director of programs at Girls Inc. of Orange County, and I'm a mom. I bring all of my experience with me to share my wholehearted and professional support of a comprehensive, inclusive, medically accurate, age-appropriate, healthy sexuality framework. I believe in teaching youth how to pay taxes before they're legally required to do so. I believe in teaching youth how to work a steady job before they enter the world of work. And I believe in teaching youth how to protect their bodies before they become sexually active. I understand the opposition argues morality. However, as educators, as leading educators, I have confidence this commission understands that there is morality in education. It is moral, it is good, it is righteous to educate and to inform, to fully prepare, to fully educate our youth how to protect themselves and their bodies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Liz Sanchez. I'm from Orange County. Majority of these public comments made me think of my dad, who is a proud religious man, who cares about his rights as a parent, as a red-blooded American. He was so passionate about his beliefs that he did everything he could to instill them into me. He loved me so much that he raped and sexually molested me for 5 years. I think about how people are fighting for the rights of parents like my dad. I think about how as a child I didn't know that him putting his penis in my mouth was bad. I didn't know anything about consent. As a child, I didn't know that him, by not using condoms, could have passed STIs to me as a child. My story of violence happens to a lot of youth, especially queer and trans youth. We need the state and supportive community to help us. I wish as a child I had school resources. I wish I knew I had rights as a child. I'm lucky I didn't get pregnant or receive an STI by my father, but I did get a lifetime of trauma. Please pass the health framework honoring child, or do what many of these parents want and keep children's property.
Thank you for your comment.
Hello, my name is Kelly Bourne and I'm from Orange County. For 13 years, I have been a public school health education teacher. I am here to share that I am 100% in support of the new framework and wish to thank you for your hard work, especially in prioritizing LGBTQ inclusivity. As an educator, I can attest that our schools are very diverse, and including and affirming the range of sexual orientation, biological sex, and gender identity in the framework is important because I have seen it save lives. It levels the information playing field for every student. It dispels myths and stereotypes, creates safer spaces, prevents bullying, discrimination, and harassment. Erasing LGBTQ representation from the framework does not erase LGBTQ students from existence. It will exacerbate their already disproportionate risk for disheartening health outcomes such as depression, suicide, sexual violence, and hate crime victimization. Our LGBTQ youth deserve better. Our youth deserve to live, and our youth deserve to thrive. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jay, and I'm with the LGBT Center of Orange County. I support this framework as a strong foundation of inclusive and comprehensive education for youth across the state. As someone who works directly with transgender and gender diverse youth, I have seen the real impact this education has on these school-aged Californians. According to the California Healthy Kids Survey, nearly 50% of transgender youth attempt suicide every year. As a proud transgender person myself, I can recall being given no valuable education on the topic of healthy sexuality and LGBT diversity, and it severely restricted my ability to access knowledge and resources that could have prevented my own suicide attempts. A lack of comprehensive education is a lack of support and visibility for these kids who aren't given the security that their voices and experiences matter. I support this framework as one of the strongest tools we have to fight bullying, discrimination, and even death in schools. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Luis Gomez, and I am with the LGBT Center of Orange County. I graduated from the Orange Unified School District, and as a proud Californian, the most welcoming state, and also as a proud gay man, I applaud the legislature and deeply thank you all for who are in charge of implementing the health education framework in accordance to the California Healthy Youth Act. Providing guidance on LGBTQ inclusive curricula will help create safer school environments for all students. It not only validates the existence of LGBTQ people, but it also fosters a more welcoming environment for all students in which they all can thrive. We all want the best education for students, and that means giving students relevant, accurate information about the changes in their bodies and how to form healthy relationships. I commend you for your work in making schools more inclusive, and I also invite you to put yourself in the shoes of LGBT people and the discourses.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
My name is Kai Morales. Being able to stand before you all after finding myself and others as a non-binary person in a heteronormative world so pervasively steeped in bigotry and hatred is living proof that we are here. Against all odds, we remain resilient. Within the current world we occupy, many things can unfortunately be stripped from us. Food, water, shelter, rights. The list can go on forever. But what makes education so significant is that once you share knowledge with a person, no one will ever be able to take that away. It's a special type of freedom and privilege for people to understand themselves and the world around them. Please ensure our health framework is inclusive of Chaya to provide us with the foundational education that we need to learn, be, and grow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for hearing everyone's voices today. One of the goals of the Health Act is to provide pupils with the knowledge and skills they need to develop healthy attitudes concerning adolescent growth and development, body image, gender, sexual orientation, relationships, marriage, and family. We've kind of heard all the same verbiage over and over, so I'm going to give you an application. I talked to my 7-year-old a couple of weeks ago just to see what she's been learning. I asked her, have you been learning about eating healthy at school? Yes, Mom, I have. I don't like vegetables. But since then, she's examined her plate and told me and celebrated the times that she's been able to eat them. I've asked her, have you talked about keeping your body healthy? Yes, Mom, I'm 5 push-ups away from meeting the silver goal. Since then, she's made a chart every night to make 10 push-ups every night to meet that goal. I've asked her, have you talked about family in your classroom? No, but so-and-so has 2 moms. Yes, I know, and they are really nice. I have met them both. We like them. They're very cool. Yeah, and it's different, but it's okay because we love everyone, just like you taught me, Mom.
Comment. Thank you.
This can be done.
Thank you so much for your comment. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Michael Del Castillo. I'm a father of 7. I live in Lincoln, California. My shirt says I have mad dad skills. And one of those skills is for me as a father to teach my own children about sexuality and to teach them about the LGBT community. They are loud and proud and they're here. But the reality is that's us as parents, for us to teach our children about them, not the curriculum. You guys are the decision makers. My prayer is that you guys have the eyes to see and the ears to hear all these comments. And mark my words, if this moves forward and this curriculum moves forward and is implemented, you better set aside some money from your budget years later for the psychologists and therapists that are going to have to be used because you're screwing up our children long term. I hope you heard that. This is done for a minority of people in the world, when the reality is the majority does not want this. You are the decision makers. I hope all these people aren't just for show, and that you get to actually hear them.
Thank you so much for your comment.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to remind everyone here today that we really want to hear everyone's public comment. And so to that end, it would be greatly helpful if you could refrain from clapping and making those noises. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm a little nervous, so I'm going to read mine off. This is my son, Ezekiel, baby number 7, birthed by me. I'm a mother of 7, 3 high school graduates, 2 of Whitney High School and Rockland Unified, 1 current 7th grader, part of the Western Placer District, 3 babies under the age of 4. I beg that as a mother of 7, you grant my family the choice to at least opt out of these teachings at the minimum. Please do not allow these sexualized educational agendas to be taught into these young children. Listen to the state of California. The state of California is failing to teach the children on the basics in comparison to the rest of the country and the world. And yet you guys are wanting to add more things for these teachers to add on to their plates. It's too much. Let this be something that we could do in our homes. And also because all children learn at different levels. One 5-year-old might be able to accept what they're being taught, whereas another 5-year-old might not. As a teacher and as a mother, we don't want this for our children. I oppose this bill.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jose Castillo, and I just wanted to let you know that comprehensive sex education is a twisted form. The government is not planning to build new schools at all, making every school overpopulated in all levels. So they can have better control to indoctrinate our children with AB 329. We, the parents, reject the framework. So please, make no mistake, do not indoctrinate our kids. Educate them. Provide the way that they need to be successful, not to fail. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Could you do us a favor, please, and move the line up a little bit? Thank you so much.
Hi, this one works? Okay. My name is Viana Boyce. I'm actually a homeschool mom of 6 years now. I'm here to support my fellow friends and parents, and just to make sure I don't go off track. This country, I wanted to remind all of you that this country was founded on the very valuable value, which is freedom, not for a few, but for all. And you have to look at both sides, not just one. Those things that are being discussed in the curriculum, they belong to the privacy and sanctuary of a home, not the public school. Public schools should be for learning valuable skills to help children have a way to provide for their future families. Morality, lifestyle, and sexual education belongs to family. If religion and state are separated and no one is allowed to share their religious belief in public places like schools, then tell me why a little group is allowed to force their views on the majority.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Erica Knoll. I come from Tracy. I have 7 children. My youngest is in kindergarten. My oldest is in college. And I have read through this framework, and it is ridiculous, the age inappropriateness of many, many of the teachings. I do love all people. I have no reason to discriminate against anyone, and I do not want to do that. But I feel discriminated against because of my Christian beliefs. Marriage between a man and a woman is ordained of God, and family is central to the Creator's plan for the eternal destiny of His children. All human beings, male and female, are created in the image of God. There are only 2 genders. Gender is an essential characteristic of individual identity and purpose. God has commanded that the sacred powers of procreation are to be employed only between a man and a woman lawfully wedded as husband and wife. Those disintegration of the family will bring upon individuals and communities, nations, the calamities foretold by prophets.
Thank you.
Reject this
Thank you for
framework
your
and promote
comment.
those
Thank you
measures
so much
designed
for your
to
comment.
maintain and
But
strengthen
we're at
the
our time.
family
Thank
as
you.
a fundamental
Thank you so
unit
much.
of society.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. I was born and raised in California, and I'm currently raising my 6 children in Rockland, 4 of which are enrolled in the public school system. I'm not going to go into what's in the framework, hoping that you are all very well aware of all the disturbing and confusing sexual content. But I would like to ask that you put the children, our children, first and reject this framework. It's so frustrating for me that I even have to be here this afternoon and this morning, that there are actually people who believe this framework is okay. How dare of California to think that they know when it is appropriate to teach my children about the different types of sex, even more than I know. And like I said, I have 6 children. We should not be introducing non-binary gender, gender spectrum, or sexual orientation to students at such an early age. Please reject this framework. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Debbie Jones. I'm here from Monterey. I'm the grandparent of 3 children in the public schools. I'm also the director of a nonprofit in Monterey. It's a medical clinic. I oppose this framework. As you know, you're all appointed as public servants. You are appointed to these roles that you're in today. My husband's a public servant. He doesn't take that position lightly. It's public servants. That's how it's to work. You've listened to a lot of people today. I think it's important for you to understand that as you make these decisions, you're serving the public. So you're hearing from the public here and then out there. I think it's important for you to know that you're not here to implement an agenda from someone like a place like Planned Parenthood. The CDC completed a study last year, and it showed that 8% of all high school students in America identify as part of the LGBTQ community. 8%. while I totally respect and care for their well-being, I also care for the
Thank you.
92%.
Thank you for your
Thank you
comment.
for hearing me.
On behalf of Planned Parenthood Affiliates of California, we support the current direction of the health education framework. Sex education is essential to young people's health, relationships, and life goals. Young people deserve to have the information, resources, and skills they need to protect their health and build their future. As educators of sexual health education and trusted providers of reproductive health care, Planned Parenthood Affiliates of California urges you to move forward with a comprehensive inclusionary framework that ensures Californians can receive sex education. Thank you.
Thank you.
Praise the Lord. I am Pastor Maurice Johnson of the Church of God Pentecostal here in Sacramento. We oppose this by the power of God. We oppose this by the power that is invested in us as the public. You are not our leaders. You are public servants. You are our representatives. You are supposed to represent the framework of what we want, not of what you want. And we ask you to take that into consideration because the church is now awoke. And we will be speaking at the next elections and the elections after that. In the name of Jesus.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is.
Here before our next speaker, we really want to hear all of the voices, and so we're going to limit it to 1 minute per speaker. And we'd also like to kindly request that we refrain from the applause and the extra noise so we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Igor Narzulaev. I'm from representative of Slavic population, and I joined to this previous speaker. So I'm father. I have 3 kids, 2 daughters, twins, and 1 son. And I love my family. I love my wife, and I want my kids have a same family, have a husband and wives, and have kids. So, and I against this framework, and I'm asking to save the right to teach my kids about sex for myself, for the parents at the right time, and what we want to learn them. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Amy. I have 3 children in the public school system. I apologize if I get emotional. First off, the people who came up here, the young lady speaking of the abuse she suffered as a young girl, I would love for her to be here and to tell her her father does not know God. That is not God. That is not her faith. And I want to wrap my arms around her. And it's the same thing. First off, school is to educate, not indoctrinate. Basic biology, science, basic history, social studies, not to be indoctrinating about different genders and things that are biased and non-scientific. But also, when we look at a child who, say, is anorexic, say we've got a 5'6", 14-year-old girl who thinks she's 75 pounds and thinks she weighs 400 pounds when she looks in the mirror. That's literally what she sees. We do not embrace that and say, you know what, you keep starving yourself, and that's okay. We try to figure out where that came from. Why does he or she see themselves that way? And that's what we should be doing with these youth.
Thank you so much for your comment. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kevin. I have 3 young children in public education. I'm here today to state my opposition to this framework. Curriculum aimed at sexualizing and confusing our children is unacceptable. My wife and I have a hard enough time trying to figure out and explain Common Core math to my 4th grader. I can't imagine trying to explain to her when she asks what gender reassignment surgery is. There is a quote above the elevator in the hallway outside here that reads, "A mind once stretched by a new idea never regains its original dimension." Millions of families in California reject this attempt at stretching our children's minds in such a detrimental manner. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tim, and I have a 4-year-old son and 2 other ones behind him. I see this quote from the bill. It says, "Instruction and materials may not teach or promote religious doctrine." Today, I respect people of different backgrounds, and I love them. However, today I feel that there is a leaning towards supporting certain groups And I know from my personal convictions and many people who have spoken today that this bill does go against our deeply held convictions. I believe that sexuality is a very intimate and personal thing, should be managed by not the state, but by families, parents, guardians, and religious institutions. And I just hope that, we don't force our beliefs on other people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nadia. I've been in America for 30 years, and I do appreciate each one of you, and we are here under God. Each one of us you guys all matter. We matter. So we believe that you guys will make the right decisions. And as a community organizer, I believe that it is very important for our kids to feel right wherever they are. I'm a mother, and my child needs to feel that she is loved. She needs to know that there is rights, and also that we give her the freedom. And also, I want to say something that my child, her name is Hope. She brings hope into this future, and I believe that each one of us will bring hope if we do this right decision. And also, I wanted to mention that we can stop the 316 frame at all, but we are going to say what we need to say before God in heaven. And I thank you so much. And we are full-time ministers. We want to make this a matter of this community work that we do here in Sacramento, California, and the world.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Dmitry Serduk and I'm from Ukraine, and at kids age I was sexually abused, and for this time I still struggled with my emotions and with my identity and with my thoughts, and I reject this law because it's abusing, it's violence, it's criminal, and it's so bad and so disgusting. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Matthew. I'm a lifelong Californian. I spent 10 years in the Air Force, and I'm now pursuing a career as a math educator. I'm currently a teacher candidate at Sac State. I've seen firsthand students going through identity crisis. It's my job to love them as students. If a student is having an identity crisis and they hear a conflicting message from their school and their parents, is that healthy to the student? Teenagers are already at a greater risk of suicide without that added pressure, and this framework would increase that pressure. If the plight of the students is not enough, then this framework violates my First Amendment freedoms as an educator and the First Amendment freedoms of parents and students whose values also conflict with this framework. And I ask that you listen to these parents and reject this framework. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Michael Kuiper. I'm a California licensed psychologist, and I'm troubled about the health education framework. Not only is the exposure to sexuality not age appropriate, but it promotes a completely unscientific assertion that gender is a spectrum of subjective experience. In my profession, mental health has always been associated with psychological adjustment. This means that an adult or child's thought patterns, relationships, emotions must be adjusted to objective reality. We ought to be sensitive to troubled children's feelings, but never capitulating to them or reifying them. As you know, in medicine, the term iatrogenic refers to disease that is caused by the treatment. A pediatrician friend of mine predicts massive malpractice lawsuits against doctors when children become of age and realize that at 11 years old, they never had the capacity to give informed consent.
Thank you so much for your comment. Thank
Don't
you.
allow our children
Thank you
to
for your
announce
comment.
bedtime.
We're at our time now.
We shouldn't
Thank
allow
you
them
so
to
much.
announce their
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rita Maderos, and I'm here to ask you to bring back common sense to our school, integrity to our curriculum. My father was a superintendent of counties. He would never let this happen on his watch. And I just leave you with, there's two genders, there's male and female. Anyone with eyes can identify a male and a female. by their genitals. And I leave you with 18:6. It will be terrible for people who cause even one of my little followers to sin. Those people would be better off thrown into the deepest part of the ocean with a heavy stone tied around their necks. I ask you to reconsider. I reject framework.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kimberly Connor, and I'm from San Joaquin County here in the Central Valley. And as a mother of 4 children, 3 boys, and then a little girl, and a former kindergarten teacher, I am asking you to please protect these innocent lives of the future. Please reject the framework. A recently released report titled Reexamining the Evidence School-Based Comprehensive Sex Education in the United States found that these programs have not demonstrated evidence of effectiveness at achieving these outcomes. Moreover, the evidence shows several of these CSE programs have actually done harm to students by increasing sexual risk-taking behaviors. Please reject the framework on behalf of these innocent lives. I'm pleading with you as a mother and educator. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Snyder. I'm an attorney with Pacific Justice Institute. The State Board is deciding whether it will engage in open hostilities against parents. In this state, classrooms filled with youth have become the venue for a war by proxy in an ongoing political and cultural takeover by militant ideologues. To be clear, this is an attempted coup d'etat by those who seek to overthrow the rightful place of parents in raising their children. Lest we forget, it is the family that sits as the foundational civil institution that a society is built upon. Parents are disinclined to abdicate their role as the primary decision makers on the most intimate and sensitive issues for their families. If you turn a deaf ear and a blind eye away from these parents to do the bidding of the educational establishment, then you are serving the wrong master. You will be sowing the seeds of rebellion by parents and local school districts. I thank you for your deliberation and for your service to the community, and I urge you to vote nay on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brooke. I have 4 children, and I'm also a middle school and elementary Spanish teacher, teaching at a private school and was going to move to the public school to teach. And I just wanted to invite Yolanda Munoz, Deborah Costa Hernandez, Shay Fairchild, David Panthai, Lizette Diaz, Jennifer Wu, Suman Chad, Stephanie Orgeson, Nicole Naditz, Pamela Williamson, Christine Chapman, Manuel Rustin, Jose F. Ingles, Alma Delia Renteria, and Julie Tonkovich, to please consider the power that you have to support us and to support our children in rejecting this framework and making it a place where they feel safe and where we feel safe as parents to send them so that they can learn. So they're actually foster adopt children, and they were early on sexualized, and I've been trying to repair that for 10 years. And so I know the damage that this can do unless it's taught in a loving way.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Claria Zamfir, and I have 6 children. I am here because I believe our children's innocence is a precious thing. Stop sexualizing our children through this pornographic sex education. Let children be children. Don't destroy their innocence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is David Fisher. I'm a Christ follower from Castro Valley in the Bay Area. I have a daughter, a son, a grandson, and a granddaughter. The sexual revolution has already swept my son and grandson into homosexuality after stealing their hearts. When my grandson was 16, a Superior Court judge emancipated my grandson from my daughter, who up to that time had provided her son with a loving home based on traditional morality. I urge you to reject this framework and stop stealing our children's hearts with pornographic sex education, and all subsequently stop kidnapping them from our homes and families. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I've never done this before.
got a little bit involved in seeing what's going on, and I can't believe we're here today talking about this, just the common sense and the biology of it all, and it just doesn't make sense to me. I'm a grandfather of 8. I have 4 children as well, and I'm just concerned about their future. The neglect of the family, tearing down the family structure. The fathers have left the homes. The mothers are alone raising children. And I'm just concerned about the family being built up again. I believe that a father should be the superhero of his parents, of his children. And that's it. When parents say, who's your superhero? They need to say, my dad. I believe in integrity. We need to raise our children in truth and honesty. And the family needs to be rebuilt. And I just don't see this framework rebuilding. And I just think it's an excuse for us to go someplace else when the problem is not so much in the education. The problem is with the family. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lorraine Marshall. I'm a mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother. And I just want to say that the Word of God says, raise your children and train them up the way they should go, and when they are old, they won't depart from it. It never says in God's Word to turn your children over to the state or to the government, to have them indoctrinize them in some type of a social, sexual agenda. And that's what's happening here. And I think if we allow this to happen in California, it's going to be taking place in New York and Connecticut and Massachusetts and all the other states. It's like we're on the cliff and we're about to jump off the cliff. I reject this framework completely, and Almighty God rejects it as well.
Thank you for your comment.
I thank you for the opportunity you're giving me to speak. My name is Angelo Tina. I'm a minister from Orange County, a father of 2. All of us parents were blessed by God with these precious gifts, our children. It was God that formed every single one of us here and everywhere in our mother's womb. And He, the sovereign God, completed the work and called us male and female, period. Let's not be deceived. God is not mocked. Whatsoever man sows, that shall he also reap. All of these voices you heard today will ring loudly into your mind and souls in the days to come. You are in a position to make the decision. It comes with heavy responsibility. Beyond what is happening here, there is a host of heavenly present at this meeting. Please keep in count that God will not force Himself in the decision you will be making with this framework. So reject it, please do the right thing.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Rick Gall, and I am a public school teacher in Folsom, California. And one problem that I see with education these days is a lack of public service. I take it very seriously that my boss is not my principal or my superintendent. They're my supervisor. My boss is the parents of the students I teach. I am accountable to them. I believe a lot of controversial things about Jesus Christ as my Savior. My students have no idea about that. My wife and my kids do. That's where I keep it. And if a civilized society is built on controversial personal beliefs being kept at home, why are not others required to do the same as I am? Furthermore, you are public servants as well, just like I am. And if I refuse to serve, then I should be fired, right? If you refuse to serve, the public has made it clear what they want. And it's now on you, as public servants like myself, to make good on that.
Thank you so much for your comment.
I've also noticed the
Thank you for your comment.
out-
We're
out
done
back
with our.
in the
We're up
lobby,
on
though,
time.
you know
Thank
what I'm
you
talking
so
about,
much.
below in the lobby, it
Thank
talks
you for your
about,
comment. Thank you
desiring-
for
Sir,
your
your
comment.
time is
We're
up.
done.
Sir,
Thank you.
We should be
1
desiring the
minute.
secrets of
Your
heaven.
time is up.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay? Or good after. Is this microphone working?
We really want to hear your comment, and so we're
Sorry.
looking forward to the 1 minute. But I just want to remind us to refrain from making the extraneous noise so we can hear all of our comments, and limited to 1 minute, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Veronica. I'm from Yuba County, Marysville, and I'm a student and someone that's very concerned about the children. That's when I was in middle school, I learned about sex in 7th grade. I never actually heard about this until just recently. I reject the California Health Framework, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Julie Trout. I am a parent of 5 children, and I reject the health framework for many reasons which have already been shared. I do not support bullying or hate of any group. Just as you hear the LGBT community saying they don't want to be bullied, which I agree with, you are also hearing families of faith saying they don't want to be bullied as well. You can teach children about kindness and respect for all people of any differences without endorsing and teaching one ideology over another, especially just ones that fund campaigns, and also without sexualization of children. This framework endangers children. When getting my degree in college, we were told about the warning signs of sexual abuse. And one of those is that a child exhibits adult-like sexual behavior, language, and knowledge. As a survivor of several years of child sexual abuse, and one who studied this topic in college, I'm very familiar with what grooming looks like. This is nothing short of grooming and sexual abuse, and you guys must be held accountable for what you're teaching the children.
Thank you
If
for
we
your
sexualize
comment.
these children,
Thank you so much for your
we will be
comment.
promoting
Thank you
more
for your
sexual
comment.
abuse,
We're at time.
more sex
Thank you for your comment.
My name is Hannah Judd. I'm a mother. I take issue with this framework, not just because it overrides the religious values of my children, not just because I as a parent no longer have the option to pull my kids out. I reject it because the images and material, it's so graphic that if anyone were to show this to a child, if you were to show this to a child, the material that you're proposing, you would go to jail. You would be arrested. That's illegal, okay? If a parent were to show those images and that material to their child, they could be charged with child abuse. The state of California is not educating children. They are grooming children. You have to reject this. This is not appropriate. This is pornographic. You are not. If you do this, if you go forward, you are going to lose good teachers. You are going to lose good families. They will.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sandra Brown. I'm a mother also. This, I believe, is Planned Parenthood's sexualized business plan. Our children are vulnerable. This is desensitization and normalizing sexual perversions. At such a young age, we are indoctrinating our children to the point where our parents are unable to teach their beliefs. They will be overridden by the sexual perversions that they are taught at a young age. We will start seeing children experimenting and exploring their sexuality at such a young age, too young to even understand or comprehend what the hell they're doing. This is psychologically damaging. We will see children having sex in grade school. It will be such a familiar subject and old news that they will have sex younger than they ever have. This is Planned Parenthood's agenda. This is their business plan. This is how they make money. This is not about kindness. It's not about bullying. If we were trying to protect all people's beliefs, we would be teaching all perspectives. You must reject this.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lisa from San Francisco. I'm here as a parent to oppose AB 329. By law, children under 18, whatever they do or they make a mistake is our responsibility. In this case, leave the children to ourselves, to parents. Okay, why, when the children are 18, they can make their own decision. Don't push them to go up. They have their own choice. You do not have to teach them. Hello, in this early age, this is common sense, please. This is really common sense. I'm not a public speaker, but I'm here. Please, parents, speak up and protect your children. They are our future. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jennifer Flinders.
Many of you are familiar with the movie The Sound of Music and the dramatic ending when the Von Trapp family flees Austria after the invasion of their country. This is based on a true story. Although different than the movie, the family did not actually leave Austria right away. They stayed long enough to see the new government replace their school teachers and start indoctrinating their children. That's when the Von Trapp family left Austria. I hope, if nothing else, today reminds you that parents are not going to sit idly by and allow their children to be indoctrinated with this framework. I join others in saying reject this framework.
Thank you.
My name is Danae Valerio, and I think that this is just sad, what is happening to our children. They are being brainwashed. They are not given a choice. They are being told from a very young age. Everybody knows who has children that they are sponges and they absorb every little thing that's around them, and they will repeat everything that they see. And this is gonna just, like other people have said, this is gonna make sexual acts start earlier in earlier ages that don't need to be happening. They don't even understand what is going on. They don't understand the pictures. They don't understand the words. They don't understand any of it. They are not old enough to understand it. We are not supposed to be old enough to even do sexual acts until we're 18 legally by law. You are not old enough to do or understand those acts until you're 18. So why would they put it in school systems? School systems are supposed to know how the brain works and what is appropriate, but obviously they don't.
Thank you.
You guys all look super excited to see me right here, so, you know, I'll spend my time, so you all love hearing me, right? Teenagers, you know, we're so smart. All right, anyways, so hello, my name is Caleb Washington Judd, and I'm 17, and I have a question. Are we really debating on teaching 7-year-olds and 8-year-olds what sex is? Like, seriously? Who thought this was a good idea? I'm around other kids 6 hours a day, and I swear the things they talk about are like absolutely disgusting. And now we want 7 and 8-year-olds to be talking about this, to be discussing this in their little friend groups. I don't think that's a good idea. Like, no. Like, if my little brother was doing that, I'd be like, you know, smack him in the face. Not actually, figuratively, yeah. And we're literally perverting little kids' minds at such a young age. It's just not a good idea. It's gonna lead to like an immoral society, and like these little kids with thoughts of sex, they're gonna like be so distracted with that, like they're not gonna be focusing on their education. God bless
Thank
America.
you for your
Amen.
comment.
Doctors, psychologists, politicians, parents, and the public at large cannot agree on these complex issues we are discussing here today. So it is wholly unreasonable to believe 6-year-olds can or should be expected to. We as adults can take in information and process it with the ability to decipher what we agree and disagree with. Their brains are not developed enough to process this information in this way. One of my 4 children is almost 6 years old and believes just about anything I tell him. He cannot be expected to understand and make decisions about information like this, especially when there is information given to him that has no scientific basis to support it. This is why it is my job as a parent to protect him. It is the job of every parent, no matter their beliefs. Beyond this, at a more basic level, the government does not have the right to force any of its citizens to accept beliefs or live their lives in a way that they do not agree with. This is the basis of our Constitution. This is not education. It is not within the boundaries or responsibilities of our educators. It is a political
Thank
agenda.
you for your comment. Thank you.
My name is Ala Manchik. As a mother of 4, it is my God-given right and responsibility to choose when and how I teach my children the topic of sexuality. This isn't the government's responsibility. Teachers and educators should focus on the job of teaching arithmetic, grammar, and reading. While this movement is about inclusivity, it already excludes our children. Stop corrupting our children's minds with age-inappropriate material when they are so young and so innocent. Please stop pushing your political agendas into our homes. Know one thing, one day you will stand before the sovereign God and you will answer for your actions today. This mama bear says, not my children. Please reject the framework. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. I'm gonna just kind of call our attention to the fact that we still have several speakers. We want to limit our time to 1 minute, and the ambient noise makes it kind of hard for us to hear, but we really do want to hear everybody's comments. So thank you.
Okay. Hi. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm looking around at each and every one of you, and I'm saddened that this could make any sense to any of you, that you could accept this, that you would throw this ridiculous sex education down the throats of our children. We as parents need to unite and stop the abuse of our children with this sex education that has been shoved down the throats of our children and our throats. We demand that you stop the grooming of our children for those sick pedophiles. Go to gonetoofar.org and sign the proclamation against things like this. And each and every one of you, I'm asking you to reject this curriculum, to reject treating our children. They say that they are sex beings and then sex toys. That's not what children are. Damn you. May you be damned in hell.
Thank you so much for your comment. And okay, next. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Vicky, and I am a parent of two, one about to enter kindergarten, and I've also been an educator in California for a long time. I work at City College, and as a fellow educator, I really respect the work of educating with excellence, and I believe that in teaching my children to respect all people, but I don't believe in this framework. It's disturbed me for many days since I've heard of it only last week, and it's left me sleepless. I ask you to please consider just exposing my child at such a young age to gender identity issues that they're not even, it's going to confuse them. And I'm concerned how children will grow up being very confused by all that. And I heard that gender dysphoria from one medical doctor. He said that most of the time it resolves themselves. Like you heard earlier, there's a woman who was a child who was tomboyish, but she's a woman, and I hope that you can consider all this.
Thank you for your comment.
Good afternoon. My name is Marilyn Jackson, the founder of Pray for Safe Schools. The explicit graphic language and lessons in this curriculum violates parental rights and crosses over moral boundaries, which is not the function of education. Parents trust that schools will not cross these moral boundaries, and this curriculum clearly does. So I leave you with these questions to ponder as you make your final decision. Whose kids are they? Are they the parents or the schools? Who ultimately has responsibility over them? The parents or the schools? When their 14-year-old daughter gets pregnant, will you be there with them? Parents' authority takes precedent. I started Pray for Safe Schools after the Parkland shooting. Parents are concerned about the safety of their kids. I ask you
Thank
to
you so
reject
much for your
this.
comment. We're at our time right now, so thank you.
Hola, buenas
Hello.
tardes.
Good afternoon.
Soy
I am
una persona que estoy aquí.
a person who is here.
Soy madre de dos hijos.
I am the mother of two children.
Y quiero decirles que
And I
por
want to tell you
una revista que llegó en mal momento a
that
mano de mis
a
niños de
magazine that
6
reached my
años, estoy
children's
sufriendo
hand,
las
my 6-year-old,
consecuencias
because of
que
that, a
marcó
bad
su vida de
magazine.
mis hijos hasta
I'm
ahora,
suffering
hoy
the
en día,
consequences. They have
en su,
affected my
en
children's
su,
lives
en
until
su
now,
adultez.
in their
Entonces,
adulthood. So
pues yo
then,
pienso que
I
la
think
decisión
that
de
the decision,
ustedes
your
como
decision,
responsables de
as
la educación en
responsible
California,
for the education
también
in
deben de
California,
pensar que los
you should
libros que
also
van a
think
llegar
that
a manos de esos niños y las
what
enseñanzas
is
que
going
ustedes
to arrive
disfrazan
at the hands
como
of those
educación
children and the teachings
van
you
a
are giving them
formar
as
a esas
education
personas del
is
futuro, a
going to
esos
shape
niños
those
a
people in
quienes
the
le estamos
future,
robando
those
su
children
niñez, su
to whom
pureza,
we are
su
stealing their
inocencia.
innocence, their purity, and their
No
childhood.
dejemos que el
Let's not
demonio
permit
se imponga y
the
disfrace la
demon to impose
educación
himself
con
in education
pornografía.
with pornography
Que el hijo que ustedes
that-
que podían destruir la inocencia
that could
de las
destroy the
criaturas
innocence
que
of
debemos de
creatures
proteger,
whom we
todo
must
tiene
protect.
consecuencias,
Everything has a
hasta la
consequence,
omisión.
even
Que ustedes
omissions.
tienen el poder,
And you have
pues
the power.
háganlo valer.
Well, then make it worth
Que no dejen que
something.
esos niños en el
Don't
futuro
permit those children in
crean
the
un
future
país
to
que se
create a
convierta
country
en
that
Sodoma
becomes
y en
Sodom
Gomorra.
and
Y
Gomorrah.
vamos a luchar
And we are
adelante para
going
que
to
esto no
fight
pase. Reyes,
forward so that this does not
Reyes sabe
happen.
con- Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Philip Hsu. I'm a father, a Polish American, and also a pastor. I have thousands of boiling Asian parents behind me to oppose AB 329. Most of us are originally from a totalitarian country where a small group of elites rule all the mass. Atheism is falsely taught in school. Religious rights are suppressed, where a small group own all the people. We have come to this beautiful country of freedom and democracy, but lo and behold, a small group of politically ambitious elites are ruling our educational system. Anytime parental rights are invaded, family integrity is attacked through indoctrination in the school system, is a clear sign of coming totalitarianism. By opposing AB 329, we're not only protecting our children from this oversexed brainwashing, we're also protecting family integrity. In short, we're protecting America from impending totalitarianism. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Hello, good afternoon.
Mi nombre es Efraín Pérez
My name is Efraín Pérez.
y yo como padre de familia
And as
estoy
a
muy
father
preocupado
of a family, I am very worried
por la educación de mi familia
for the education of my family.
y estoy totalmente en contra de
And I
todas
am
estas leyes perversas,
Completely against all of these perverse laws,
en contra de Dios y la familia.
against God and the family.
Según los estándares de Dios,
According to God's standards,
Él nos creó hombre y
He
mujer
created us as man and woman.
y esos son los pilares de una
And
sociedad
those
sana
are the pillars of a healthy society.
y que con todo este tipo de pornografía y
And
géneros
with
sexuales
all of these types of pornography and sexual genders,
quieren envenenar la inocencia de nuestros
they
hijos
want to poison the innocence of our children
y violar nuestros derechos de libertad
and violate our rights to freedom
que Dios nos dio.
that God gave us.
Yo estoy totalmente en contra de todo lo que vaya contra las leyes naturales de Dios.
I am completely against anything that goes against the natural laws of God.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there a timer somewhere?
You have a timer, yes.
Oh, I see. My name is Joseph Gertcher. I'm retired from the high-tech industry of the Bay Area and the University of California as well. And my observation about the best universities and the high-tech laboratories of California is that the creative PhD level people there, for the most part, are not educated by the California public schools. They come from elsewhere in the country or elsewhere in the world. At the most, what you people are doing is in the public schools are educating people for menial or mid-level laboratory positions. You are not capable of educating full professors and technically creative high-tech individuals. And I hope you would devote your time to excellence rather than to this political correctness that we've been talking about today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And I'm going to remind us that we have 1 minute per speaker, and that I would request that we refrain from making noise and clapping so that we can hear every speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Yvette Mullen, and I just moved from Seattle, Washington 3 weeks ago. This is my home state, and I was born and raised here in California. And it grieves me to find out that this bill has passed, and it's literally taking parental rights from us. And this is indoctrination without knowledge or consent of parents. This indoctrination will lead to further pedophilia, molestation, abuse, and STDs. I decide how to speak and teach my kids about their sexuality, their identity, and their faith. They will not be taught at 5 years by teachers and the Board of Education about their sexuality. This is an assault. You are a public servant. I respectfully ask that you reject and overturn this bill. In Jesus' name.
Thank you.
My name is Joseph Dunca, and I'm a God-fearing Christian. And I just want to leave you with 2 verses or 3 from the Bible. And these come from the words and the mouths of Jesus Christ. Matthew chapter 18, Jesus says, "But whoso shall offend one of these little ones which believe in me, it were better for him or her that a millstone were hanged about his neck, and that he were drowned in the depth of the sea. Woe unto the world because of offenses, for it must needs be that offenses come. But woe to that man by whom the offense cometh." In the Amplified it says, "But whoever causes one of these little ones who believe in me to stumble and sin by leading him away from my teaching, it would be better for him or her or them to have a heavy millstone as large as one turned by a donkey hung around his or her neck and be drowned in the depth of the sea. Woe! Judgment is coming to the world because of stumbling blocks and temptations to sin. It is inevitable that stumbling blocks come, but woe to that person
Thank you for your
on
comment.
whose account
Thank you
or
so
through
much for your
whom the stumbling
comment.
block
We're at our
comes.
time right
Fear
now,
God
and
and
so we're
repent.
going to need to move to the next speaker at this time. Thank you so much for your comment.
Good afternoon, Tammy Martin with Equality California. For 20 years, Equality California has led the Golden State's fight for full LGBTQ equality, and we were a proud sponsor of the California Healthy Youth Act, authored by Assemblymember Shirley Weber. And we are working with a broad coalition to implement that legislation, so we thank you for your hard work to develop guidance on medically accurate, age-appropriate, and inclusive programs and instruction. Our schools, as you know, are diverse, and when every student is welcomed and acknowledged, all students are safer. And studies show that science-based health education, when it supports a diverse range of people, helps students become healthier and more successful adults. And while many school districts recognize the value of comprehensive and inclusive requirements of the California Healthy Youth Act, they will benefit from your detailed guidance on how to implement the law, which is why your work is so important. So thank you for the opportunity to engage in this process and for your ongoing attention.
Thank you for your comment.
I just start. Oh, my name is Rebecca. I am a parent and a Christian and an informed parent, and I have 3 children. And I just want to first and foremost, there's been a lot of great points made here, so I don't need to reiterate all that. I just want to say that this is not about hating gay people. I have family and friends who are gay who I love very much, and so that's not what this is about. I think you guys have heard clearly a lot of parents of what this is really about. I have had 2 of my children had negative experiences. When my daughter was in high school in English class, not sex ed, they were forced to read a book where they had orgies and did drugs and drank and partied. And I had to pull her and get her a different assignment. And my son in health class had to watch a video on 2 gay teenage boys in their underwear in bed together. I have 10 seconds. So basically, where are our rights included in all this, where the diversity of Christians and the children out there who are straight and Christians, we're not be taken into account. Everybody should be taken into account. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Ruth. I'm a teacher, mother of 5. 3 of my children attend school here in Sacramento. My son serves the country. Several years ago, he made a promise to his country to protect this country to the last drop of his blood. He's a true soldier. Do you realize that our children are our future? If this so-called Healthy Youth Act will pass, our families will be destroyed, our children, our future will be destroyed. Our country will be destroyed from within. Please reject SB 329. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Charisse, and I am a mother of a 40-year-old that has 7 children that are through this here in California and a foster parent of over 50 children the past 32 years. I'm recognized as a therapeutic foster parent as well as special for medically compromised children, whether that's mentally or physically. And I work with a lot of specialists in regard to the kids. And I have not heard anyone say that this would be healthy for our children. The kids that I serve are already grieved with a lot of, let's just say, baggage that have been in their past. And this, I just don't feel is a healthy measure to add to it. I would like us to focus on math, reading, and the different things that are going to really advance our kids, and leave the parenting leave the rest for the parents.
Thank you for your comment.
Hi, my name is Cornelius Goga, and I was raised and born in a communist country where I was tortured in public school, physical and mental, because my parents was Christian. And that was painful, was very painful. And you guys try to do this in this country. I don't want to happen what's happened in my country. And a lot of people was killed because what they believe. Stop this. This is not good. It's not your right. It's not your children. It's not your right. Those parents, they have the right to decide for their children. And I have to decide for my children, not somebody else, because they have different scope, different things. That's not your right. It's parents' right. Ask them if they want, they will do. If not, no. Don't force. What you force, you break. And when you break, it's not good. And think this is just a spark. You have to stop this. Thank you, and I appreciate all those teachers who do their good job. I appreciate and respect that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. As the co-founder of Informed Parents of California, I'm here to tell you that the framework is state-sponsored sexual exploitation of children. I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt that the content of this proposed framework is so indoctrinating that it may very well cause financial collapse of public schools in California. This is because we still live in a constitutional republic and the right to free speech, free thought, free expression is actually still protected, including religious liberty, but not in this law, not in this framework. We do not have that protection. This framework doesn't even meet the standard of the law it was written to. It is not medically accurate. It is not age appropriate and is certainly not non-biased. Just last week, a school administrator in Southern California admitted that they're actually teaching pederasty under this law. Pederasty, this is the practice of man-boy sex, okay? So pedophilia. If it is not your intent to indoctrinate children, then we need to go and put this framework on the scrap heap of history because this is indoctrinating content. Have you noticed a decline in enrollment?
Thank you so much for your comment.
You will see more of it
Thank
if you do not
for your
hear the
comment.
constituents.
We're at our time right now.
entrust
We need
their
to go to the
children
next
your
speaker,
schools.
but thank you for your time.
Hi, I am a mother of 11. I have stepchildren, I have adopted children, and I have my own children. For those of you who are not parents, you need to listen to the parents. For those of you who are parents, just think about how you would not like someone else telling you what they would like to do with your children that you do not wish to happen. You need to reject this framework. You've heard plenty of evidence today, and I hope it's your duty to search for evidence as well. This is inaccurate, immoral indoctrination of other people's children. You need to reject it. You need to correct it. You need to make it right. Do not take our children, and I sure hope you have an intent to protect other people's children. You will have such a huge problem on your hands if you do not reject this framework. You are appointed here to do a job and serve this public, and I plead with you to do just that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
My name is Greg Bird. I work for the California Family Council. It represents over 2,000 churches in the state. I work a lot at the Capitol. I would just like to say that, public schools need to respect the values of different communities, and that really includes Christians. That is the only way that public schools in this state are going to survive and serve a diverse group of people. But this framework does not do that in regards to the teaching about sex and gender. Do you guys realize you're starting the beginnings of a rebellion? I don't think you quite underestimate, or you're underestimating the outrage out there. I mean, just wait. Most people haven't read the framework. When people actually read the content, reporters are outraged. I was showing reporters today some of the pictures in the books you've recommended. They are shocked. And these are, liberal reporters, anyway.
Thank you for your
I
comment.
do hope
Thank you
you
so
guys
much
realize
for your
this. So
comment.
thank you.
Good afternoon. So, yeah, let's, beautiful people, love you all. So let's talk, all politics aside, everything aside, I don't know how much you guys care about ethics or, the religion or everything. So all of that aside, let's talk money. And as you can see, all of these beautiful people today, they're all children. They all have children. They have, if all of these people, we have no problem, exiting the school system. And we've been doing homeschool because of vaccinations, because of religious things. And we're going to continue to do that. And I'm telling you, this right here will drive so many people out of schools. Your public school system is going to implode. We have no problem moving out of California if we have to, but this is not going to work, and this is not going to be good to you guys. It's going to be detrimental to you guys. So, boom, choke on that. Amen.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Janet Mullen, and I am a wife, mother, and a Grammy, and I have 7 grandbabies. And if I walked in here and I happened to drop a pornography book right in front of you, I can imagine right now that every one of you would remember the pictures that are on there. The mind, when I was a young girl, they said the mind is a terrible thing to warp, to make it awful or something like that. Terrible thing to waste, that's what it was. Thank you. Well, it is. And I want you to know, when I was like 5 years old, 6 years old, I went to one of my friend's house, and she found a little pornography book. And I remember looking at it. And I want you to know, till this day, I remember some of those pictures. Please, please, for our babies and yourselves, because you guys are moms, you guys are dads, you are wives, you are mothers, you're a grandmother. For the love of God, do not let this pass. Do not let this come into the schools, because our children are worth more than that.
Thank you so much for your comment.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Peral, and I am here in support of the implementation of the Sexual Health Education Framework. I'm a policy advocate and community organizer for the Los Angeles LGBT Center, which is the largest provider of services to the LGBT population of any organization in the world. We have a program called the Sexual Health and Education Program. And unfortunately for our clients, the education part often comes after they have come in to address an issue that would have been fully preventable if they had had medically accurate and inclusive sex education. We see the effects of abstinence-only education that excludes the existence of LGBT lives every single day. Staff members have told me stories of people in their 40s who have no idea how HIV is transmitted. Clients who have spent their lives engaging in non-consensual sex because they don't know the boundaries of consent and how to say no to their partners. The Instructional Quality Committee has an amazing opportunity right now to ensure that the next generation of California students is empowered to advocate for themselves.
Thank you for your comment.
Good afternoon. Chris Miller. I'm a credentialed health education teacher working in Catholic schools, although I'm not working at the moment as I work on my dissertation. I'm also a member of the CDE Student Mental Health Policy Work Group, and have been involved in the process since its beginning in 2016. Not sure everyone was at that point, but anyway. Our process, the work group has provided comments to the CFCC, the SMC, and the IQC over the last 3 years. And generally speaking, we are in support of the framework as written, but also know how important mental health instruction is and the focus on stigma. About a dozen of our members of the work group provided comment in the last 60-day comment period or window, and they are content experts in mental health. So I ask you to strongly consider the input provided by our work group members. Thank you.
Thank you.
First of all, I just want to say thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak today. My name is Gabriel. I'm a Christian. I'm a church member, and I'm opposing that bill that was against the kids. As a future parent, as a future husband and a father, I don't want to see this type of I wouldn't even call education a system that would destroy my future kids and this great nation generation, future generation. I came here as an immigrant. I love this country. I love people of this country. And this is just the immoralization of our children. It will destroy our kids, and it will destroy the future generation, and it will destroy the nation of this country. The United States has to serve as an example to other people. And all the laws that were built in this country was based on the biblical.
Thank you for your comment. Has everybody who signed up to give public comment had an opportunity to speak? Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time, for your comments, those of you who traveled. At this time, we're going to take a 15-minute break. Let's reconvene at 2:50. Yes? Okay, thank you. Oh my. Okay. So we're going to reconvene at this time. Again? Okay. Con gusto. Yes. Thank you.
Sounding board girl.
So I want to reconvene at this time, please. And I want to start off by, again, thanking everyone who provided public comment, who came all this way and waited for their opportunity to voice their thoughts and their feelings regarding the work that we do. It's really important, and we appreciate your participation in this open and transparent process. We have a lot of recommended edits to review today, and I wanted to also thank all the commissioners for being prepared so that our discussions can be focused and to the point. The purpose of this meeting is to review the public comment that we've heard today, and then also review the written public comment submitted over the course of the review regarding the current draft of the 2019 Health Education Framework. Our charge as the Instructional Quality Commission is to make recommendations on final edits to the current draft of the Health Education Framework. The final edits that we agree upon today will be presented to the State Board of Education during their upcoming meeting in May. And that's where they will discuss and move on whether or not they're going to adopt the 2019 Health Education Framework. That includes the final edits, our recommendations from today. Okay. So at this time, we're ready to begin our discussion of the, oh wait, yes, okay. We're going to begin our discussion of the actionable recommendations submitted by members of the public during the second 60-day review period. As was, I guess, described by Lindsay earlier for us, we're going to be using attachment A, the summary table of actionable public comments, to facilitate our discussion. I'm going to give everyone a moment to pull it up either in hard copy or digital format.
And just to reiterate for our public audience, these documents are available on the back table to utilize during the meeting. There's also a link and a QR code where you can pull it up on your device as well. And there is a laptop in the back of this room where you can pull up the box.com account.
As Lindsay mentioned earlier, the CDE staff and framework writers carefully reviewed each of the line edit recommendations in attachment A and have provided us with recommended actions, which are recommended, recommended with writer's discretion, or not recommended, or no motion recommended. However, the recommendations are simply that. They're just recommendations, and we're going to need to come to a consensus as a group today and vote to accept or reject the recommendations. If we do not accept the recommendations or their recommended actions, then we will need to propose a new action as a group. We will vote on the recommended actions of each comment once we have gone through the comments submitted for each chapter and each appendix. As we reach consensus, our decisions will be compiled and presented to the State Board of Education as final edits to the current draft of the 2019 Health Education Framework. So does anyone have any questions regarding our charge at this time? Okay. Oh, yes.
Are we going to be going through them in the order, the numerical order by, okay, thank you.
That's how we've done it in previous, iterations of framework revision, and it's worked well. So I think that's our plan for today. Okay. With the large volume of comments and suggested revisions, we will need to be purposeful in our discussion. We will not be able to discuss every comment listed on attachments A and B. However, we will spend as much time as needed to address all of your questions or concerns that relate to making final edits to the current draft. Okay, and so this is where I'm going to say that in advance, I really appreciate everyone's copious and detailed notes. Even though we are going to work from attachment A to drive our discussion, please don't hesitate to bring up comments from any of the other attachments as they relate to our deliberations. For those of you who have suggested edits that are your own edits and were not submitted by members of the public, I ask for your patience. I will ask for any additional proposed edits from the IQC as a group after we've worked through attachment A in a systematic fashion. We will also hear from CDE and review their additional proposed edits at that time. It may take us a while to get through all of the recommended edits, but we will get there, and you will have the opportunity to make your own suggestions. Group. Let's get started. Right. So I think everyone has their attachment A out. I'm going to propose that we review the comments in chunks, right, as we've done in previous framework draft review processes, by chapter or by appendix, right? So we're going to start on page 3 at this time, right? Do we want to go by chapter, or what do you think, by chapter? Okay. All right. So, okay. So then as we consider the recommended actions in this table, please keep in mind these principles. Changes to the draft health education framework must be consistent with the guidelines adopted by the State Board of Education, provide clarification, eliminate redundancies, add value to the draft chapter or appendix document, be consistent with and support the grade level and grade span standards, be supported by research, and the research must be properly cited, and then reflect the current state statute, the laws that are in place. Okay. Any comments or questions so far at this point in our process? Right. Okay. Before we go through the comments by chapter, right, we need to discuss and make a recommendation for comments that are labeled as no motion recommended. There are 4 comments that fall under this category, and they're comment numbers 6, 517, 692, and 693. So let's take a moment to review these comments one at a time. So the comment number 6 is on page 4 of attachment A. If we can all flip or scroll to page 4. And I'd like to ask, does anyone have a recommended action for this comment?
I do.
Oh, yes.
So it mentions standards 1.1.8, which is grade 1, but I didn't see a content area, so I'm assuming she's or he or the person is referring to personal and community health area. And so with that, I'm wondering if it may be a good idea, since if we're keeping in mind the principles of reviewing the framework and making revisions, if it adds a value, in this case, composting, there's already a table, which I believe begins on line 2293 of chapter 3. And within that table, on the last row, there's already a reference to activities related to recycling bottles. And my suggestion would be that it would add value to add a possible activity regarding composts and composting, if that's the correct term. However, I would leave that to the discretion of the writers as to how to write that, but the idea would be to add a reference to composting.
Could I ask the writers, I thought I read in other sections areas mentioning composting, is that correct? No? Yes? No, I know it was a suggestion, I'm all for it, I'm all for composting. I just wanted to say I thought it was mentioned elsewhere.
So we actually had a discussion about this comment with Sloan Burke, our head framework writer, and specifically about this comment the other day. And she said, recommended with writer's discretion, but with caution, because not all of California is at that place where they have the resources and are able to compost. So just being careful in how that guidance is recommended.
So I like Commissioner Iniguez's suggestion of making that one of those additional activities. We can write a little something about, as a composting as an additional activity in there. That sounds reasonable. Again, with writer's discretion.
Does that sound good to the group? I mean, that sounds good to me. Okay, great. Do we need clarification in terms of that, or is it pretty clear?
That's clear. And then there's a second comment in this number 6, which would be about the toolbox curriculum by Dovetail as well.
I would go with writer's discretion on that one.
And I will repeat all of these comments back as we go, and when you make the motion at the very end, that's when you'll be making consensus.
May I ask a question about that comment? What is exactly what the person is proposing here? To take a look at that, to be included or listed in the framework as a resource?
So the toolbox curriculum by Dovetail has a cost to it, and so that's not something that we can include within the guidance that we're providing because it does have a cost to it. So we want to look to see the intent of the revision, and is there a way to provide it in a no-cost way, guidance that's no cost.
Okay, thank you.
I know there is reference to social emotional learning opportunities within the framework. And yeah, right. And I think that is absolutely valuable. I'm not sure if it would be valuable to add like a specific curriculum, since that's not the purpose of a framework, right? I'm just putting that out there. Mm-hmm.
But I think the comment also was just to look at whether or not, as a commission here, or the writers thinking on whether or not it would be possible to incorporate more social emotional learning into the early grades was kind of the focus of that.
And so that would be done like at writer's discretion as well, or I'm not sure. What do you guys think?
So we would either, as a commission, you would either need to determine, do you want to give directions to the writers to include more social emotional learning integrated into early grades at writer's discretion to do that? Or do you want to give them specific sentences and language to incorporate?
I'm comfortable
What you
with that.
said first.
Yeah. So giving the writer's discretion to do it where it seems appropriate.
Okay, sounds like.
So then I just want to clarify so we know what the action is that for comment number 6, you're saying recommended at writer's discretion. Yes. For both. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Great. The next comment that needs recommended action is comment number 517, and this is on page 212.
My note on that was to not recommend.
That was my note as well.
Sorry, scroll. Yes.
Can I speak to that? Is this, okay. So I heard what my fellow commissioner said, and what I'm trying to keep in mind here are two things. So just hear me out for 1 second. One, it's not just all the parents that came and spoke today, but it's also the number of parents who wrote in about this particular comment. So keeping in mind, and I want a very narrow focus, keeping in mind the guiding principles for revisions to the framework. With that limited framework in mind, it does indicate that if we are going to clarify, provide clarification, or follow the ed code, those would be appropriate lenses, for lack of a better term, guiding principles. So what I'm wondering, suggesting is, and I've said this from the very first iteration of the framework, is that there's a lot of confusion out there, not just parents, site administrators, you heard it today from a lot of the parents, as to how to appropriately implement the framework and the California Healthy Youth Act, which the framework speaks to. Two different things, but it speaks to that. So what I'm wondering is, and I'm not saying that this particular language, but what I'm wondering is, would it help clarify for parents, site administrators, if we add at writer's discretion some type of language that would at the very least refer administrators, parents to the correct ed code that essentially composes the California Healthy Youth Act, so that if there are questions about this or that related to it, at the very least, it would be an easy reference in terms of the education code that composes the California Healthy Youth Act. So again, the idea here is to increase clarity, because this comment in and of itself suggests to me anyway that there's a lack of understanding as to what that code says. This is not in any way to dismiss the parent comment, just speaking to what the law says.
May I just kind of, to your point, I'm also a little worried about letting having parents interpret or teachers interpret ed code. And I think that's a very local decision. I think school boards are elected by the community to implement policies at their district, and vetting materials, instructional materials, is something that is a very local decision. And most districts have board policies that describe exactly the role of parents and community in vetting all materials before the adoption process takes place at a local level. So I'm wondering.
And to piggyback on what you're saying as well, before it even that kind of evaluation process happens at the district level, we go through a state adoption, right? Which is on the docket as well.
Again, what this speaks to me, both your comment, my comment, as well as your comment, is there's a lack of clarity as to, and I'm just wondering if we could increase that in the framework here. Whether it's what you said, whether it's what I said, but at the very least, what I'm suggesting at the very least, refer parents, administrators, teachers to the ed code that applies here.
Oh, yes.
If you notice, comment 90 addresses this, that is recommended with writer's discretion, that consider parents' notification for any guest speakers invited to speak. So it seems to me this was somewhat addressed in comment 90. Yes, no?
So the yes and no, Commissioner Tonkovich. So absolutely it is in the law that parents must be notified at least 14 days prior to any of this instruction happening. But if you look at comment 5, which is why comment 90 says recommend with writer's discretion. However, if you look at comment 517, there's language here that says shall be parent approved, that school districts shall face consequences, and parents. So with that, I think that's why what we want you to have a discussion on, thinking about what is the ed code, what is the guidance that we want to give to districts for clarity.
Because the word shall is used in the ed code. I mean, I'm sure we're not going to quote the ed code here verbatim, but there are particular ed codes that do use the word shall, but not shall in the context of this parent comment.
The earlier note that Commissioner Tonkovich mentioned is in an earlier chapter that is intended for LEAs, districts. It's the chapter on supporting health education. This comment is in the high school chapter, which is intended for teachers. And so I think what we have is in the appropriate place. We have given that guidance to the people who are supposed to be reading it within that chapter. This is a chapter that is intended for teachers, and I think I agree with Lizette's comment that I don't know that we want teachers interpreting ed code because they can interpret it incorrectly and then go against what their own LEAs are wanting.
I'm rereading it too, and it says, I'm reading guest speakers and media resources, including books and videos, right, must be vetted for appropriateness. And I feel like that responsibility does, in my district anyway, it resides at the district and the site level. So we do vet. And so it's more of like as Commissioner Diaz was saying, kind of a local responsibility.
So perhaps we could come up with a statement that refers anyone reading this to say, here's where I go if I wish to be engaged in the process of what materials are being used at my district. So something like, I'm not maybe wordsmithing it on the top of my head, but.
Wouldn't we say something along the lines of, you can contact your local LEA for their protocols, procedures for curriculum adoptions, or?
Yeah, something like local educational agencies have policies and procedures for instructional materials adoptions, including.
Because we do have to have a specific.
Sure. Sure. I'm just sorry. I didn't want to interrupt anyone. So I'm hearing what everybody's saying. And in retrospect, now that we're teasing apart the chapters, I would agree that chapter 6 is more a chapter wherein teachers might be focused. But the idea, the concept that I've been saying since the get-go still applies. So maybe, even though this comment speaks specifically to the high school chapter, chapter 2, based on memory, going back to when we read that, is intended for parents, community members, the board, everyone. And so all I'm saying is somewhere in the framework, and I'm just using this comment to speak to that, there is a lot of confusion. You heard parents today. They approach site administrators who say, I'm not sure. I'm reading some of these comments, for example, I'm not going to read it here, or the number, but I'm not very clear as to what parents can opt their students out from. Things like that. So maybe not in chapter 6, because I hear what you're saying. Perhaps that's not the appropriate place because that's more specific to teachers. But the idea that I'm suggesting is, could we, and I don't know if the rest of the commission agrees, just add a little bit more guidance, clarity.
We are going to have a discussion when we get into the CDE recommendations, which are in your red folder, about a new site on their site about parent opt-out and referring parents to that point.
Okay.
So going back to sort of what the topic at hand, right? Number 517 on page 212, right? What do you think? I mean, I heard 2 commissioners say no motion recommended, right? I heard another commissioner say potentially might be appropriate, maybe not in this section.
How about I just want to maybe propose this part of the motion. There's a wording on the CD website. It's under instructional materials implementation, and here it reads: the process of selecting and implementing new instructional materials should be thoroughly planned, conducted publicly, and well documented. At every step, a district should adhere to Ed Code Section 60002, which states the following: each district board shall provide for substantial teacher involvement in the selection of instructional materials and shall promote the involvement of parents and other members of the community in the selection of the instructional materials. And just add maybe that statement to that piece, and it's consistent with what's already on the CD website.
Right, because for clarification, this itself is not curriculum. This is our guidance, right, on how districts will select curriculum.
And just to be clear, I never said about this particular comment that it was a correct interpretation, nor am I advocating for this particular comment verbatim. So just want to clarify that in case there's any doubt. So.
So am I hearing that your proposal right now on the table is to recommend adding in what Commissioner Diaz has just read out loud into the appropriate place into Chapter 6?
So,
Because that's the teacher-facing chapter.
What if it's at the discretion of the writer to insert where that might live, but that it's.
So you're looking more at Chapter 2 and the supporting health instruction?
Mm-hmm.
because even in the original language, it says for compliance with state statutes and ensure that the content, even for the teacher part. So if you're looking at
so then
comment 517, so I would say chapter 2, yes.
Okay, so then to clarify, so on comment number 517, you're not going to recommend that, but you're going to make your own recommendation to add in the sentence Commissioner Diaz says into chapter 2 where appropriate. Is that correct? Okay. Got that?
Thank you.
All right, got that.
All right. So the next two comments that need to be that need a recommended action from us are similar, and those are comment number 692 and 693, located on pages 272 and 273.
Can I clarify, did we get anything from Commissioner Mills? It says Commissioner Mills will submit recommendations.
No, we did not.
Oh, okay.
So for 692, I do agree with the comment that is made that possibly Temple Grandin is overused. So I would suggest that we recommend that with writer's discretion to possibly choose somebody else as an example.
And then just to clarify, for 692, we have recommended with writer's discretion. Okay.
Any thoughts on 693? I don't really.
I do, if I might. The suggested sentence in and of itself uses the word people twice, so just one thing to consider, that might increase confusion. But the only thing I wanted to say is keeping in mind, again, the guiding principles. If the addition of statistics and perspectives is going to add value using that particular perspective, then yeah, I'd support that. But I too was waiting for some additional comments just for context. So I'm a little uncomfortable just in what's here right now.
So what we can say is we can recommend with writer's discretion and they can look into doing that.
Works for me.
Dr. Gregson, do you have any additional background about these comments that you'd like to share?
So we presented to the Advisory Committee for Special Education and asked for their input and guidance on our students with disability integration within the health education framework. And so Commissioner Mills is on the Advisory for Committee Special Education. We have done our due diligence to elicit that public comment from her. Unfortunately, though, she did not get it to us on time. If you recommend with writer's discretion, we can work with the writers to ensure that we are keeping with the intent of the Advisory Commission on Special Education and the intent of the Instructional Quality Commission.
Those were the 4 comments that were up for discussion, right? And so I'm wondering if we could have Lindsay perhaps read back the actions that we've recommended.
Sure. So for comment number 6, we have for both parts of that recommended with writer's discretion, with the caveat that the second part of it, the curriculum, as long as there's a way to give guidance on that, that is not a cost to schools. So we're not advertising for anything. The second comment 517, the comment itself is not recommended. However, the commissioners have created a new recommendation, possibly to go into chapter 2, that provides some more clarity around the guidance on instructional material review process, the local LEA process, and to use the wording on the instructional materials adoption page on CDE, which also references ed code. And then comments 692 and 693 will be recommended with writer's discretion, and they will work to align the intent.
Yes.
So I'm sorry, but in hearing the comments for 517, yeah, I'm going to say till I'm blue in the face. So I heard what was just suggested. I have no problem with that, but I still don't think it's enough to clarify other aspects of this framework. Because once again, what's so complicated about this framework is it's not just the content standards, it's also the California Healthy Youth Act. And so what I am, again, just going to suggest is we need to have more than just that in terms of guidance. For example, I'm just going to use this one example. As a parent, I'm reading this. If I'm an administrator and a parent asks me, can my son or daughter opt out of all portions of the curriculum? I think we as a commission should take this on, because this is a source of a lot of commission. And if it's not going to be in the framework, it's just going to perpetuate confusion. So all I'm saying is, yes, I agree with adding that to chapter 2, but I don't think it's enough in terms of guidance overall.
I think I would agree with you, and I think that we're definitely going to revisit this issue in a very, like, as we go through the chapters. We just want to knock out these 4.
I forgot. Yeah. I'm sorry. You did say that.
Absolutely.
It's a long day. My fault. My fault.
Because I think you make a valid point. I think it does deserve a deeper discussion, so we will definitely do that. Mm-hmm. Yes.
You did say you'd be blue in the face.
But yes. So is everybody okay with the 4 recommendations as we've reviewed? Okay, great. So we're going to include these recommendations in our vote later this afternoon, right? Or this evening, afternoon. The remainder of the comments in this document have a recommendation from CDE staff and writers. So I'd like to propose that we go through the list of edits by chapter, and then when necessary in groups of 50, right, as we need to go with a finer comb. We'll work from the assumption that we'll go from the assumption that we accept CDE's recommendation of action for each comment, unless someone wants to raise an issue, right? Okay, and then go from there. And then at that point, we'll discuss, perhaps offer a change to the recommended action or verbiage, right? Or outright oppose it, right, to the recommendation. So those are our choices as we go through each of the items or each of the chapters. And so let's go ahead and start with the general comments, which include comments numbers 1 through 20, located on pages 3 through 13 of the attachment. Are there any recommended actions associated with these edits that you, commissioners, would like to discuss or that you don't agree with? Remember, we're assuming that we agree. Which ones do you not agree with that we want to talk about?
I have a comment on comment number 9, and it was recommended with writer's discretion. On the part 2 of 2, on the back, if you look at number 6, and it talks about like limitations imposed by the burdens and obligations of child rearing and family on life. And then in 7, it says obligations and impacts imposed by child. I just would encourage maybe more positive language. It sounds a little negative to me. So that's, I do approve it with writer's discretion, but
we want to ensure that the writer's discretion uses a more positive tone.
Please. Okay, please. Got that.
All right. Any others? Okay, so if not, then we're going to move on to chapter 1, comment number 15 and comment numbers 21 through 107. Are there any recommended actions that you want to discuss that you don't agree with?
All of chapter 1.
Yes, Commissioner Tokovich.
Well, it's not that I don't agree. I just wanted to build on it. I like this recommendation with writer's discretion for comment number 90. In fact, I would even recommend it. But what I would, and this may be a moot point, but in the framework, consistently it has parents, guardians, caretakers, and here it's parents only. I would just suggest that you continue parents, guardians, caretakers for comment 90.
Consistency. And this is the comment that you referenced in our previous discussion too, right? So I see that.
And I believe there's a day requirement, correct? Do
Yes.
right. So do we need to make sure that we put the 14 days? Because if it just says parent notification is required. Sorry, I'm not.
No, I think more detail is better.
So then instead, so it'll be parent notification of at least 14 days, or
Whatever
what
the
would
wording
verbiage-
is in the California
Okay.
Health Use Act.
Right, we'll use the consistent wording.
Yeah.
But we'll make sure that those specific details are included per your direction.
Any others?
Comment number 34. I just was wondering why we're not recommending including parents in being, establishing healthy behaviors, practices, and skills during childhood as the work of, as part of our team in this chapter.
In fact, I noticed in my notes, I also put that as recommended, perhaps it's writer discretion.
So Commissioner Chapin and Tokovich, if you look at line 180 right before, it discusses engaging contacts with parents, guardians, caretakers, and community members.
Okay, so it was redundant is the reason. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any others?
I actually have a question about comment 89 and 96, which both replicate the discussion we had earlier with, I believe it was 517, this question about resources being vetted for appropriateness. The fact that it's coming up multiple times in multiple chapters, I know we're going to discuss this later, and I think it was chapter 2 where that specific language was going to be. I'm thinking about teachers and parents who are going through the framework and who aren't reading it from cover to cover, especially a teacher who's picking up a particular chapter for guidance for teaching that unit. I think it might be worthwhile for there to be some reference in these areas back to wherever in chapter 2 that text is going to be, whether it be something short, such as refer to page whatever, or section whatever for specifics, just so that we had several hundred individuals submitting comment about that issue. So just to make sure that the public sees that issue is being addressed, I think just a few words referring back to where in the frameworks that's addressed might be helpful.
That's a good point. What does everybody think?
Right. Is there specific language that you would like us to have in that short sentence?
Well, I think the most important language is from Commissioner Diaz, what she pointed out earlier. So here it might simply be where it says should always be approved, or videos should always be vetted, in parentheses, refer to section whatever ends up being exactly for specifics or for guidance or for further information.
So we'll have a reference sentence then of where they can find more information within the framework.
Perfect.
Okay.
Any other comment numbers?
For clarity, that would be in all the other chapters too, where it talks about, okay.
So would you like an overarching recommendation that whenever it discusses around instructional materials or resources that we refer back to the text that we're inserting in chapter 2?
Yes.
So that it's, okay.
All right. All right, okay. So if there are no other comments that we want to address in chapter 1, then I believe we've reached consensus on which recommended actions to accept, change, and reject, right, that were submitted by the public for chapter 1. And I'd like to invite any commissioners to share suggested edits or comments that are your own edits, not attached to any of these comments.
Only within chapter 1.
Within chapter 1, sorry, yes.
Well, I had a question. It's on line 506 in chapter 1. Let me go there. It's just a question, if I could find it quickly. It talks about appropriate for special needs, appropriate accommodations, adaptions, differentiations. And I was just curious why the word modifications wasn't included. Could we consider adding modifications? Because that's pretty typical.
So Commissioner Tonkovich, to add modifications, not to take out anything. So kind of.
Fine. I wouldn't mind if we took out adaptions. I'm not familiar with that term within, thank you. Adaptations and with special needs, but I'm fine with it. So we could just.
After adaptations.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Are there any other proposed additions beyond the comments that were provided to us by the public? All right. So now that we've reached consensus on that, right? I believe the CDE staff has a few additional comments and oh no, not so much. Oh, we're just gonna go to chapter 2.
You jumped ahead, it's right here. Continue through the list of comments.
Oh, okay. Oh, great. Okay, so we're gonna move on to chapter 2. Okay.
Commissioner Chow, would you like for me to read back the comments and edits that you've made for general comments in chapter 1?
Chapter 1. Maybe that would be helpful just so that we're all on the same page.
Sure.
Yes,
I can do that
please
after
do.
each chapter.
That'd be
so-
wonderful.
okay.
Thank you.
Did I read back the general comments? Yes. Okay, great. Chapter 1. Okay, so comment number 90, it's recommended with writer's discretion, so that is staying, but also to include the ed code language, which is the minimum of 14 days notification, and then also to align the parent, but also include the guardian and caretaker as per the rest of the framework. And then on line 506, we will add modifications after adaptations.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Are there any comments on, well, any thoughts on the comments, the public comments that were provided for chapter 2? Yes, Commissioner Tonkovich.
On comment 128, this is similar to what Commissioner Fairchild was saying. It is recommended with writer's discretion, but I'd like to recommend it because it takes something that could be construed as a negative comment and makes it a positive affirming comment. I really particularly like differences of opinion should be treated with respect. So I would like to recommend that comment.
So do you want to take off with writer's discretion and just put recommend so that it goes in as is?
Yes.
Now, the only thing I'd like to add in there, I would prefer it to read differences of opinion should be treated with respect, but I do want to leave but not at the expense of our students.
See, I feel like that's a sort of a negative. I feel like that's not unnecessary, and it puts what's what I want. It sort of vilifies, someone who thinks differently. So I don't think we need to add that part, in my opinion. At the expense of other students.
Not at the expense of our students.
I just think leaving it affirmative and positive. I just like the really positive tone, how it leaves it,
So I would recommend the commissioners go into that chapter, look at the context around that sentence so that you look and see, what the other context is.
Page 16. Yep, chapter 2, page 16.
May I ask for clarification? So what is the intent of that clause? Why is it there? Oh, what is the intent of that specific clause in the sentence? Not at the expense of students. What is it that we are trying to convey?
In general, especially when we're talking about any of the ed code around California Healthy Youth Act, we're trying to convey and give guidance that all students are included and safe, and giving teachers that it comes from our safe schools type of mentality. So that's the intent of this section, is to support that.
So the idea would be if a student has a difference of opinion, that we respect their difference of opinion. But if their difference of opinion is putting down, for example, somebody in the LGBT community, that we can't allow that, because that's at the expense of other students in the room.
I'm not sure because if we look at the paragraph as a whole, right, the topic of the paragraph is controversial issues, right? And then the sentence is planted kind of like in the middle, right, where and then it's followed up by the topic that we've addressed about parents and guardians and caretakers having the right to excuse their child from comprehensive sexual health education, right? And so then I would revisit the question that was posed about the intent, right, of that sentence in the context of that paragraph. Yeah.
Okay, so if I could, maybe let's try this. Can I read this section out loud so we can hear it without the sentence, and then let's read it with the sentence, because this comment is asking to delete that sentence, right? So let's see. When confronted with bias, it is critical to reassert these values which are inherent in California public schools. Parents, guardians, and caretakers have the right to excuse their child from comprehensive sexual health education and HIV prevention education, and then Ed Code is cited where it has the clear parental opt-out rights. Now, if we keep the sentence in, which would be not recommending this comment, it would read, when confronted with bias, it is critical to reassert these values which are inherent in California public schools. Differences of opinion are respected, but not at the expense of our students. Parents, guardians, and caretakers have the right to excuse their child from comprehensive sexual health education and HIV prevention education.
Yeah, I understand the sentiment. I understand the reason for that clause, and I would agree. I'm wondering if the wording is what makes it a little confusing. It's like we understand what it means, but I'm not sure that that's the message when you read it. Maybe I'm not making myself clear, right? What does it mean, not at the expense of our students? Can we be explicit about?
Can you say not at the expense of other students?
Not at the expense of other students, yeah, the safety of other students, so that what you explained, right? You have the right to express your opinion, but not if it hurts another person.
Right. And I'm fine with putting the differences of opinion should be treated with respect, but not at the expense of other students. So can we change that wording?
And that also goes to Education Code Section 200, right, about not discriminating as well. Okay. So we will add not, so we are keeping, so not at the expense of other students is,
Power to other,
okay.
instead of are respected, should be treated with respect.
Do you think maybe we could have it read back to us just for clarity's sake? Thank you.
So then the sentence will read, and it will stay. It will say, differences of opinion should be treated with respect, but not at the expense of other students. And then the rest of the, okay. And so that will be recommended, correct? Okay. Mm-hmm.
Any other comments?
For chapter 2?
For chapter 2, yes.
So not that exact language, but there is a comment that was added here, comment 798. 798 in the appendix here that we received speaks to chapter 2. I just want to clarify, can I speak to that now or? Okay.
Yes, please do.
Did you, well, we actually were going to save that to the very end
Okay,
as
no.
a whole so we can get through this one big,
No,
big one.
Sorry, my
no,
mistake.
no problem. So can I speak to comment 117 and in particular ask a question about it? It indicates here recommended with writer's discretion. And what I'm wondering is, do we have an idea as to how that would be worded yet? And the reason I ask is because the comment in and of itself in the quotation marks to me only exacerbates the confusion that's there, because the use of the term health education can speak both to a class, and I think in this context of the comment is speaking to a class versus the required. The California Healthy Youth Act added to the requirement of the comprehensive sexual education. And so I'm wondering if we know yet how writers would use their discretion to sort of clarify that. Again, when I read that, it just exacerbates confusion.
No, that's what I was going to say. We don't, but if you would like to recommend particular language.
Well, my very off top of my head attempt at that would be while health education as a comprehensive course, perhaps, off top of my head, while health education as a comprehensive course at this time does not fulfill the A through G requirements, school boards of education do have the authority to use their local control. In that sense, we are qualifying it as a comprehensive course versus what is required. So that would be my suggestion, perhaps adding the words as a comprehensive course.
So, okay, so we will add a comprehensive course, but do you want to recommend with writer's discretion and we'll have Sloan double check to make sure that she's giving clarity between what is health education as a topic and health education as a standalone class? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's
okay.
more or less.
So, yeah, so we can check the A through G requirements.
Right, because it's adding in the information that this is a course, not just health education, because they are two. Right.
Thank you so much. That's good. Any other comments that we want to visit here in chapter 2?
I would just like some clarification about what peer health educators are from comment number 138. It's an addition of peer health educators to some groups on campus, and I'm an elementary person, so I want to know.
I wonder if I'm jumping in here
Yeah.
because this was back in the day. So please, writers, let me know. I might be very wrong. I actually was a peer health educator as a high school student, and we were specially trained to go down into the middle schools to talk about age-appropriate topics in health education. So I'm wondering if it's programs similar to that. Is that what the writers were talking about? Oh, it's a comment. So sorry. I apologize. I don't know. So I don't know. But that's the only answer I have, is just that I know programs like that at least have existed in the past. And it was under the guidance of a credentialed teacher.
Yes. And so what I can speak to this is we actually talked to Sloan about Lisa Eisenberg's comments in general, because she gave a lot of comments about community-based health partners throughout the framework. And so peer health educators would be an example of another community partner. So that's, yeah.
And if you look at the paragraph where this is being added in, or being recommended to add in, it's talking about, aside from classroom connectivity, students must have opportunities that give them a sense of purpose and belonging to their school and their community.
All right, anything else? Okay. So if we reached consensus on chapter 2.
Can you please summarize the recommendations?
So the two recommendations that were discussed, first 117, recommend with writer's discretion specifically to check on the adding clarity of health education as a course, not just a topic. And then number 128, we have changed to recommended with IQC notes, and those notes are, drumroll, okay, those are, so that sentence, so the sentence reads again, differences of opinions should be treated with respect, but not at the expense of other students.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, the one piece is, are there any recommended actions that weren't on the comments, but that you would like to volunteer, commissioners, for discussion? No? Okay, so then let's move on to chapter 3.
Okay, comment number 233. She says she's not sure if young children would understand the word safe, and she recommends that we change it to pro-social. I don't understand pro-social, and I think kids can understand safe, so I thought that one was weird. And then the second one, same thing, she wanted to replace safe with helpful. So I would say the first two of those 5 recommendations I would not recommend. The others are fine with writer's discretion.
And I'd like to comment, I had the exact same comments.
I wrote what with 3 question marks.
Me too, yeah. And then I checked with, just to be sure, I checked with our primary grades literacy specialist, and just to make sure I wasn't misunderstanding something.
All right. Are there any other comments that we'd like to discuss, address? Commissioner Needitz?
I didn't know if anyone else on that same comment number 233, the very last one, page 59, line 1575, someone was just, the commenter was saying not sure what symbols represents here and to consider modifying, and that was also recommended with writer's discretion. So I didn't know if, for example, if it might be easier to say, oh, I had it rewritten better, encourage inclusion of cultural products such as important objects, celebrations, etc., as a thought. But again, with I totally accept writer's discretion. I just didn't know if they wanted any. Repeat that? Yeah. Encourage inclusion of traditional, I don't know where it said symbols before. Encourage inclusion of traditional cultural products such as important objects, celebrations, etc. Or whatever would be appropriate in the context of that paragraph. Such as important, cultural products such as important objects, celebrations. Those are kinds of the things that end up being symbols of a culture. So if that does help clarify, but I also am perfectly fine to stand with writer's discretion.
In number 248, I'd like to address this because it came up many times in the public comment earlier. The question about the book, such as It's Not a Stork, Not the Stork, a book about girls, boys, babies, bodies, families, and friends. That is in a section of just recommended things that teachers could suggest to partner with the families. Trying to find exactly where I had it.
I have the language here. It says parents, guardians, caretakers receive a handout with suggestions on how to initiate a conversation on growth and development with their child. Books such as, and it lists several books.
So these are books just as a suggestion. Parents don't have to do them, but it was actually not for use in classrooms specifically,
Correct.
but rather just as
Correct.
a resource parents could consider or not.
Correct.
Exactly.
Comment 181, I think also sits on a topic that came up a lot in public comments today, and you can see it throughout the public comments on this entire document. So it says, recommending with writer's discretion to add this statement at the end of the paragraph. The goal is not to cause confusion about the gender of the child, but to develop an awareness that other expressions exist. I think really what's at question here is the public's fear of this being some kind of indoctrination. And that addition there, I think, speaks to that, as the whole point of this is not to cause confusion or really coax a child into believing this, but to just be aware of other genders exist, in that awareness piece. I think that awareness piece is really important, and I think that it's important enough that perhaps we shouldn't have it as a recommended with writer's discretion, but I think maybe we should discuss whether or not that could be a stronger statement.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
I really liked that. I had circled that as well.
Would you like it to be recommended, and that's the sentence that is included?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay.
Anything else? No? Okay. Anything else from people's notes in chapter 3 that they would like to bring up?
Nope, I got another one.
Yes.
Okay, comment 259. I don't like there's 5 recommendations on here. I don't like any of the middle 3. I'm okay with the first one. I'm not sure on the last one, but I don't like, again, we're back to that pro-social. So I didn't like any of those 3 middle ones. The page number and the line number don't necessarily work. I'm fine with the first one, changing the word, it's controlling emotions versus self-regulating emotions, which that's okay. The line numbers seem to be accurate. Yeah, and then 2799, the sentence is, a healthy relationship is when both people who are connected respect each other. Students respect parents, guardians, caretakers, teachers, and classmates, and return those people the student. And they wanted to change it to in return vice versa, which I don't know if that's actually better. I think what we're missing there is an in return those people respect the student, which I think that's So on 28, line 2800, we needed to say those people respect the student. I think that covers what this person was trying to say in a better way than what they said. So again, the other three, page 102, 104, 107, I did not like those changes. I think they're more confusing rather than less.
Okay, so just to clarify on comment number 259, we're okay with the first recommendation for page 101, line 2645. We're not recommending page 102, line 2651, page 104, line 2690, page 107, line 2763. And then we are changing page 109, line 2799 to say, in return, those people respect the student.
Should be line
2800, thank you.
It rolls over into the next.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
Anything else or any other suggestions at this point that are not in the comments that you'd like to bring up? Okay, do we want Lindsay to read for chapter 3? Yes, please.
For chapter 3, the first comment is comment number 181. Recommend, instead of recommend with writer's discretion, recommend, and to make sure that the statement in bold at the bottom, submitted by the member of the public, the goal is not to confuse, is included in the framework. Comment number 233, this has 5 different comments, and so the first 2 comments are not recommended, and then comments 3, 4, and 5 are recommended with writer's discretion. The 5th comment of those, we have some language recommendations from our World Languages SMC chair. Thank you, Commissioner Naditz. And then comment number 259, we have another block of comments. So the first comment on page 101 is recommended with writer's discretion, or is recommended, right? Recommended, okay. And then the last comment, which is page 109, line 2799, 2800, recommended with the addition of, in return, those people respect the student. And then the middle 3 comments on 102, 104, 107 are not recommended. Okay.
So if there's nothing else, oh, yes.
Just one minor clarity. Lines 556, I believe well-being is hyphenated.
566 and
556.
556 in the framework. Okay. Let me find it.
Is it one word or is it hyphenated as well-being?
Sure. Yes, yes. Thank you. Yes. We'll mark it. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Yes, correct. Okay.
All right, chapter 4. Do we want to, because it's kind of a lengthy chapter, chunk it out so that we can progress kind of together? No? Oh, is everybody good with chapter 4? Okay, yes, Commissioner Tomovich.
Well, actually, after Commissioner Rustin brought up the concern about our public comments about the indoctrination, I was looking at comment 312. It's not recommended. I'm not recommending the change, but I'm wondering that wording of affirm, you know, we're educating someone who has a different point of view. I would say either address or make aware or educate on something that addresses the concerns that we've heard earlier. I don't know the wording. I'm hoping someone can.
So the question is about the phrasing of must affirm.
Yes.
I'm wondering, oh, go ahead.
No, I'm asking because I respect what you said earlier. I'm hoping you can jump in here.
Yeah, I definitely see what you're saying. I'm wondering if the ed code phrasing includes must affirm. It does? Okay, so then.
Oh, never mind.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Needitz.
Actually, this might just be a quick edit, but I wanted to I checked on comment 278 where the commenter noted that something needed statistical support. Well, that actually was provided at the end of that full line. It was referenced as CDC 2015C. The only thing I did notice is in the references at the end of the chapter, that reference isn't included.
So the recommendation would be to include that reference.
Please include
at
that
the end
reference.
of the chapter.
Yeah, the citation.
References.
Yes, in the references. Thank you. The other CDC 20 such and such is included, but that one, the C was missing. So I couldn't quite find it in there.
Okay. Are there any other comments that we would like to put forth for discussion, or is there for chapter 4 specifically? And then is there any suggestion that you would like to put forth that's not a comment?
I have a question on comment number 318. It talks about that this is the only place where menstruation is discussed, or my question is I know that there is a little bit of kind of piggybacking on AB 329. There's also that 5th grade curriculum that they have to do. Do we feel like that would be a good place to clarify in that chapter, because it's talking about, like what some people are going to experience? Do we need to put some information in there for clarity on what that curriculum, or lead them to that curriculum, or that code? No.
So we wouldn't be able to add information around curriculum because the curriculum is the local decision of the local education
Thank you.
agencies. The only thing that we could provide clarification on is the requirements in the California Healthy Youth Act.
Right, for the 5th grade.
For 5th grade. But do you have the language of the law right in front of you, Lindsay?
Well, no, yes, but the California Healthy Youth Act is for 7th through 8th grade and then 9th through 12th grade. So this would be.
I'm not talking about the CHIA. I'm talking about the other requirement, right?
It's the standards.
Yeah, there is
At 5th grade, it's just the standards.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Sorry.
Oh, no. But
I thought there was something that we had that was mandated.
7, 8.
No, I know that's CHIA, but I thought there was in the 5th grade, they talk about what happens with their bodies. I apologize. I just didn't talk it. I thought there was, there's a separate requirement in 5th grade where they talk about what's just happening with their bodies. It's not, I didn't think that was under the CHIA. That's something separate.
It's in the standards, the health standards.
Okay.
All right. Yes.
Not recommended.
That was just a clarification for me. Thank you.
Right.
So did we have any changes for chapter 4?
Just one on comment number 278 to make sure that the citation is included into the end of the chapter's resources list.
All right. Thank you so much. So let's move on to chapter 5.
I had in number 408, it's recommended with writer's discretion. I definitely want it recommended. But I want to keep the writer's discretion as to the wording exactly and how it fits, but I think this one definitely needs to be included. Number 408.
Actually, and Commissioner Wu, we in our CDE edits, we have a recommended additional language to piggyback off of this too.
wait and see what happens then, okay. And then 451, it was recommended with writer's discretion. I just wanted to suggest that we look at the legal definition of rape and use that legal definition.
It does include the legal definition of rape in there.
And on 474, it was recommended with writer's discretion to change no name calling week to anti-bully week. I think I'd prefer that we just include both of those. And maybe as an either or something of that sort.
Commissioner Tonkovich?
And whoops, thank you. Well, I wanted to add a question, actually, comment 415, and I'm looking at the context. And to assuage the concern of the public comments we heard earlier, my question is, when the panel is diverse and includes individuals of different genders and sexual orientations, does that include traditional orientation? So that's implied that they're all, okay, thank you.
Any additions to the chapter that you would like to put forth for discussion, commissioners?
I would.
Yes.
Comment number 440. It was not recommended, and I don't know how we could word it, or it's the graphic about healthy relationships, and physical affection is listed as one of the healthy relationships, but they asked to add with consent. And I don't know if you want to speak to that.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not included in the graphic, but it's included in the text that's explaining the graphic. So I'm not sure if that makes a difference, but yeah, because there's a lot about consent in there, about physical affection. So that's the only reason why it wasn't recommended.
Or can we say consensual physical affection? I don't know. In the graphic.
That sounds good.
And I don't want to split hairs, but I just think consent is such a strong part of what we're trying to stand for.
That sounds good to me. Yes?
Is that a proprietary graphic, or is that one you created? Okay.
Are there any other comments that we want to address, or any changes that are not comments that you'd like to put forth? I think there's only one change, right? And so I'm wondering if Lindsay might read that off to us.
Sure. So actually we had two. So 474 to include both no name calling and anti-bullying. And then comment number 440 is to add consensual to physical affection in that graphic. We'll do that.
Sounds good. Thank you so much. And so then we're going to move on to chapter 6 and the comments that have been submitted.
Comment number 576 has two suggestions on it. I'm trying to find the line 803 here. And the top one I see what the person was saying, the worry about stigma. And so I was thinking if we could do it as a writer's discretion to add some sort of language to help counter the stigma. I think it's important to have that there, but I still think I worry a little bit about the stigma associated, because when you do, their statement it makes a good point. When you put words like disgusting, it might keep people from getting treated.
And I looked at the same thing, and it was a list of several prompts, and then so I wondered, and I'm not married to this, but I wondered about just removing that single prompt from the list of suggested prompts that the students would do in that activity. But I don't know, like, Commissioner Wu, what you might think of that, but that was
Yeah, that
a
would
thought,
be okay too.
that was a thought that I had for the same reason.
Or to add a prompt about,
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. It's a hard one.
But I thought that the rest of the prompts really taken together would actually fulfill the objectives of the task.
Yeah, we
I
can
don't-
just get rid of that one. So it's line 803 if we just got rid of that one prompt.
Yes, Commissioner Tokovich.
I was looking at comment 555, and I didn't understand why the ed code couldn't be quoted there. I know that abstinence is mentioned twice in chapter 6, but it seems like here would be a good place to cite ed code regarding abstinence. I'm not recommending adding, I don't think. I was just adding, I just thought I liked the idea of referencing the ed code in this section. Perhaps it could be in a different place where abstinence is mentioned.
Standards-based comprehensive sexual health education includes abstinence. It's already, that's part of that standards-based comprehensive sexual health.
And is that, I mean, but mentioned in the framework, it's mentioned twice in this chapter. So I'm just wondering if I would like to include it, but I would enjoy a conversation on this.
If you read the paragraph, it doesn't slide in easily.
Well, I wasn't particularly thinking here, but in the other sections that mention abstinence, I was thinking perhaps, let me go to those. There's two under the goal setting. Wait. Line 905 and 846 are the two places where they mention abstinence. I'm just throwing that out, that there might be a place that it would fit.
So just to add, I think I know why our writer said not recommended, and it's because of the word value in this recommendation. So,
But I wasn't recommending that sentence. I
Okay,
was only
just-
recommending including somewhere
Okay.
that the ed code reference.
Okay. We can, writer's discretion, that aligns to what we've been doing. Okay. Is everyone in agreement?
We could include it in the sentence that starts on page 6 or on line 682. positive health practices that are established during adolescence, and then it says such as safer sex precautions and developing a healthy body image can have a lifetime of positive implications. We could add such as delaying delaying sexual activity, safer sex practices, and developing a healthy body image. We could add that in there.
Commissioner Wu, would that reference the ed code? You're adding information, but
So Commissioner Tonkovich, just to clarify what you're asking is that you want the actual ed code referenced in this paragraph?
not necessarily this paragraph, but where abstinence is mentioned.
So the
Okay, so
abstinence
two
that you were
separate things.
referring to, the mention of abstinence was in a classroom activity. So we're not referencing education codes and classroom activities because that's really for teachers to be able to pull out and utilize when they're planning their instruction.
It's also under essential concepts. Does that?
So that's embedded in a classroom activity.
All right. So if we go back to Commissioner Wu's suggestion, what line was that, Commissioner Wu?
683. But the ed code, it doesn't really work with this particular piece of ed code.
Well,
I was referring more to the person's comment rather than to the ed code section of it, which are not necessarily related to each other.
True. This is about HIV prevention. I see.
Is it helpful that if we look at line 571, that's where they talk about the ed code and sort of fitting that in. I kind of do agree that if we put it in the middle of like a sample lesson, it feels disjointed, right? So is it maybe, it lives here, right, in lines 571 through
it's already
574.
there.
So is that maybe the best place?
So
for
the
it?
ed code is already listed there. Okay, so do we want to add that little section I put in about the delaying sexual activity? You like that idea? Oh, we can go ahead and do that, and just without the word value.
So, but then that wouldn't be attached to that comment. It would just be an independent recommendation from the IQC.
Okay, perfect. That's fine.
Any other references to the comments that are?
Sorry, Commissioner Wu, can you clarify which line number that is that you would like that added in?
It's in line the sentence starts on line 682 and continues on to 683.
Okay.
And there's a little list of things that are good.
Thank you.
Can I comment on another one? Because I'm not sure if we're done with that one. Comment 518 for Chapter 6. It reads recommended. Would the idea be that the language there would change to guest speakers and media resources, including books and videos, shall always be vetted for appropriateness? Is that the idea behind that one? So, of which I have no problem, but if I'm a teacher and I'm so busy lesson planning and all the things that I'm doing, we were speaking earlier about understanding from a teacher's perspective who is going to vet it for appropriateness. My question is, would we want to indicate there, would it be the teacher that's going to vet it? Would it be the district?
That's a local decision.
Well, again, the idea would be, I hear what you're saying. I'm a teacher there, so I'm just going to use my discretion and ask my administrator when I read that. Would that be the idea?
This comment would probably apply to the global edit that all of you asked to do with including a reference sentence to anytime we talk about instructional materials. And so we can add that there.
the commissioner's permission, we'll do that where it's not redundant, but that it's useful and relevant.
Comments 586 and 589 are closely linked to each other, and they're both recommended with writer's discretion. I really strongly agree with comment 589. And they kind of counter each other. It's one of those, well, let's lean towards 589 if we can kind of, it's never the fault of the victim.
So would you like to not recommend 586 and just recommend 589?
Yeah, trying to remember, this was 3 days ago, and I'm trying to remember what I was thinking. I think it flows into the same thing. So I think if we keep those both recommended with writer's discretion, but then the wording that's on number 589, being sure that something like that gets in there strongly to really punch into that listing of ways to protect yourself is part of the rape culture thing.
Yeah, I agree. 589, the wording there is, I think, really much stronger and very important. I think the other comment, I forget the number, just leaves it really wide open, and something as heavy as that, I don't know if we want to leave it as wide open, whereas 589, I think, hits the nail on the head with regards to acknowledging where the blame lies, but also the importance of the rest of that activity that's mentioned in that section.
Mm-hmm.
So would you like to take 589 and put recommended,
Mm-hmm.
and then 586 not recommended or recommended with writer's discretion?
They leave the writer's discretion, but with the strength on 589.
Okay.
I think it's important to leave the writer's discretion on 586 because unless I'm totally off base, this is really talking about a classroom activity where you're going to get input from students, whereas 589 is what you hope will be the outcome of the activity, that you have a very strong sense of what is right and what is wrong.
Okay, so I just want to clarify then, for 586, we're leaving with recommended with writer's discretion. 589 is just recommended. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Chow. Oh, yes. On chapter 6, again, after listening to our comments this morning, comment 569, I think we should consider adding the religious beliefs, but recognizing that it's multiple religions, not one religion, because we've talked quite a bit about that's an important thing to recognize the diversity of our religions. So I'm good with it's recommended writer's discretion, but I would like to recommend it.
Just outright.
Mm-hmm. I would.
That sounds good to me. What do you guys think?
Yeah,
Yes?
that's
Okay,
fine.
great. So we're taking out the writer's discretion and we're just going to recommend. Okay. Any others? Any that you would like to add to the table that are not on the comments table that have been provided for us? Okay, great. So then, Lindsay, would you mind reading back to us what we have for Chapter 6?
Okay, so for Chapter 6, sorry, we were having a quick conversation to confer as we were listening to you guys. Okay, Chapter 6, we have a new comment that line 682 to 683 add the language of delaying sexual activity regarding healthy, promoting healthy behaviors. So we will add that into that sentence. Comment number 518, we will see about adding the reference sentence about the instructional materials as long as it's not overly redundant. And then comment number 576, we will delete line 803, which is that one specific prompt about STIs. And then comment number 586 will be recommended with writer's discretion, and 589 will be recommended. And we will make a note that those two are paired together and that the emphasis should be on 589. And then, okay, and then for 569, we're going to add religious beliefs as recommended.
Great. Okay. Sounds good. And then I believe at this point, CDE staff has a few additional comments in addition. No, we still have Chapter 7. I'm so sorry. I keep jumping the gun. Apologies, guys. I'm not. Let's move on to Chapter 7. Yay.
Comment 662, number 7, it's already recommended with writer's discretion. I would just like to make it recommended. The newer version is 2018. They probably already caught that.
Anything else?
All good.
Anything that you would you would like to add outside of the comments that have been provided by the public? All right. So can we read back what we have for Chapter 7?
Sure. So 662, we will make sure that the 2018 Universal Design for Learning Framework is in the framework.
Thank you.
The health framework.
Okay, so moving on to Chapter 8.
I'm good. I have nothing in 8.
All right. And does anybody want to add anything that's not here? Just for form, to make sure we're consistently looking across all the chapters. No? Okay. All right. So then let's move on to Chapter 9.
The instructional materials chapter.
Right, and there were only 2 comments for Chapter 9.
We're on the appendix. Okay, the first one on, wait, let me make sure I'm in the right, yes, I am, on sex trafficking. I just wanted to see my fellow commissioners' thoughts on comment 743. And when I looked at it in context, I thought we could just simply remove provocatively and inappropriately and keep the rest of the language intact and still meet the objectives of what was originally printed in the framework. And I did agree with the comment writer that those two terms tend to blame girls.
I believe there's an additional recommendation to change that anyway.
Yes, but no, but let's discuss. So there is, so let's table this one maybe and then come back to it when we come back to the CD, of course.
Okay.
Yes. Any others? Any additions?
On either of the appendices?
Appendices, on the appendices? Okay, great. So if that's the case, then now, right, I believe that there are a few additional comments and additions,
Yes.
right?
We've
Yay.
been waiting all day, right?
That we've been waiting, that we've been waiting.
Okay, so.
Yay. So, yes. So, yes, so if we could pull them out of our red folders.
And Tracy is bringing Tracy and Susan are bringing handouts to all of you right now that refer to what was supposed to be in your red action folder in comment 798. And commissioners, as you review this handout and this comment, I just want to clarify, this is about opting out of the California Healthy Youth Act, not the framework. So that's very clear, and that's what this handout is about. So that's what this language would be in relation to. And the California Healthy Youth Act being comprehensive sexual health education, HIV prevention.
So if we're now talking about this suggested comment, I think it's great because it adds clarification. I can't tell you how many times I hear this out in the field. And so this is great guidance. But if what we're doing here is providing guidance, I still think there's 3 other areas, and I'm just going to use this comment to suggest 3 additional areas for clarification, and those would be advising parents, this is straight from the Ed Code, advising parents that the written and audio-visual educational materials used in the comprehensive sex, health, and HIV prevention curriculum are available for inspection. And I'm not suggesting that particular language, but just let parents know that they're available for inspection. And I'm referring specifically to Chapter 2. Yeah.
A specific page or line number in Chapter 2?
Well, I'm looking at this line here, and I don't see why we couldn't simply add it in that same area, particularly, here, let me put my glasses on. I mean, if we're going to add it somewhere in between line 388 and 392, I think that would be the ideal place as well. And again, I'm not telling you exactly how to write it, but you're asking where. I think that would be the area.
Okay. Okay.
And so those 3 areas, once again, are 1, which is what parts can parents opt out of or students. 2, advising parents that the material is available for inspection. The 2 other areas I think are, that I hear all the time are Is it going to be school or district personnel that's going to teach the curriculum, or is it going to be an outside group? And as you know, the Ed Code says that districts have to advise parents who's going to teach that. And then I think the last portion that a lot of parents are, and even site administrators are confused about, would be by when must we notify parents? I mean, the Ed Code does say or suggest that we do it at the beginning of the year, but if we don't, no fewer than 14 days. So
So Commissioner Iniguez, your proposal is to leave that to writer's discretion, but ensuring that we are very succinct and clear around the guidance and using the language in the California Healthy Youth Act.
much more succinct and clear than me. Yes, absolutely.
Got it.
Commissioner
Well,
Tomkovich? What's up?
With the comment 798, I'm wondering if you could clarify how you cannot do a selective opt-out. Is that, did you already discuss that here? They'd have to read it, but maybe in the wording that they either opt out of everything, but they can't selectively opt out, and then, but still that the LGBTQ will be in the history, social science, and anti-bullying assemblies. And I'm wondering if it could be in the content, and not just having them click on the link. Is that already there? No.
So we want to be careful around the history, social science, instructional materials, because that is a very different content piece. That is about the historical contributions of people and not about gender identity or gender expression. So very separate. We want to make sure we keep that very distinct.
I thought I read that in here, that when parents need to understand, when they opt out from LGBTQ issues in sex ed, it will still be addressed in those other issues. I think it's in here.
It is not in our history, social science, instructional materials. The historical contributions are in our history, social science, instructional materials. Very different, very distinct.
So in that handout, Commissioner Tonkovich, is the part that you're referencing on page 3, when the topics referenced in section 51932 are addressed in instruction or programming that does not discuss reproductive organs. For example, mandated instruction about the contributions of LGBTQ people in history, social science, or assemblies on bullying and harassment. Is that the part you're talking about?
Yes, it was. I just wanted parents to know what this opt-out means, that it's not a selective opt-out from the whole sex ed, but it will still be addressed in other contexts. So
So again, that's confusing the two when we're talking about history, social science, instructional
we
materials.
could leave that out, but here when it says add language that one cannot opt out, when I see this, they cannot do a selective opt-out, right?
Correct.
Okay.
But that has nothing to do with history, social science. And that's why I want to make sure that we're very distinct on the differences, because they are two different laws for two different purposes.
I do understand that. I just thought parents might not know if they say they're going to opt out, they can't opt out in all cases. Do you know what I'm saying? So I just wanted that to be clear for parents to know what they're opting out and what they can't opt out.
Right. And that's what we'll clarify regarding the California Healthy Youth Act and what they're opting out of in that terms.
I wondered what what my fellow commissioners thought as we were looking at concisely including the 4 areas that Commissioner Iniguez mentioned, and we talked about having it not redundant but in multiple places. I just wanted to throw out kind of some specific guidance. If for parents who might be looking at our document, they will tend to read the introduction and then grade band chapters associated with their families. And then possibly chapter 2 where we already have it. So I wanted to be very specific that I would like to see those references included at least once in the introduction where we've already noted in chapter 2, and then in each of the grade band chapters at least, one time.
I think that makes sense to me, right? Just to create that access and that opportunity to have that information.
I just think a lot of, people, you look at what's going to matter to you and you're looking at who your children are. And initially reading at least where they are at now, they might read future grade band chapters also, but I want to just make sure that it's where parents might gravitate and caregivers.
We've got it addressed in chapters 2, 4, 5, and 6 already.
What about chapter 3? I believe chapter 3 is a grade band chapter also. There's nothing they can opt out of in 3. Never mind. That's right. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah. But the parents can still view materials per however their local LEA does that. So that information could still be included in chapter 3 so that parents can be assured that there will not be materials including what we heard a lot of comment today from parents who seem to be concerned that there is in
Where
fact
parents would not be included, right? Is that what you're saying, that to always make sure that parents are included?
parents, caregivers, well, at least as you were saying in chapter 3, there's no content around sexual health education in chapter 3. Am I right?
So the California Healthy Youth Act is, the mandate is for
Right.
7th through 12th grade.
Right.
But it is inclusive that
Mhm.
earlier in elementary school, of course. So technically, yes, there's comprehensive sexual health education in
Right.
grade 5
Right.
of chapter, right? So, but that's
But
chapter
we were
4,
hearing
actually.
from some family members and others today who seem to believe that there are things happening in the younger grades. So I just wanted to at least then put in the information about how, again, what we talked about earlier in that chapter, how parents can work with their local LEAs to find out how they can look at the materials so that they can be assured for themselves. It's part of what Commissioner Niguez was already saying he wanted.
Okay.
Yeah. Not necessarily the opt-out policies, that
Mhm.
wouldn't apply, but that information we're saying that we want to include without being overly repetitious on.
Any, sure.
Mhm.
Sure.
So are there any items any comments that you'd like to visit as a group and have a discussion? Any additional? Any?
But
Okay.
All right. So Lindsay, can you please summarize the actions for the CDE recommended edits?
yes, so with the CDE recommended edits, all of the CDE recommended edits will be recommended with writer's discretion as they are listed in this table. And then in addition, to piggyback off of the opt-out, giving clear guidance on 4 main areas, what can parents opt out of, when and how are materials available, who will be teaching this instruction to their children, and exactly when will it be taught with the requirements. So of course we'll follow the California Healthy Youth Act language using that, and just really make sure this is very clear in the introduction chapter, in chapter 2, and then at the beginning, somewhere in the grade band chapters, possibly maybe the growth, development, sexual health introduction of each of those grade band chapters. I know that someone had asked a question about a comment in the sex trafficking appendix about the provocative dress. So if you look at the CDE table, page 4, comment number 817, that is the CDE recommendation for that. So I wanted to make sure we came back to that.
All right. So before we move to make a motion, yes, I'd like to ask Lindsay once more. Well, I'd like to thank Lindsay for all of her work and diligence in documenting our recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, the writers. Thank you to Lindsay. Thank you to Constance.
Since we summarize at the end of each, I don't think
we don't need to do the whole shebang. Okay, great. Well, much gratitude, and with that, we're not going to have to go through it all over again.
That's good. I have one more, I'm sorry, one more thing to add for a CD recommendation, which is not on here. Last time during our last IQC meeting, some of the commissioners in the CTA asked us to really call out the interdisciplinary connections within the activities. And so, as you may recall, Seaford staff highlighted in blue all of the interdisciplinary connections. We talked at length about creating a table or an index to present to all of you here. And we were thinking what might be best for teachers in their planning is to have an index, which would not be created until the very final editing formatting stages. So we just wanted to make sure that, you know, we didn't forget about it. And that's our plan.
All right, yay. At this time, I'll need a motion to recommend to the State Board of Education the recommended actions on which we reached consensus today.
I would like to make a motion to recommend to the State Board of Education the final edits to the draft 2019 Health Education Framework on which we have reached consensus today.
I'd like to second.
Great, thank you. Motion made by Commissioner Wu, seconded by Commissioner Williamson. Are there any questions or topics for discussion on this motion? Yes, Commissioner Costa.
I was very happy to hear about the interdisciplinary connections, because that was like, I was thinking maybe it's just me, but I'd like to see better explain how it dovetails with some of the language arts. Can we make sure that we acknowledge the ELD standards that can be addressed in there?
If you look if you're able to see in color the chapters, you're going to notice the blue highlights. You're going to see not only English language arts, you're going to notice other content areas that are also aligned to the health framework. So, yeah.
I'm also thinking about the abundance of public comment that were made and some direct suggestions in, you know, in several of those comments for us to reject the framework, right? I heard that multiple times. And then some suggestions as to the law itself. And so I just wanted to clarify for the group to ask the question, you know, to have the discussion. What are the parameters? What is it that we can and cannot do, you know, now that we've received this public comment, right? Can we have guidance from our director or from the team, or do any of you have thoughts on that? Because it's my understanding that we are given like a very specific purpose, right? As an advisory body.
So are you, I'm not sure exactly what you want clarified. We received a lot of public comment today around AB 329, which is the California Healthy Youth Act, which was passed in 2016. There was public comment around adopting or us passing another bill. I couldn't remember the exact number. 673. You know, we are not a legislative body. We do not create policy. That is the role of our legislature. You as commissioners, you are an advisory body to the State Board of Education around curriculum and instruction. So your role is to look at the standards and the revision of standards and the development of curriculum frameworks that are aligned with those standards and the guidance that it's adopted by the State Board of Education. That guidance is created by educators in the field across the state of California. As we know, this health education framework has been in the process for about 3 years. Through a very inclusive and transparent process. I really appreciated all the public comment today, but I do believe there may be some misinformation out there around what the California Health Education Framework is and what it is not. It is guidance. There is no mandates or policies within the California Health Education Framework. We are simply providing guidance on best practices, research and evidence-based practices to our teachers and administrators to help our students meet the health education content standards. And so I think that that's what you need to keep in mind as commissioners moving forward. Does that clarify for you, Chair Chow, of what you were
It
asking?
does. And oh yes, Commissioner Iniguez?
So I'm listening to what you're saying, and obviously I agree, that obviously. But there were a few comments there that I would like some clarification on, and it has to do with transparency and our role. So as you heard, at least 3 or 4 parents spoke to when it goes out for public comment, having the framework in multiple languages. The amount of ridiculous work that would be aside, right? That's a lot of work. Can you just speak to that? Because I think it was a good point. If I'm a parent and I'm not literate in English, how could I give feedback during the public comment stage?
So we accept public comment in all languages. In fact, we receive public comment in several different languages, and we utilize a translation piece to ensure that the Instructional Quality Commission could read what that public comment was. So that's what you've received in your summary tables. There is no legislation that requires or mandates that curriculum frameworks are translated into multiple language because they are not parent reports or parent notification, which the education code refers to. It refers to any parent reports or any parent notifications we need to ensure that are translated in languages accessible to all of our parents across the state. The curriculum frameworks are guidance documents. They are not parent notification or parent reports.
Thank you.
Just another point of clarification. I know we heard a lot of public comment on illustrations in the framework. And so just to clarify, to my knowledge, there are no illustrations in this framework.
There are graphics around the one, like you discussed, that involved about healthy relationships, but there are no illustrations within the curriculum framework.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So are there any other comments or questions at this point? Okay. So the motion has been made, and so at this point we're going to take a vote. Oh, are there any, I'm so sorry. Are there any public comments on the motion? No? Okay, all right. So at this point, I'd like to take a vote. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Any abstain? Okay, then the motion passes. Thank you.
Commissioner Wu, as the chair of the subject matter committee for the health education, would you like to say a few words?
Okay, big sigh. I was brought onto this commission to guide this, and I had no idea why. When I came in, and I am delighted with what we have come up with. I've followed every single step of the way. We have listened to our public every single step of the way, and I believe we really have created something that will help to guide our teachers, to help our students with a very difficult subject. And we know this is a difficult subject. We know that this is a controversial subject. We honestly expected a lot more public comment a lot earlier in the process because of it, and it didn't appear, and it did appear today. And we hear you. We know that this is a difficult subject, and we do our best to make sure that every family in this state has the ability to make sure that their child is getting what they need. And that is all we can do, and I think we've done a really good job of it. Thank you, everybody. And thank you to the writers who did such a beautiful job on this framework, and to the Seaford staff who guided us through this. Thank you.
Oh, sure, I'll make a comment. It's 3 years in the making. This was my first framework from start to finish, so this was very near and dear to my heart. And I would really like to thank the Curriculum Frameworks Instructional Resources Division staff, not only for their work today in organizing the many public that came to speak today, and so everybody was welcomed and we were able to hear everybody because of the organization of the staff outside. So I really, as I always say, Seaford rocks. Dr. Weiss and her commitment to taking over the health education framework after Deborah Franklin retired, and her due diligence and hard work in ensuring that this health education framework serves each and every student in California. Thank you. To our writers, Jamie, Brittany, and Sloan, the amazing amount of work you've had to do over these past 3 years to make a document that is practical, that is user-friendly for each and every one of our teachers who will serve all of our students. Thank you. Thank you for all of your hard work. It is much appreciated. And again, to my entire staff during this entire 3 years, and all of the collaborative staff that we've worked with within the Department of Education and outside of the Department of Education, thank you. Thank you for all that you've done to make this a document that is going to be extremely useful and powerful for our students.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gregson, Commissioner Wu, Commissioner Fairchild, and all the members of the Health SMC throughout the years for your diligent work on this process. And I would like to echo the gratitude that I feel, of all the, on behalf of the Commission, on behalf of myself, for all of the support that we've gotten every step of the way, and also the members of the public who provided comment. I think it speaks to the transparency and openness of our process that we open it up so that we have the discussions. We would be remiss if we didn't do that, and so thank you for all of you who participated. And we're not done with the journey. This is going to go to the state board, right? And this will serve as a guiding document for our curriculum developers, just so that we can support our students in the best way, right, possible. So thank you. Yeah. So, and with that, we're gonna move on to agenda item C, individual commissioner reports. Do any of you have individual reports that you would like to share with us? Okay. So are there any questions or comments from the public? Yes, no? Okay. All right. Then hearing none, seeing none, I adjourn our meeting.